Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch.
Hey y'all, welcome and happy Monday. It's your boy Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in celebrity news, hot topics, pop culture. Y'all know the deal. So that's a show for you. We might get into a little politics. I just want to give that a heads up. So if that's something for you, definitely stick around because we got a lot of tea to spill today. We got about 18 topics. I counted and I gagged. But we got a lot of tea to spill. There's a lot that went on. So we got to get into it. So, of course, we got to talk about Superman and the discourse surrounding about it. It is one of the most political superhero movies that I've seen in a long time. I will give y'all my overall thoughts and the fact that the Snyder Bros about to be mad because this Superman beat Zack Snyder's Superman at the box office. So we got to talk about that. Plus, David Zaslav is championing the new DC universe in the midst of this new movie being a huge hit at the box office. Plus, we got to talk about Fantastic Four. So while people are sitting there talking about super woke, we got people out here who are mad because we have a female Silver Surfer. I almost forgot who she was. I almost called her Galactus. But anyway, so Silver Surfer, female, exists in the comics. Yeah, people are mad about it. She's talking about it. We'll get into it. So now there was a lawsuit about a guy that we talked about last week. We're talking about some Diddy stuff. And he basically said that Diddy threw a jizz-covered t-shirt that was a Biggie shirt at him. And now the guy is claiming that Biggie's son, CJ Wallace, had a hand in assisting Diddy in this assault. So we got to talk about that. Plus, we're going to talk about CJ mother, or as I like to say, if we want to be a little country, CJ mama, Faith Evans, is apparently being sued over Biggie's estate. So we're going to get into that. Tyler Perry, anti-union hating behind. We got to talk about him and the fact that this actor who was suing him for $260 million is speaking out, breaking his silence in regards of the whole situation that happened between him and Miss Perry. So we're going to get into that. Plus, Rosie O'Donnell's clapping back at that idiot in chief destroying America's democracy. The fat orange fuck, Donald Trump. Oh, damn, not even 5 minutes and I'm cussing. So we're going to talk about that. Don Lemon is pursuing his fraud and contract claims against Elon Musk's ex. Because remember, once upon a time, his talk show was supposed to be on X, but I guess because Elon didn't like the way the interview played out with him and Don Lemon, he canceled the situation. Don's like, this heifer owe me money. And so there's some stuff that's going to be going on with that. We'll get into that. Plus, this is interesting debate I saw with Doechii because she's in a new magazine. And she said that we don't really have a superstar of this generation. So that's something I thought that we'd be able to get into. Plus, speaking of estates, Paris Jackson is accusing Michael Jackson's estate executives of mismanaging funds. We're going to get into that. Britney Spears is crashing out. Child, it's about time we put her ass back in the conservative shit. But we'll talk about it. Billy Bush talking about he tried to out Ricky Martin. And then when Ricky Martin threw a temper tantrum over it, he destroyed the footage. So we don't get into that because that was a good interview. Speaking of which, I hate talking about this girl because I don't know if she needs Jesus, an exorcism, something. But called John Constantine or whatever. But JoJo Siwa, we got to talk about the crash out of this girl. She is a mess. We got to get into that. And the fact that grifter that she's hooking up with, Chris Hughes, somebody he want to marry her. So we get into that. Plus, we have Boy George saying that he thinks that queer identity politics haven't helped our community and helped anybody who's a homosexual or part of the LGBTQ community. We'll talk about that. Plus, we have a lot of Drag Race news. We have to definitely talk about Aja speaking out about that whole Mistress Isabel Brooks situation that happened on the recent episode of RuPaul's Drag Race. Thank God they sent her big ass home, but we'll talk about it. Tamisha Iman is announcing a break from drag and a career switch. So we'll get into that. And plus, Mandatory Meeting is giving an update on her life-changing transition update. So, or an update on her life-changing transition. So we'll get into that and a whole lot more. So before we get to those topics, if you could please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. And also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Later on in the show, when the live stream is over, I will be putting timestamps in so those who come for the playback will be able to just follow along with the topics that we have at hand instead of sitting through all the banter that we do during the live stream. So without further ado, let me hit my banner. And let's talk about Superman. Now, I will warn y'all, if you haven't not seen the movie yet, you might want to click out or mute. Everybody on mute, because I will be going into a little bit of spoilers. So, Superman came out over the weekend and it did big numbers. And I know the Snyder Bros are probably gonna be mad. I was trying to think of a name. What should we call like the gun fans, the James Gunn fans? I was like, the Snyder Bros versus the Gunslingers. So I don't know if that's gonna stick. We're gonna make it stick on this show. So we'll call the Gun fans, the James Gunn fans, Gunslingers. And trust me, believe me, they came out guns a blazing, because the movie this weekend so far, the numbers probably went up, but they said that it flew to $122 million in its first weekend of release. Those are strong ticket sales, enough to rank as this year's third largest debut after a Minecraft movie, which I think almost grossed close to $1 billion at the box office, which it made, it came in at 162 and, over their weekend box office, and Lilo and Stitch, which I actually liked. I never saw the animated Lilo and Stitch. I know, don't throw tomatoes at me. First of all, I'm not the demographic. So Lilo and Stitch was before my time. But well, not before my time. It was like way after my time. Like I was way too older to even get into like Lilo and Stitch. But so yeah, but I saw the live action one because I was like, oh, I don't know. For some reason, every time I think I'll be watching cartoons and stuff, I don't want to be looking like Chester the Molester. So I saw the live action one, thoroughly enjoyed it. It was cute. And it came in grossing at 146 million. Now they said turnout was slightly softer than expected at the international box office, with 95 million from 78 markets, bringing its global tally to 217 million. And I will say this: I heard that I think in Korea, Jurassic World is actually beating Superman at the box office. And what I said was, there's no requirement for taste, because if y'all sitting up here watching some sorry behind Jurassic World, and I heard that movie is horrible, I'll wait until that comes out on streaming or whatever, because I'm not paying money to see that. Although I do have AMC A-list right now, so I don't really have to fully invest in paying like those full ticket prices. So they said Superman has always been identified as an American character, and in some parts of the world, America is currently not enjoying his greatest popularity, says David A. Gross, who runs the franchise movie consulting firm. So I guess what people are saying, because Superman represents America, people say true justice American way, people are looking at this character as like, we don't necessarily mess with America right now. Like, America's pissing us off, but it's like, don't lump us all up in there. You go after the maggots and that idiot that's running the White House and all them people that he put up in there that's putting forth Project 2025 and rolling back a lot of the policies that people have a right to. We have a right to healthcare, which it should be universal and free. We should not be paying the amount of money that we pay out of pocket, whereas in other countries, they pay little to no insurance on healthcare and all that other stuff. We shouldn't have rent out the wazoo. We should have we should be making a livable wage when we're not. Our infrastructure is crap, but when you go to other countries, their infrastructure is way bigger than ours and better. Like when you look at subway systems in other countries, it's like they have us beat by like a mile. And so I get it because of the whole red, white, and blue and the symbolism and all the other stuff. But let me tell you something. One of the things I loved about James Gunn in this movie, and I had no idea he was really going to go there with this, because I didn't really know how much if I was going to like the movie. Now, I was hoping and praying I was going to go in and like it. And I'm going to tell you something. The first act of the movie, it kind of threw me off. I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know what I was like, were the people right? Where is this, like, am I not gonna like this movie? Because literally everything y'all saw in the commercials, all the trailers and stuff they put out, from him crashing into the snow and he's all beat up and stuff, that's literally the opening of the movie. And then like majority of the other stuff that was going on in there, I mean, I like the opening. I don't know what they call it. They say opening crawl, that's very Star Wars, but like when they would post the things on there, it was like 3 centuries ago, we've had metahumans, and then 3 days ago, or 3 hours, what was it, like 3 minutes ago, he lost his first fight and all this. So I like the threes that they were putting in there. And he was basically acting as Superman for 3 years. So I like that, because I feel like they took a page out of the Batman, which is Bruce Wayne, the Robert Pattinson Bruce Wayne, had only been, what was it? Only for like a couple of years, he's been Batman. Same thing with Superman. He's like relatively new at this whole thing. So he's a little rusty. And I like the fact that they didn't entirely focus on him, that they focused a lot on the side characters, because I love the Hawk Girl, and shout out to Isabella Merced, because I just found out she's a fan of Hassan Piker. So that's why I like her even more. But I've always liked her, because I liked her in, she's been in a lot of things, but I liked her on, oh my God, what's the name of the show that was just on? The Last of Us. She was cute on that, and she's been on a couple of other things. Guy Gardner, I didn't know if I was gonna like him or not, but I definitely liked his, like, how they worked him. That hair was just a distraction. I mean, it wasn't that bad of a distraction, but I thought that Nathan Fillion did a really good job. I love Mr. Terrific. He was like my favorite character in the whole movie, like, especially how the juxtaposition of how he used his smarts and his intelligence and the technology in a smarter way versus the way Lex would use it. And let's talk about Lex Luthor. Now, I even thought, my Lex Luthor, the one I grew up with, will always be Michael Rosenbaum, because, I'm a Smallville guy. That's like my generation of Smallville that I grew up on. However, now that we're talking about movies, I would say out of all of them, because like I said, Gene Hackman was like before my time, although I have seen those Superman movies and I've thoroughly enjoyed them. I thought that Nicholas Hoult did a fantastic job as Lex Luthor. I always saw him as Lex Luthor from the beginning. Like, I heard people say that he was up for the role of Superman and he got beat out by David Cornsweet. I'm like, no, I don't see Superman when I look at Nicholas Hoult. I've always saw Lex Luthor, and I thought he did a phenomenal job as it. And I feel like if we're going to talk about like best to worst, the worst Lex Luthor, in my opinion, would be Jesse Eisenberg. I don't know what the hell Zack Snyder was thinking putting him. I'm like, all I see is Mark Zuckerberg. Although, I will say this, when you watch this movie, Nicholas Holt's Lex Luthor definitely feels very Elon Musk, very Jeff Bezos, like in that whole sort of way, like a tech genius type. And we're not going to sit up here and try to act like that y'all didn't, though, for those of us who saw the movie, picked up on a lot of the Israel versus Palestine beats that was in there. So it was very political, like Moravia, which was very much Israel. It was like a cross between Israel and Russia. So it felt like, and then the president felt very like Netanyahu, Vladimir Putin hybrid. And there were parts of, like, of course, with Lex Luthor doing business deals with Moravia, giving them weapons to kind of go against, this other nation, which were a brown people. Some people trying to say it was Ukraine. I'm like, name a brown person y'all seen up in the damn Ukraine. I'll wait. So it clearly was. I'm sure there are brown people about there, but I've heard the stories. Like, remember when the whole Russia-Ukraine thing was going on, and there were people of color who lived in the Ukraine, was talking about the racial stuff that they were dealing with when they were there. So people are not going to be aware of that. When you look at this, because of what's going on in the world now, you definitely sense Israel versus Palestine. And I love the fact that see, this is the problem when I felt with the MCU. See, if the MCU would have done this with Captain America, Brave New World, we'd still be talking about that movie. But because that's a political thriller, and there was so many allegories and stuff where they could have touched on politically, because if you're doing a movie about Captain America, that is going to be something that has to be deeply rooted in politics. They just got so scared to jump on something because they didn't want to offend. And now look at you. Nobody's talking about Brave New World because that movie was trash. I like Anthony Mackie, but it wasn't Anthony Mackie's movie and it wasn't his fault. It was the MCU getting scared to do what they want to do. So that's why that movie is just forgotten. Whereas with this movie, I feel like it is going to have a lot of people talking. So for the most part, I was like, I thoroughly enjoyed the film. So like, yeah, when I was talking about the first act, I was kind of nervous because I was like, majority of everything we're seeing in the first act of the movie, the first maybe 30 minutes of the movie, all in the trailers. So it kind of took me aback. I'm like, damn, did they just like spoil the whole movie? But then once you get past that part, you start to see, okay, now I'm getting it. I'm enjoying it. It literally felt like a Saturday morning cartoon in my, like, come to life. And that's what I love about it, because as somebody who grew up watching like Saturday morning cartoons, Superman and then Batman Beyond and well, of course, Power Rangers, but Power Rangers is not necessarily animated. We had the Smurfs, we had the Monchichis, we had the Snorks, we had all those cartoons and stuff I was growing up with, so as somebody who sat and watched a lot of Saturday morning cartoons growing up as a kid, and that was like a treat, because it was like during the week I wasn't really allowed to watch a lot of television because it was always focused on, you got to go to school, you got to do your homework, you can watch maybe like an hour of TV and then you got to go to bed. So my parents were really strict in that way. And plus, growing up, we didn't have a lot of options when it came to channels and television and stuff. So there really wasn't a lot of me just sitting being raised by a TV. I literally had hands-on parents. So, so I thoroughly enjoyed that. Also, I loved Rachel Brosnahan as Lois Lane, and especially the back and forth banter between her and Clark, because they had been dating for a couple of, what was it? I think they said about 3 months they were dating, whatever. And then he goes and says to her that she's kind of like pulling away where he's being vulnerable. And I love like the immigrant allegory that was in it, because I've always said that Superman is an immigrant. He is someone who came from Krypton, who crash landed on Earth, was found by Mom Pa Kent, who I will say the one thing I loved about this film is that James Gunn intentionally made Mom Pa Kent look like people who could possibly be from rural Kansas, not Hollywood pretty, where you would have Kevin Costner. And there's no shade to the actors, but I'm just saying, like, I like how he wanted to plant it in realism, where it's just like they look like they would really be from Kansas, rather than having Diane Lane and Kevin Costner playing your parents, because they're Hollywood beautiful. So nobody's gonna believe, and I don't care how much makeup you put on somebody to try to make them look like they older or they're not attractive. The attractiveness is still there. The Hollywood sheen is still on that. So it's not. It takes you out of it a little bit. And I also like the fact that he did a lot of bright colors. Everything popped. It really felt like it was like I'm reading a comic and it's come to life before me. Whereas you had that drabby, glib, dark, sooty feel to Zack Snyder's Superman. And I liked his Superman, but that was for a time than what it was. And that was like, what, 10 years ago, whatever, when that came out. So that came out at the time we needed. But I feel like right now we need a sense of love. We need a sense of hope. We need a sense of somebody who's like, just being kind to one another. And I feel like in this world, I always tell people, it's like there's the Matrix and there's the real world. Whereas there are people who are online whose sole purpose is just be trolls. I'm sure they have troll farms where you have certain Twitters and things of that nature who just like to pump out negativity. And when I go out in the real world, I come across so many more people who are nicer versus than these people who try to push this propaganda of meanness on social media. So I always say, like, don't believe it all the other crap that you hear and stuff on social media where all these people try to pump out all this negative energy, because the negative stuff, it helps the algorithms, it sells, and all this other stuff. So if you haven't seen the movie, I definitely say go see this film. I'm trying to see if I left anything out in regards of the whole thing. Oh, I will have to say this. I like Jimmy Olsen in here. I don't know his phone. I know his first name is Skylar. I forget the last name, but I like the actor that played Jimmy Olsen. And even the girlfriend who was of Lex's, I think her name was, what was her name? Eve or something or another? I think was her name. And he was very Trump in a way too, where it was just like, if somebody said something about him he didn't like, he had you banished to this this world where they keeps you in cubes and all this other stuff. And he did that to a couple of his girlfriends and a bunch of other people, like bloggers and people like me who are content creators who go in on politicians. He had them kidnapped. And then there was a scene in the movie that I absolutely love when he turns himself in to Rick Flag and the engineer and a bunch of others. And he's like, I'm turning myself in like on my own accord. Like I'm coming in so that way you can question me, do whatever. Are you not going to read me my rights? And they go and say something or another. I'm paraphrasing, but it's just like, you're an alien. You don't, so many ways you don't have rights. So it felt very much like ICE grabbing regular citizens, whether they're undocumented or documented immigrants off the street without due process, reading them their rights, and shipping them off to some unknown location. I'm just like, did James Gunn get like an ear inside of what was going on in the government? Or the fact of the matter is this has been things that have been happening for years. It's just because now Trump is in office, everybody is starting to see and pay attention to what has been slowly laid out and thrown out with the breadcrumbs for a while. So I think that's what that is too, is the fact that we've had this kind of seed planted for a long time and people are just now noticing it, because at this point they're taking a sledgehammer and a wrecking ball to everything and not giving a damn of what it is that you're seeing and doing. And I will have to say this. I love the dynamic between these two, especially during the scene when he goes and kidnaps Crypto and Superman finds out about what happened with Crypto because they find out where the Fortress of Solitude is. And shout out to Bradley Cooper, who plays Jor-El. I actually like the fact that, and he spoke no English in the movie, so they were speaking Kryptonian and all this other stuff, which I thought was really cool because I don't think we've ever seen, I mean, I could be wrong, but have we ever seen a movie where it was just like you would see people from Krypton speaking Kryptonian and no English? So I kind of like that whole idea of like the one little message that got destroyed, sort of, semi-destroyed on his crash landing to Earth. And that's the one thing that keeps Kal-El, it soothes him and keeps him it comforts him in the time of like anxiety or pain or whatever the case is. And I like the fact that they made Superman vulnerable because it's like, how do you make someone who is indestructible? How do you make someone who's perceived as a god? How do you make someone who's perceived as perfect in every way interesting? And I feel like he's found a way to do it. James Gunn has found a way to do it. So I liked all the little crumbs and stuff in there. Now I will say this. Oh yeah, so I like the dynamic between them because this was the scene when like he kicks the puts the desk and all this other stuff, and then the girlfriend's filming everything with the phone. She irritated me. So with that damn selfie stuff. Then halfway through, I'm like, wait a minute. When there's a specific scene with her and Jimmy Olsen finding out they were like in a prior relationship with each other before she got with Lex Luthor. And I'm like, wait a minute. So with her now I know, and I caught it before they revealed it. And thing I was like, okay, she was the selfies thing. She was secretly filming a lot of or taking pictures of a lot of Lex's plans in case anything happens to her. She could send the information to who she needs to send it to. And the fact of the matter is because she was basically his source on the inside. That was the way they were going to get that information and all this stuff. So I was like, okay, clever. And there's always and I always seem to forget when it comes to James Gunn and his writing, there's always a method to his madness. So I always have to trust in going on the ride with him because he's like, you may find certain characters annoying. You may find this little thing just not something that you need to be paying attention to. But everything you see in these movies, every little piece is a puzzle that leads to something. And that's what I loved about this movie is like, this is something you definitely have to pay attention to. Now, the first night I saw it was Friday. I went to see it early. I think, yeah, because I told you I was going to go see it. I saw it in Dolby. I'm going to actually go see it next week in IMAX. So I'm really looking forward to seeing it on that big screen and getting that whole feel of it. Because I know they shot some of it with IMAX cameras and people are saying that it was meant to be seen in that way. So I'm looking forward to that. And then I also like Crypto. Crypto at some times I was just like, there were certain things with him that was kind of bothering me. But I think it's because he reminds me so much of my dog, Prince. Same breed, white dog. You try to train him as much as you can. They just literally do whatever the hell they want to do. So I think that's why he irritated me because it's, but at the end of the day, you can't do anything but love those dogs. And Crypto was literally a splitting image of my dog. So it's just like, yeah, I think that's why it just bothered me because I was like, okay, this is a too close to home type situation. And then I saw this video of Ben Shapiro hating on the movie. I'm like, you're such an idiot. You don't even know what the hell you're watching. Because all the things I'm pointing out to is basically like it was shining a light on ICE, it was shining a light on fascism, it was shining a light on the fact that Lex is someone who at the end of the day just wants to be loved. Hopefully we can see maybe Lionel will make an appearance in the next movie, who is Lex's father, if he's alive, and get to the root of why Lex is the way he is and why he has such a hard-on for Superman and why he hates him so much and why he has created certain metahumans to go after Superman. Like, what is y'all beef? Like, I want a little more backstory on that. I mean, we got a little bit of it in the movie, but I would love to see them play up on that more because I'm sure they're going to bring Lex back in the sequel. I mean, he's not dead. I mean, you'd be a fool to kill off Lex Luthor. But oh yeah, so let's get into this. So somebody got mad at me because I spoiled the fact that Supergirl makes a cameo in the movie. But I'm like, if y'all been actually reading the reports and stuff, there was always stories floating around that Supergirl was going to make an appearance in this movie. In the beginning, I did not like the way that they brought her in. But after further research, I took back my overall feelings. And because I was like, they made her like this drunken party girl that she's been flying off the different parts of the different planets and just out here drinking and partying and this, that, and the other. I was not aware of that. This is actually a storyline that comes from the Woman of Tomorrow comic book, which is what the next Supergirl movie is going to be, Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, which they just changed the name to Supergirl, similar to Superman. Superman was going to be Superman Legacy. Thank God they changed it, because I was like, that sounds stupid. Just call it Superman. And then maybe when the next one, you call it Superman Part 2. And then Superman Part 3. Same thing with Supergirl. So they are going to be taking a lot of inspiration from Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow. And in Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, her character is someone who is another person that is suffering from Krypton being destroyed, that sort of thing, and how she's dealing with the trauma of losing her planet, her home planet, like Clark. Clark is dealing with it in other ways. How she's dealing with it is through partying, through drinking, and all that other stuff. We all know that that's not the answer to anything. So I have a feeling, because I've never read Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, that in her solo movie, we're going to explore more of that. Her being the party girl, her hanging out on different planets, her doing this, that, and the other. And that's probably how she encounters Lobo. Because, you know, he goes on different planets, so he's a bounty hunter. And there's going to be some catastrophic threat that's going to force her to kind of get her act together and want to step up and be the superhero that she's destined to be, similar to her cousin. So I think that's the direction that they're going to be going into. So I probably forgot some stuff to mention about Superman. I'll probably be talking about this way more down the road. But in the meantime, shout out to Warner Brothers, I'll say, because y'all been, even though y'all had a couple of flops with Joker Folie à Doudou, Mickey 17, and the Alto Knights, those three movies didn't do all that well. Warner Brothers had a lot more hits than misses. You know, they had a Minecraft movie did well, Final Destination Bloodline, Sinners, F1 the movie, all of that is Warner Brothers. Now we have Superman. So they're doing relatively well at the box office. Warner Brothers having a great year so far, even though, yeah, it's like the hits outweigh the misses. So congratulations to them. But to wrap this up, because I did say that Superman's box office beats Zack Snyder's Man of Steel opening. So yeah, according to Superhero Hype, they said that Superman has officially outpaced Zack Snyder's Man of Steel at the domestic box office. The reboot earned more in its first weekend than the 2013 film. Okay, so it was 10 years ago. I was correct. I thought about, I just threw that out there. I was like, it felt like 10 years ago. But anyway, so they said, marking a strong start at DC Studios. The early success set the stage for the franchise's next chapter under Gunn's direction. Superman debuted with a domestic opening of 122 million, ranking as the third biggest opening week. We already talked about that. And then it says, according to Box Office Mojo, Superman's domestic gross currently accounts for 56.2% of its worldwide total, with the film reaching 270 million globally after its first weekend. Internationally, the film earned 95 million across all markets. Warner Brothers distributed the film, which runs 2 hours and 9 minutes and holds a PG-13 rating. And here's another thing. That movie went by quick. I'll say that. I was like, damn, this movie's almost over. Like, I was shocked with how fast the movie just like went by so fast. I'm like, but it was, it's definitely worth going to see. Now, they said, compared to its predecessor, 2013's Man of Steel, Superman surpassed the earlier film's domestic opening of 116.6 million. However, Man of Steel reached a Man of Steel, let's do that over. However, Man of Steel reached a total global gross, say that 10 times fast, of 670.1 million during its theatrical run, with international receipts making up 56.6 of that figure. So, while that's great, congratulations, Man of Steel, for grossing $670.1 million while you were in theaters. We will have to wait to see how well Superman does, as long as it's going to be in theaters, and we'll compare those numbers when we cross that bridge. So I don't think while we can talk about, we can talk about weekend box office versus both films, since the Snyder Bros wants to constantly bring up, or we try to find a reason to hate on this movie. Now the gunslingers have something to be all excited about for now. But like I said, once all of this theatrical run stuff is done and over with, we'll revisit this conversation. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Did you guys see Superman? What did your overall thoughts about it? Did you like it? Did you dislike it? Good, bad, or indifferent. I definitely want to hear your comments as long as it's respectful. So let me know what you know. And I love the fact that we have some political stuff that was thrown in the film, which it needed to be because Superman is a political comic. Like if you're going to be talking about someone who does have beneath the surface, you really look at it, or is it really beneath it, or just people weren't paying attention? If you look at someone like Superman, he is like a resident of DACA. Like he's very much, he has a lot of the DACA, you know, he fits that category of that type of, you know, immigrant. So we didn't have a name for it back in the day. But now that, you know, we have evolved and things have changed and we're more political than ever, we now have names to put to some of the stuff that was created. Whereas when it comes to Superman, Superman is almost 90 years old. So for people to try to act like this is just, you know, some new thing that somebody just pulled, that James Gunn just pulled out of their behind, it's just like, no, you just wasn't paying attention. And Superman hasn't changed. Your politics basically is what has changed. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. So let me know what your overall thoughts on this story in the comments down below. Okay. Ooh, speaking of comments, we got a whole lot. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I sent a video from Pause Down Little Monsters. BBC confirms Gaga lied about her numbers. Check your inbox. It's a 2-minute video. It's because nobody believes 2.1 million can fit in the same. Well, I don't know if I could sit here and watch a video in the middle of. Wait, who is holding my phone? I don't know at this point, and I can't because I am doing a live. So, I don't think I have time to sit here, and I'll have to look at. Are you talking about what? Oh, we got breaking news about the Menendez brothers. We'll probably have to do that. Hold on. Child, you be sending me like 50 million things, and I gotta sit here and scroll through all this. Excuse me. Okay, so now it says
about what you want us to look into. You can send in your questions anytime. Just click on this link on the BBC Verify Live page.
Hold on. I'll have to watch this later. So what are they saying? They said, as we pointed out before, Lady Gaga, the city of Rio, and Mayor Eduardo Paez have been stretching the truth to put in my so they're talking about the Copacabana performance. Now I'm understanding what's going on. So when you say a lot about her numbers, I'm like, is it about the Mayhem album? Is it? I mean, we kind of all figured out that they was BSing over there when it came to the numbers regarding the Copacabana beach performance. So they said now the BBC, along with respected Brazilian outlets like Revista Forum, what is it? Isto E and Veja is calling them out, according to the BBC. Gaga's so-called 2.1 million crowd is pure fiction. Using the UK's official guide to safety at sports grounds, which sets the maximum safe crowd density at 4.7 people per square meter. The BBC analyzed the actual space used for the event, including the beach and adjacent avenues. The results? Roughly 600,000 people, not 2.1 million. And then get this, the BBC went out of their way to be generous. Ooh, that's some shade. They doubled the density to a wildly unsafe 9 people per square meter, which would mean no one could move, dance, or even breathe. That is true, because you can't have that many people on the beach. And because it'd be hot, you'll pass out. Because trust and believe, yesterday I worked at AT's concert. It was hot as hell outside. And people being on top of each other is like, it was crazy. So they said, hold on, where was I? Okay, so it said, and they even factored in balconies and surrounding buildings. Even with all that, the maximum possible number came out to about 1.3 million. They also reached out to the city of Rio, the very people who hired Gaga, and are now hyping the attendance. Unsurprisingly, officials stood by the 2.1 million figure. Of course they would, but refused to explain how they calculated it, probably because they can't count. Y'all can count how much dick y'all taking y'all bussy, but you can't count how many people was actually on that beach. They said, let's not forget, Mayor Eduardo Paez, when questioned by the press, said he created his own formula to estimate. Really? Y'all that desperate for celebrities to come over there that y'all out here cooking the books to estimate their crowd size because nothing says credibility like just making it up as you go. And hold on, because I accidentally scrolled too far. So they said this all matches what we've been saying from the start. As soon as Gaga and the city began pushing the 2.1 to 2.5 million narrative, yeah, they kept changing the number. That's how we knew it was all BS in the beginning. Because y'all kept changing the number. I'm like, okay, which is it? Because y'all kept changing, and it's like that's what had me side-eyeing the whole thing. I'm like, if you actually beat Madonna's number, then congratulations. You know, you finally got something over on Madonna. But one thing you'll never be able to catch up with her is her countless hits, her 4+ decades in the business, and her impact on the culture for many generations. So you could have had the little numbers at the beach, but you couldn't even beat that. Y'all had to sit up here and lie. So anyway, so then they said this all matches what we've been saying for the start. As soon as Gaga and the city began pushing the 2.1 to 2.5 million narrative, data Folha, Brazil's most respected polling and crowd analysis institute, estimated the actual number to be between 600,000 and 1.2 million. But hey, Lady Gaga, the artist who once proudly said she faked it till she made it, seems committed to faking it 17 years later. The shade. But like I said, it was like, if you would have beat the number, it was okay, cute or whatever. Congratulations. You know, I'm all for giving people their flowers, but if y'all got to sit out here and lie, it only makes you look like a fool. Hola muchachos, or chismosas. He said T.S. Madison gave her review of Superman. She did not like it. Superman was getting his... Well, that's all she focused on. And there was moments in the thing where I felt like, yeah, there was a lot of that. It's like, come on now. Like, why is Superman getting his ass beat so damn much in here? I don't like the whole... Well, I mean, it kind of explained what it was just like, how he was getting his behind beat and how... because of the DNA situation, and so he knew Superman's every move. But my thing is, if you're going to know Superman's every move, I was waiting at one point, because we've seen this play out before. Why didn't Superman switch up his fighting style? Like, if you got to be able to improvise, it shouldn't have been like the whole time you see the little cameras around where it's like following the every move of the superhero that was kicking his butt. You could have found ways, like, you couldn't have been got rid of them little toy thingies. So he had Crypto do it. So it was like, I like the fact that James Gunn was highlighting a lot of the other side characters, the other metahumans, Crypto, that sort of thing. But at the same time, it's sort of like, you should have still had Superman leading his own movie, and not every time I turn around, he getting his ass. I'm like, God damn, is there ever going to be a moment where he's not getting his ass beat or having to go recover somewhere or somewhere? So that kind of bothered me a little bit. But I understand it was like, you didn't want to make him like this perfected superhero character. But that's okay. She could not like the movie. But if that's all you took from it, sis, then I don't know what to tell you. Katy Perry was fun. Yes, her dancing is all, well, yeah, because she's a white girl. You know, them white girls, a lot of y'all can't dance. But like, she doesn't have training, and her fans love her awkwardness. It's like perfect for the unorganized chaos, which is Kesha and the perfectionist. Like Gaga, but the critics is right. Her embrace of technology and AI is a read the room. Many humans aren't like AI because it's now being seen as a replacement. Yeah, because now we sit up here, they talking about they're allowing AI generated music to be included for Grammy nominations. And I'm like, if that happens, then you know what? We all might as well just stop being creative. Because if y'all gonna let AI jump in, it's like, no. Hell no. Onyx is in the building. Said dogs and cats own humans as pets and not afraid to euthanize humans. Not the bots are bottoming. Non-first documented, then naturalized, then those born here by immigrants. Well, that's true, because there was a whole comic, I think in the 80s, where he was documented. The scene looks like it's from, well, that's precisely why I chose it, because I had a feeling somebody was going to say that. The picture with, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the picture between Lex Luthor and Superman. It was definitely giving men.com porn parody tease. It definitely was giving that. We have 500 new citizens sworn in Seattle. Oh, was that because, oh no, they didn't shoot that there, right? Or did they shoot? No, they shot Superman in Cincinnati, right? Or was it Cleveland? Cleveland Legends, you in the building? Didn't they shoot it in your location? But that's good. They sworn in 500 new citizens. You didn't. You did a. I said you did a mermaid. Spoilers are my job. I told you I was gonna be spoiling the damn thing. And you said, "Oh, do they use Bitcoin on Krypton?" Can you imagine if they did? Maybe my jalapeno chicken pasta sauce is on the stove. Ooh. Speaking of which, I was at work the other day. Shout out to the Madison Square Garden. They had like these bacon wrapped jalapeno poppers. First of all, I'm obsessed. Number two, I need to figure out how to. I was gonna say I need to figure out how to make it. It's easy. I can just buy jalapeno poppers, take some bacon, wrap it. I feel like they put like it had like barbecue sauce or something on it or whatever. So I think what I could do is like fry me up some bacon. Don't like crisp it. Like get it nice and whatever. You can wrap it up. Then paint like some honey barbecue sauce specifically on it. Stick it in the oven and bake it. So I'm like, that's just the idea off the top of my head. I think that's how they do it. But I was like, oh my God, this was so good. I'm obsessed now. I love jalapeno poppers. I've always liked jalapeno poppers. I used to love eating them when I worked at AMC. I don't think they have them anymore. It's funny how when I talk about I love movies, I don't really give them ratings of like 5 out of 5, 10 out of 10, like a thumbs up. Like I don't even do that. I should probably start doing that. But if it was a 5, like out of 5 stars, I'm gonna give it a 4, maybe a 4.5. It wasn't perfect. I enjoyed it. There were parts of it that kind of bothered me. Like I was telling the whole thing of like, yeah, I didn't like the fact that Superman was getting his ass beat. Like I'm all for. Like you know when you watch certain action stars like John Wick or maybe Jason Statham, where it's like, yeah, they get their licks in, they kill people, they beat people up, but they also get their licks in. I like that. Like you can get beat up a little bit, but I'm like, God damn, are you actually gonna get a lick or 3 in? Like you still getting your ass beat up in this damn movie. Like that was annoying me that he was getting beat up a little too much. But I don't like that Vin Diesel plot armor crap, where it's just like, oh no, I can't get punched at all. Like, get the hell out of here. No, Midnighter. You said, I'm still going to watch Superman before his twink death. And David Corn, you know what? Another thing too, David Corn Sweat is hot. I never looked at him like that, but I'm like, okay, David Corn Sweat definitely can get it. He's a Juilliard graduate, so he is classically trained actor, which is a plus. And he definitely embodied the Superman of what James Gunn was looking for. I also should have reiterated more on the Superman Lois relationship. I like their whole that they didn't shy away from the affectionate side of them. Whereas like she was kind of like not wanting to be fully committed in the relationship. I love the fact that there were scenes where it was like they would linger on them making out and the kissing and all other stuff, which I think was James Gunn talking about how Americans movies tend to love violence. We broadcast, we highlight violence so much, but when you see people who are kissing and being intimate, that's something that there's always like this insecurity about it, or we shouldn't celebrate, affection. And the fact that there were scenes where it was just like them showing how much they genuinely care about each other and the embracing and the lingering of the camera on them as they're kissing. To me, it was like, why am I feeling uncomfortable about this? But then, and then I had to click, and my brain was like, yeah, we need to kind of embrace that and want to see that. We should be, we should want people to show love and affection and care for our fellow human being, whatever the case is. We shouldn't be out here just always hating and being full of anger. I'll tell you, that should have give you crow's feet. It'll give you gray hairs. It's not something you want to be running around with. Superman is for sure DACA. Mm-hmm. He said Madonna and Janet are the pop music molds. It's 500 real citizens, Seattle, real 2025. Well, that's good. And let's see if that idiot try to deport them. You said the Supreme Court approved of the dismantle of the Department of Education, of course. And this country is just cooked. The Supreme, yeah, I just saw that one. JoJo Siwa is 1950s America at this point. And you said, have you been to... No, I need to do those. I've heard about them. I think the last AMC Unseen that they did was Jurassic World. I should try that. The next time they do an AMC Unseen, I'm gonna definitely get a ticket to one and just go and see that. So yeah, you gave me an idea. I might actually start doing that. So if they have any AMC Unseens and it falls on a day when I'm not working, I'll definitely go pop up at one of those and then do like a short little, maybe under, I was gonna say under 5 minute, because you know my shorts, you know, for some people short be like a minute and a half. Not me. I be having to go into detail, but I may have to learn how to like really get zhuzh it down and get to the point. Now, speaking of get to the point, we need to get to our second topic because we almost 45 minutes. Well, we are 45 minutes of the show. We only did one topic, which I should have probably combined this next story with the previous story, but whatever. It is what it is. Let's talk about David Zaslav, who, you know, is currently the CEO of Warner Brothers Discovery. And with everything going on with Warner Brothers, you know, them, like I said in the previous video, there's a lot more hits on their end than misses over at Warner Brothers. So he is actually speaking out about the upcoming direction of the DCU under James Gunn and Peter Safran, because I know, like, with everything going on, especially with the DC, you know, there's some people out there, the Snyder Bros, still mad about the DCEU, and I keep saying this, I'm tired of talking about it, but we got to keep going there because y'all need a refresher. The DCEU was not financially successful for Warner Brothers, hence why they had to start over and bring in some people that actually knew what the hell they were doing over there. Hence why we have an actual person who gives a crap about comic books and comic book movies, because y'all said that, you know, a lot of people were saying we need ourselves a Kevin Feige over there at the DC at Warner Brothers, and they finally got one of y'all mad. It's like, you can't win for losing at this point. So they said the comic book, well, they're talking about Superman, which climbed to 122 million domestically and 217 million globally. The comic book adaptation, starring David Corn Sweat as the Man of Steel and Rachel Brosnahan as Lois Lane, marks a vital reset of the DCU. After its last iteration of superhero adventures combusted with 4 major money losers in The Flash, Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, Shazam! Fury of the Gods, and Blue Beetle. And see, when I say these things, I'm not saying this to be shady. I'm not saying this to be rude. Sometimes it's just, this is the reality. And a lot of people just don't want to accept the reality. They were constantly losing money. Like I said, they lost money on The Flash. They lost money on Aquaman, The Lost Kingdom. The first Aquaman made $1 billion. I think that's the only movie in the DCEU that made $1 billion. But the sequel was terrible anyway, so I could see why they lost money on that. Shazam! Fury of the Gods. First of all, don't even get me started on Zachary Levi and the foolishness he's been saying as of late. But yeah, Shazam was not a good movie. It was not, especially Fury of the Gods. I mean, the first Shazam had moments that I cared about, but I just thought like both movies just didn't do it for me. And Blue Beetle, I like Xolo Mandarin. I'll just go with his first name. I like Xolo. I liked him ever since I've seen him on Cobra Kai. However, there were parts of Blue Beetle that I liked. Susan Sarandon did not do it for me as the villain. There were parts of the movie that just didn't work. And I feel like because of everything that DCEU was on a steep decline, by the time Blue Beetle came out, I just think people were just like, okay, we over it. Like, we just don't care about this universe no more. It is what it is. So it flopped because I went to the movies to see Blue Beetle because I wanted to support the Latino community and I wanted to support my boy Xolo. Even though I don't know him, but I say that's my boy Xolo. So after all of that, this is why Zaslav hired Gunn and Peter Safran in 2022 to overhaul DC Studios. The studio outlined a 10-year plan of interconnected stories and spin-offs, including Supergirl, which is finished, has wrapped, Clayface, which I believe is currently shooting, and Wonder Woman, I believe they're in the process of writing the script. So he said, 3 years ago, I hired James Gunn and Peter Safran to reimagine and unify the creative direction of DC under one leadership team by breathing new life and excitement into one of the most iconic storytelling franchises in the world. This is what Zaslav said on Sunday of Superman's opening weekend. James and Peter's commitment to honoring the legacy of the DCU while forging something new and enthralling is inspired. Now, in his bid to match the commercial success of Disney's Marvel Cinematic Universe, Zaslav was searching for a Kevin Feige-like figure. See, y'all see, this is why I always feel like people think I'm just pulling stuff up my behind when I say these things. It says it in the article. Shout out to Variety, by the way, because that's who wrote the article. But I just love when I feel vindicated when I say things. But anyway, let's get back into it. Not to toot my own horn, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, now where was I? Because now I got so hyped, I forgot where I was. Okay, so now, so it says, in his bid to match the commercial success of Disney's Marvel Cinematic Universe, Zaslav was searching for a Kevin Feige-like figure to reinvigorate the perpetually floundering DC studios. He called his first meeting with Gunn, who directed Superman while overseeing the studio influx with Zohran. Zaslav always knew Gunn. He said he knew Gunn, best known for directing Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy trilogy, was the best person to helm the rebooted universe first feature because he spoke about the DC characters like they were wait, first of all, that doesn't make sense. I think I would have wanted to say the DC characters were like his family. An opening weekend above $200 million globally is something to celebrate, and positive reviews, as well as a strong audience response, indicate that Superman will stick around during the busy summer season. However, the $225 million budget tentpole will require box office staying power to qualify as a blockbuster. Disney's CEO Bob Iger was similarly celebratory about Marvel's latest adventure, Thunderbolts, only to see the comic book installment collapse on the big screen in subsequent weekends. Meanwhile, Superman's last solo outing, 2013's Man of Steel with Henry Cavill, started strong with $116 million, but failed to generate the kind of lasting enthusiasm that spawns an enduring cinematic universe. And I think maybe the difference is that when you look at Man of Steel seems very much like it's geared towards a specific audience, which would be, I don't know, because of the tone, it was like very dark and brooding, and it had sort of like that Christopher Nolan Batman type tone to it. And I don't think that's what Superman is about. Superman's not about being dark and gloomy. He is about hope and inspiration and fighting for truth and justice. Whereas I feel like James Gunn's Superman, the way he filmed this movie with the bright colors, and it feels very much like a Saturday morning cartoon in live action form. I feel like this movie hits all the boxes. Like, you can bring all demographics to this. Little kids can go and see it and enjoy it. People of my generation who are nostalgic about Superman and how we grew up with Superman will enjoy it. Older people who like the old 50s comic strip type of Superman will go and see it and enjoy it. That'll be my parents' generation because they're boomers. So yeah, I think that the difference is it checks all the boxes. Now, the one thing we could say about this, now he has something to worry about. So now 2 weeks, this movie will have a chance to clean up at the box office, especially in IMAX and Dolby and things of that nature. Next week, in a couple of days, we have I Know What You Did Last Summer coming out. I don't think it's got anything to worry about. As much as y'all know I love my horror movies, and I love I Know What You Did Last Summer. And I'm glad to see that Jennifer Love Hewitt and Freddie Prinze Jr. are making cameos, or they're going to have a part in this film. However, that's a specific audience. They're going to go see that, but they have to worry about how long can they maintain that staying power, because in 2 weeks we have Fantastic Four coming out. So then they're going to be taking over, and how long they're going to be able to sustain in theaters and that whole thing. So that's something that they definitely have to worry about when they cross that bridge. So you got 2 weeks to make an impression and then sustain that kind of money. So they're saying that with all the things that they worried about with the MCU and what happened with, and also let's point this out before I forget. Thunderbolts, while it was a good movie and I thoroughly enjoyed it, I like the characters, I like the second-rate Avengers, because that's what they are, the team of Avengers. While I enjoyed them, they were thoroughly entertaining. I don't feel that those characters, people cared enough about them to want to go spend the type of money that you're asking them to go see this movie in like an IMAX or a Dolby or whatever the case. So that's why people kind of like sat it out. The hardcore MCU fans went to go see it. The Thunderbolts fans went to go see it. Or the characters, people who like all those characters went to go see it. But for the most part, the general consensus, people wasn't going to go see it. But I have heard that on VOD, it is doing way better there. Same thing with Ballerina. Ballerina was a great movie. I enjoyed it. Really good action film. It's doing better on VOD than it did theatrically. So that film is doing well there. But with all this being said, they ain't stopped Zaslav from popping the champagne over the numbers that they got. He said this weekend we watched Superman soar as James Gunn's passion and vision came to life on the big screen. Superman is just the first step. Now, over the next year alone, DC Studios will introduce the film Supergirl and Clayface in theaters and the series Lanterns on HBO Max, all part of a bold 10-year plan. The DC vision is clear, the momentum is real, and I couldn't be more excited for what's ahead. That's what he said. So I'm looking forward to seeing all these characters and stuff come out. I'm looking forward to seeing Supergirl and what that entails and that whole story. I'm looking forward to seeing Clayface because that's a Mike Flanagan project. He's not directing whatever. He wrote the script. So I'm looking forward to seeing, because I love Mike Flanagan's work. So I'm looking forward to seeing what that overall tone of Clayface is, even though I'm not familiar with Clayface except for some of the stuff of him in the comics. Because I think, I believe Clayface is interacting with Batman. So, it'll be interesting to see like where they go with that story and how they make that interesting. And I'm looking forward to seeing Lanterns. I really would like to know from James Gunn what's going on with The Authority, because y'all did say that was coming out. I believe we are getting 2 Batman movies. We're supposed to get The Brave and the Bold, if it's still going to be called that. We already know the Batman Part 2 script is done. James Gunn said that he read the script and it's really good. So I'm looking forward to that. And I'm looking forward to seeing whatever this plan is. So I'm really excited to see what DC is going to bring, because they couldn't bring, and whoever they pick for the new Wonder Woman and that whole storyline, and The Flash, if that's the direction they're going to, and maybe we can get a proper cyborg movie or whatever the case is. I'm really looking forward down the road we can get a really like a Justice League movie that we could all just sit and just gag over. That's what I'm really excited for. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing, God willing, keep me alive long enough. I like to die when I'm old, really old. So I want to live long enough to see like this whole DCU play out. And so that way, because here's the thing, as much as I love comic book movies, I like all the other stuff that comes out. I'll go, if it's interesting, I'll go and check it out. But I will say, no shade, I am more of a DC guy than a MCU guy. And I think it's because DC is a little more edgier in regards of their storytelling, their characters, and that sort of thing. So I trust in Gunn, and them being able to breathe some life into these franchises and this whole universe. And I'm just waiting to see certain group of people just eat their words, because y'all just mad because the people that was over there that was doing things in that Snyder universe just couldn't get it right with their films. And I don't understand why people are still fighting back and forth. You already know Zack Snyder and James Gunn are friends. They get along. I just don't understand the infighting between the groups. So if these guys are good bros or best bros, or whatever you want to call it, I just don't understand why the infighting from both sides. It's just weird to me. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of what David Zaslav had to say about this DC universe and its bold 10-year plan after the success of Superman over at the weekend box office? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Oh, please. Don't even get me started on 1984. Drinking a big old thing of coffee. So it's like, yeah, Wonder Woman 1984 was a hot mess. Remember, Kal-El, no. But that wasn't from there. But it was just her, God, Gal Gadot's acting. Let us pray. Her acting is about as bad as Jennifer Lopez is singing. Did y'all see that video of speaking of which, J-Lo, hold on, let me look it up on TikTok, because that was a cackle. And is that Zendaya? I thought I was where is it? Where? Because I was like, that was funny. I was like, let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah, I hit up Tommy Italiano because I said, did you hear did you see Chris Hughes talking about he want to marry JoJo Siwa? He said no, he got to look for the video, but not surprised. He's gonna milk the cash until he can't. And Tommy Italiano and I are friends because he used to work for Todrick. So I had to I had to message him. I was like, because he'd been doing a lot of JoJo Siwa videos. So I was like, do you see this mess she out here doing? Wait, what did I say I was looking for? Oh, J-Lo singing. Maybe if I do that, it'll pop up. Oh, wait, is this it? Damn, what is this? Everybody, oh, wait, is that Beyonce? Oh, yeah. No, not that one. There was one where she's doing James Brown. I think it was, oh my God, you're killing me. That's funny. I did not have this ready. It said delusional. She delusional, girl. She's delusional. Was this it? In my chair. Okay. Well, we're just gonna have to scratch that. But I was like, I gotta find that damn video because, bitch, when I tell you, I cackled. That ain't it. Whatever. I ain't got time to be looking for it because it's like we're gonna be here forever. But anyway, what's the people saying in the comments? She said, congratulations to Madonna topping iTunes with Gone original demo. Like, and I heard that song eons ago. Like, some haters said it's iTunes. How's her streaming numbers? Like, we all know Madonna's target audience isn't into streaming. They prefer buying because yeah, exactly. Because it's like the old school Madonna fans, they're always going to go and just purchase either the vinyl or the CD or whatever. Like, they don't care about no damn streaming. I mean, I listen to streaming because I have an what do you call it? I have an iPad. I have Apple, iTunes, whatever the hell you want to call it. So I'll listen to it that way. But for the most part, that's not what people care enough about. So I just don't get it. Okay.
Thing that RuPaul likes more than George's being a male character is weight loss.
I was like, why did it automatically open up to Alaska? Because I open up TikTok and Drag Race stuff pops up. But anyway, let's move on, y'all, and let's get speakers. Since we was talking about the MCU, let's get into it. So, while the DCU is popping all the champagne bottles they can get their hands on with the success of Superman, in 2 weeks, we have Fantastic Four coming out. Now, of course, everybody's been calling this. People out here calling Superman super woke, all this other mess, which I think is just ridiculous because Superman's always been political. It's just the fact that y'all haven't been paying attention. And then people always talk about, y'all make everything political. I'm like, no, we didn't make everything political. The current president has made everything political because he's found a way to monetize politics. So the conversation has always been making everything literally at this point is political. So Julia Garner, who is playing Shalabal, aka the Silver Surfer, there is a female version of Silver Surfer if you ever read a comic, but it has not stopped people from jumping on social media to spew their stupid little vitriol about it all, because what else are they going to do besides spewing a bunch of BS? So the Ozark actress who plays the Silver Surfer in the upcoming Marvel Studios sci-fi adventure offered her reaction to critics who objected to her being cast as the Silver Surfer, an alien character who some fans think should be male. I'm starting to think a lot of y'all just really hate women, or y'all might be closeted homosexuals, because I've never seen guys meat ride so hard for somebody always to be a man in something that's not even real in my life. So this is, she told the BBC on the red carpet at the film's London premiere on Thursday. I was like, I'm still gonna just do my job. Now, Garner, who noted that she's playing Shalabal, an iteration of the Silver Surfer, who has always been female in the comics, as opposed to Norrin Radd, the better-known male version of the character, who was portrayed by Doug Jones and voiced by Lawrence Fishburne in 2007's Fantastic Four: Rise of the Silver Surfer. She says, it's Shalabal, so it's different. Garner was also told the outlet, that she was glad to hear the audience responded positively to her new film's first trailer. Saying, I was just happy that people are resonating with it, just like any other project. I'm grateful to be at this dance, to be completely honest with you. Now, at the same event, Garner reacted to her vocal performance as First Step Silver Surfer, inspiring a TikTok trend, saying, I was just acting and prepping. She told Entertainment Tonight, explaining that she didn't anticipate the clip going viral. To be honest, I don't even have a TikTok, so my friends were sending me all these TikToks, so I couldn't even open it. So I'm just happy people are liking it. It's like, yeah, not everybody's on social media, child. Now, now she told to Entertainment Weekly in April about meeting the First Steps director, Matt Shackman, to discuss her character, saying, I was confused because I was like, wait, isn't the Silver Surfer a man? I was just like, okay, well, I'll play anything, she recalled, laughing. I was a very big fan of Matt, so there was already in my mind, like, I should probably meet with Matt Shackman because he's a very smart director and I love his work. And then he was explaining to me that it's actually Shala Ball in the whole thing. The actress added that her character's allegiance to the movie isn't immediately obvious. She's the herald of the planet-eating villain Galactus, played by Ralph Ineson, but she doesn't necessarily endorse his world-ending actions. Saying there's this mystery about her and there's this sense of the ambiguous energy going on of whether she's good or not. Does she stand with her boss or is she just doing what she's told? She has this mysterious energy about her, and slowly that mystery will get solved with the audiences throughout watching it. She also expressed interest in reprising the role in a spin-off movie, saying 100% I would love to do that. The Silver Surfer is such a cool character, and I feel like it's so rare to be presented with any sort of mystery in this day and age. So any kind of energy like that on screen, I know I want to see that. So that would be awesome if that happened. Okay, so now I don't know necessarily if we'll even get Shala Ball in her own solo film, or even if fans would want to come see it. I kind of feel like just make her like Hawkeye. Like you could have her pop up every now and again in a movie. I think we will pretty much be for that versus her actually getting her own solo outing. But I'm looking forward to seeing Julia Garner on screen as, Shala Ball and seeing what her character will be bringing. I feel like that's what people should do. And I know it's like a concept that it's just hard for people to wrap their brains around, but why can't we just wait until movies come out and then we could just sit and watch the movie before we just come out and just make up our own mind about stuff, before we come out with like negative things about certain things? Like that's what I usually try to do. It's just like I don't know if I'm 110% sold on this idea. Like the first thing that pops in my mind, I'll go back to it. Robert Downey Jr. is Dr. Doom. I'm not 110% sold on him playing Dr. Doom because all I can see him as is Iron Man. Like I just feel like he embodied that part so well that me actually trying to believe him as Dr. Doom, it's going to be hard for me to wrap my head around it. But I'm going to trust in the MCU because of their track record, even though y'all had a couple of misses in a lot of situations, but nobody's perfect. They've had more hits and misses, so I'm still going to ride with them. But I'm going to wait and see until I see a trailer or something before I come to that conclusion. But still, in my gut, I'm just like, I don't know if I'm with it 110%. But I'm going to wait until the movie comes out, and then I'll give my overall opinion. Like, you know what? I'm glad I stuck to my morals about it or my gut, because I was like, yeah, I'm not feeling it. But if I watch the movie and I'm like, okay, I was wrong. I just didn't see it. But you convinced me when I watched it. Then it's that. So I'm looking forward to seeing this movie when it comes out. And I'll be honest, I'm not even at 110% sold on Fantastic Four. Like when I've seen a couple of trailers, I'm like, okay, I get the retro futuristic vibe of it all. And y'all know I love me some Pedro Pascal and a couple of the other characters that's in the film. And I like Julia Garner. I've always been a fan of her since Ozark. And what was it? Inventing Anna, when she did that one on Netflix. Like she's been in a lot of stuff, and I'm still waiting on y'all to have her as Madonna in the biopic. I don't know what's going on with that. But yeah, I've always been a fan of Julia Garner. I'm looking forward to seeing what she'll bring to the character. And is a great way for her to differentiate herself from this, the Silver Surfer of the one with Jessica Alba in it. So even though I'm not 110% all that enthused, like it wasn't something I'm breaking my neck to go see when it comes out. I will, for mainstream's sake or whatever the case, I will go buy a ticket and I will go see Fantastic Four when it comes out because I'm genuinely curious. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding what Julia Garner had to say about, the backlash that she's receiving from playing Silver Surfer? They're saying it's a gender swap, but there is an actual female Silver Surfer that exists in the comic. So it's not necessarily a gender swap. She's playing a different version of Silver Surfer that is canon. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I was like, I took out the lower third before I was done. All this black coffee I'm drinking, I'm gonna be bouncing off the walls. And he said, I think MAGA got to JoJo. But I always said the only JoJo I like is the one that sing "Leave, Get Out." Speaking of which, I actually saw JoJo in person on not Siwa, the other one I'm talking about, JoJo, the one that can actually sing and got a talent. She did the national anthem for the Netflix all-female card boxing match, Taylor versus Serrano. She said, I was like, wait a minute. Like, I was working, I was doing something. Then all of a sudden, I'm hearing the voice. I'm like, wait a minute, is that JoJo? And I look at the script, I was like, yeah. I was like, and I look over, I'm like, yeah, it's JoJo. Because, boy, I was in direct eye line of the boxing ring. So everybody named Mama was trying to come up my section. And I had a lot of Netflix execs that was in my section, too. So shout out to y'all. Shackman Skull and Bones member. I'm not familiar with him. I knew that name sounded familiar. Maybe, wait, I need to look him up. What's his name? His full name? Matt Shackman. Let me look him up online. You know what? We're going to play it. Actually, before we get to that, let me play y'all this video. This Lopez that I told y'all that I was going to play y'all. I put it on my Facebook. So we're going to have to play it from there. Hold on. Because y'all got to hear this mess. All right, y'all. Let's get into it. Please hold.
Jennifer, not today, girl. There's too much going on in the world for us to be dealing with you and this quote unquote singing you're doing. As my girl Nay said, unfortunately, the mic is on. Not a soul would care if Jennifer Lopez lip synced. If J-Lo's a singer, Kevin Hart is tall. Britney Spears knows a good camera angle. Donald Trump's not wearing a wig. I'm a white woman named Pam. Jennifer Lopez is a delusional chaos demon. And every time I say that, her fans come at me like, oh, what about your career? What about your career? I have a career. And in fact, I'm one of the most qualified people to talk about why she's delusional and she can't sing. Just because you're a fan of someone doesn't mean they can sing. And Jennifer Lopez is a lot of things, but a singer is not one of them. And why I can't stand this reality she's created is the jig is up. In entertainment, there was a whole era where you just had to be pretty and you couldn't sing. Milli Vanilli, her, a lot of people. And we just saw that with A-Marie and her Tiny Desk performance where people were shocked that she couldn't sing. I'm like, she could never sing. She's always sounded like that. She was just pretty. So my thing with Jenny from the block is you can't sing. You never could sing. So don't all of a sudden, 25 years in, act like you're a singer. Go on stage, lip sync. Not a soul would care if you lip synced. Not a soul. If anything, we'll be happy that you lip sync. But this whole I'm a singer, I'm an artist, I'm a pop star. You're a dancer. You can give a great show, and you're absolutely gorgeous. Contrary to belief, I love you in a rom-com. Shades of Blue, that show on NBC, beautiful work. But this right here, enough. No one is buying it. You have $400 million. You could literally chill. Like, if you did 4 shows a year and you just didn't sing and you just danced and you just lip synced, I think the world would be a better place. But yeah, you're to all the J-Lo fans out there, kick rocks. Just because you are obsessed with her doesn't mean anybody else is buying this gimmick anymore. It was always a gimmick. That's the thing. It was always a gimmick.
Now, child, now how many times have I been saying that about her? How many times have I come on this show and talked about Jennifer Lopez and well, first of all, the J lovers don't be coming at me like how I guess they be going at him. But I mean, I have friends of mine who are on Facebook that are Jennifer Lopez fans, and they, you know, I don't know. It's just, girl, what was you thinking? Like, you got up there and literally made sure your mic was on. Like, you need to do like Britney. Get up there, you had the backing track louder than you, had that mic down real low, and you just, or maybe you do, I don't want to give her this string, but you gotta do like Cheryl Cole. Make sure you be whispering your vocals. Cause there's footage of her out there doing oh my God, what's that name? The name of that song? How do think you're real when you call my name? You got me confused by the ring I changed. That song. There's footage of her. I think it's gonna Call My Name, whatever. I can't think of the damn title. But anyway, she's singing that song. She's whispering the vocals because they forgot to put the thing on. And then you actually hear like the thing in the background. Yeah, they messed up on that part. But I was just like, yeah, how many times we tell you Jennifer is a showgirl. She is not. You are not Mariah, girl. You are not, in the words of Michelle Visage, you are not Madonna, girl. So why you can't just get up there and just do what you do? You are a showgirl. People like you for the pomp and circumstance. You put on the Beyonce diva fan. You wear your half-naked outfits that they be criticizing you for. But I'm like, let me see you be 55 years old up there looking like Jennifer Lopez. Or money well spent. She spends a lot of time working out with her, her beauty routine of still maintaining her youth. But if you know you're not a good singer, then you don't need to be up there trying to prove that you could blow, because you're not Mariah. And I think that was like, because I don't know who it was. I don't know who should we blame for the delulu that is Jennifer Lopez? Do we blame herself for believing in her own delusions? Because look, I always say, if you don't believe in your own delulu, who actually will? Do we blame her? Do we blame that queen that's her manager, Benny Medina? Yeah, that's a big old queen. Do we blame, the people in her circle? Like, who do we blame for the delulu of Jennifer Lopez? Because, girl, if you don't know by now, like, I get it. You've been in the studio, you've been trying so hard to prove that you could, that you got breath control, that you can hit a note, you can do a little yang yang. You can't even do the yang. You can't even do it. You can't even do that. And it's fine. If you sound a mess, go in the studio. They got pitch correction. They got auto-tune. There are many tricks of the trade. You can be like these drag queens out here. There's a lot of drag queens that can't sing to save their damn life, but because they do what they do, they're a showgirl. When you get to them performance parts, like Britney, whenever she would, the mic be on when she... Yeah, but making sure y'all want to hear that. Gaga do that too, even though we know Gaga can sing. But she wants y'all to know that damn mic is on. She be like... It's like, girl, we know it's on. Okay. You ain't got to be breathing that damn hard. You about to be 3 seconds of being lightheaded and passing the fuck out. Okay, bring it down about a 4 and a 4.5. You ain't got to be bringing it up to a 10.8. Bring it down to a 4.5. So, we know you can sing. We know your mic is on. But Brittany did the same thing. She was making sure she was breathing OD hard. But when it was time to do them lip syncing, when it was time for her to get up there and lip sync for her life, that mic was turned down. The backing track was real loud. And we all knew Britney wasn't singing, but at least she was, when she wasn't under that whole conservatorship and getting shot with, with the lithium and all that mess, she was up there giving you show. And I think we know the category, like everybody is in a category. Jennifer Lopez, because, you got to say it a certain way when we talking about her. Jennifer Lopez. We got Screamer for Hudson. And we got Jennifer Lopez. Jennifer needs to be in the category of you're a showgirl, you give us Pomp and Circumstance, you give us Pretty, you give us Flying Weave with the Beyonce fan on, and you give us, the spectacle. You get up there and you dance like your feet about to, look like Under the Armour's toes in the ballerina. Dance till your feet bleed. That's what you do. Because that's what we want. We ain't going there to watch you sing. We don't want to hear you sing because we know you can't sing. So just get up there and do that voodoo that you do so well, which is give us a 1-2 step, be pretty, and let the backing track do the rest. That's all you need to be doing. But the problem with a lot of you goddamn delusional ass American pop stars is the fact that y'all want to sit up there and act like y'all Beyonce. Y'all not. Beyonce is Beyonce for a reason. Beyonce actually can sing, but she gives you everything. She is a triple threat in that sense. Singer, a good entertainer, and a dancer. I ain't saying actress, but that's where Jennifer got her beat. Jennifer can act. The singing part, no. So stick to the rivers and the lakes that you used to, but the fact of the matter is, if you try to tell her the truth, she'd probably fire you. So let her believe in her delusion. And maybe the reason why she overseas doing what she's doing, because I don't know. I guess you people will sit up there and eat up what she's doing. But then again, hold on, because a friend of mine told me that the tour is flopping over there in overseas. Because her opening night was Spain. I'd to go right back to that post because where was the comments? Shout out to my friend Zohran Aviance who lives in Spain. So I'm gonna believe what he said. So the people in the comments, because I think I just turned this into a segment. They said one of my friends says that not one lie told unless she covers taco flavored kisses. Then I don't want to hear it. I think she realized that she won't be able to dance at a high level much longer, so she wants to lean on singing. So does A. Marie, but we heard them vocals where she tried to prove so many times she could sing. And that was when she tried to do the acapella. When she was out live, I was like, no, girl, no, please. So now I'm starting to take back that, you know what? Beyonce ain't still your career. You couldn't steal something that was never yours to begin with. So he said that now at a high level much longer, so she wants to lean on singing. I'm sure she has people hyping her up, but they need to stop. And I said she could sing her songs, have them pitch correct, and then lip sync to her live vocals. You are not Madonna, girl. The taco favorite kisses. I hate y'all because that's South Park. But anyway, so then it said so the thing with Spain, he said empty concerts all over Spain. Her tickets were more expensive than Beyonce. And I said, thank you for that tea, because I was going to ask you how were them ticket sales there. The Spaniard said, I'd rather see Shakira. Then somebody else pointed this out. So here's the thing. Is she the best singer? Nope. However, who came first, the Delulu or the Success? And they said, Jennifer Lopez has sold over 80 million records worldwide. This includes albums, singles, and other music-related sales. She has also achieved significant success with her film career with cumulative box office gross of over 3.1 million. That's great. However, she comes from a time where singing was not a requirement in order for you to be a star. She comes from a lineage of that. So therefore, she came at a time when that was fine. Because like we said, with A. Marie and some of the other girls, pretty girls, even Paris Hilton, we know that bitch can't sing, but she had hits too. So you being able to sell a whole lot of records, and what they got to do with the price of tea in China? So nobody's hating on the fact that, she's sitting on $400 million. She could just use that to go away. Look, even Kempire came out with a video and said that she needed to take her ass and go somewhere. And that was because she said, I'm going to take a break. Bitch, you ain't take no break. You still been out here working. Even when you took that time when you was out in the summer with your kids and doing other stuff, Jennifer was out here still in our face. You didn't go away. Doesn't Pink have a song among the lines of, what is it? Go away so I can miss you and kiss you and all the other stuff. I can't remember the whole lyric, but it's like, yeah, go away for a second. So it's like, give me a time, like, give me some space and time so that way I could miss not seeing you. So when I see you in person, I'm excited to see you again. She isn't giving people that option. You already out here touring. Like, there's so many tours as it is. And there's a lot you ask for. And girl, you are not worth the price of me spending $2,000 to see you front row. That was the situation that we had in the US while them tickets wasn't selling. And then somebody tried to come in my comments, talking about get a life. And I told them to kiss my entire ass. You don't come up in my page trying to tell me to get a motherfucking life when this is actually what I do, bitch. Because I actually get paid to talk about you hoes. But anyway, I digress. Now let me get off my soapbox. Because I'm tired of giving Jennifer Lopez career advice. The bitch don't want to take it, then let her continue up there and being in her delusion era. I was supposed to look up the Shackman thing about him being a child actor. And I closed it. Mm-hmm. That's the reason why I'm going to watch it. Not B.I.G. Julia, yeah. Julia Garner is gorgeous. Loves her ever since Ozark. I've always liked her. You said, I wish the media would stop saying what the trolls think. Ignore the trolls, misogynistic and racial whine. Well, they need, they need tea to spill. They need stories. It'd be slow over there in the trades. So they need, to pump out this stuff because it's fodder. Oh, because you heard them vocals, right? Child, when she was singing Ain't It Funny? No, bitch. You need to go and do the Ja Rule murder version. She decided to do the version from the original pop version from the album. That would be the J-Lo album, right? I haven't heard that album in years, so I don't even know where it's from. I'm like, no, you should have gave us the murder remix. Ain't it funny? You want me and you have me. Love is crazy, and I'm just inspired to say. You should have did that version, bitch. Now, you might want to hear that original version because you trying to sing them songs. You literally sound like a goat being anally raped without its permission, without the lube. They ain't even give you, bacon grease. I'm trying to think of what kind of grease. Crisco. They should at least give me some Crisco to put it up there before they shoved it in. Now we sacrifice Selena for this. They sacrifice Selena like I should be sacrificing them chickens when she be doing her little Santeria rituals. He said she's a jack of many trades, but an ace in none. When Jennifer screamed Latinos, East LA giggles. I mean, what she say? Me gente Latino. Remember when she said that during one of the me gente Latino, me gente. Like it sounds like the old lady in The Exorcist. Demi, why you do this to me, Demi? Demi, why you do this to me? Remember when she said that to him because he put her in the home? That's because mi gente, mi gente, mi gente, mi gente. Okay, let me stop. I promise you, I am not on drugs. He said, Jayla, Jennifer wants the golden goose. More like has she ever won a Razzie? I need to look that up. For the Jennifer Lopez fans, kick rocks. Or like I told one of them, they can kiss my ass. Yes, honey, just deliver the drag fantasy. That's why I said, just go up there act like you a drag queen. I was trying to, yeah, she has. She's done Drag Race. I was trying to remember if she did. Gays are also at fault for Jennifer's yeah, that's a fact. She's selling Delola, so hence her Delulu-ness. So that do make sense. Her big film is coming out soon. Don't cry for me, Auto. Well, look, no shame, but I'm actually looking forward to seeing her in Kiss of the Spider Woman. Can you imagine her singing them songs like, give me more? Yes, honey. But not more than vocals. She should remake Flash Dance. She did in her I'm Glad music video. That was enough. Even down to the wig. Jennifer, you in danger, girl. You almost 60. Take notes from Cher. Wait, what's the note from Cher? Because Cher know her limitations. She said she knows she's not the most, spectacular singer. Cher plays to her strengths, though. That's what I've always liked about her. And she's never made no qualms about what she's not the best at. So that's why I like people who are self-aware. I think the reason why people go in so hard on Jennifer is because she lacks self-awareness. I don't know if it's because she's a Leo or it's just she just lacks self-awareness. But I'm going with the latter. She could have brought Mariah mom. I'm done. I'm gonna just leave that there. Look, we all know Mariah's mother could sing. She's an actual opera singer. So shout out to her. A viral tweet about Gone Gone is going #1 on iTunes said one thing the old gays are gonna do. Were you not in the room when funny enough, Robert literally mentioned that. You probably weren't. I think yeah, he did say that. It's like, so what's wrong with for first of all, whoever made that comment, y'all need to go sit on a dildo wrapped in spikes. Because what I don't understand, when you tell me one thing about the old gays, they're gonna buy songs on iTunes store. So freaking what? Meanwhile, Lord, Taylor Swift, all these other artists, they putting out vinyls, they putting out all these physical media stuff, and y'all buying them. So, and I'm not throwing shade at you. So I'm just saying I'm going based off of this person that wrote that viral tweet. So it's like whoever your fave is, I'm sure you be buying physical copies of stuff. So why you mad that that people old gays are buying a song from the iTunes store or that they're buying physical copies of the record? Y'all doing the same thing because your current faves, who are millennials, Gen Z, whatever the case is, are putting out physical copies of their music. So I don't understand. Was that an attempt at a read? Because if that was a read, you failed. I don't know if they're homosexual, but if you are, sir, you or queen, you need to get around some people who actually can teach you how to properly read when you're trying to comfort somebody. Because that wasn't a read. That was like a rotten fart passing through my damn nose. And I just did one of those numbers. And then now it's clear. Now I moved on. Like past the scent for like 2 seconds. Now we on to the next thing, Claudia. He said that was not supposed to be shady, by the way. A millennium. Oh, okay. See, I went on that whole goddamn rant. Didn't even read your follow up. I gotta start doing that because remember one time when you sent me something and I went in on that child, and then I felt bad afterwards, and then they had to come back and be like, "You didn't name it." I was like, "Look, I felt bad after writing that comment. I like, damn, I went in, and it was about Madonna too." Child, I'll be over here reading these children, and then it's just like I'll be feeling bad afterwards because I'll just be like, damn, maybe I shouldn't have went that hard because I misconstrued what they were saying. Even Katie knows she can't hit the high notes of Teenage Dream part of me. She changed it to not. Yeah, and that's what you have to do is that when you, and I've said this for the longest, I think a lot of times when you're younger, you don't really think about, oh, I'm going to be singing these songs 20, 30, 40 years from now. So you have to change the keys and the tempo and how you sing them. Mariah's even started doing that. She can't hit the notes like she used to. And I guarantee you, if Benson Boone's around 20 years from now, when he hits 45, he's going to have to change the keys the way he sings, that better, what is it, bigger things, better things, somebody's things. He's going to have to get them things. Otherwise, he's going to be, he'll be getting surgery on them vocal cords because you cannot still be hitting them notes like you used to. Unless you're the lead singer of Journey, and then you probably could hit them notes because he's still singing them songs the way they was sung back in the day. But you have to be mindful of that. So, because look, Alicia Keys always trying to write her songs in the high register. And you already know how them vocals are. Them vocals be trying to go places that she be wanting to go. And they be like, oh, no, ma'am. Not today, Satan. Not today, Satan. Oh, you said she changed it to now her mic is on. Same with Kesha couldn't actually sing. Yeah, Kesha can sing. He said, according to Google, Jennifer has been nominated. This tea is certainly delicious today. Not 13, Jeff. But thank you for the update. I read the comments. It was not Hodana Newsom. You know what? Y'all be coming up with some funny names on social media. Shout out to all the people out here in these streets that be coming up with funny puns. I live. But yeah, I'm going to just start being like woosah before I be ready to go in. Because sometimes I be saying, I'm like, damn, I don't be having to go hard on the people. But anyway, enough of the Jennifer Lopez slander. I'm probably just going to have to make that as a set. I'm going to cut that one up and post that on social media because that Jennifer Lopez thing, that was a cackle and a half, and I can't let that bypass. like the gastric. Okay, so now let's move on and let's get into some more messy news. Let's talk about CJ Wallace and this whole Diddy situation. So one of the person who accused Diddy of tossing his kids that was soaked on a Notorious B.I.G shirt, and I'm not talking about Delilah, Delulu, and Christian, and Justin, and all the other kids that he got. I'm talking about little kids that he shot from his balls that went through that tunnel of love onto the shirt, the skeet skeet of the tweet tweet on the Biggie shirt. He's saying that CJ Wallace actually initiated the situation. Now, I don't know what to believe, but let's get into it. Now, per TMZ, a 4th of July complaint from an anonymous man claims that CJ assisted Sean Combs' alleged SA of the plaintiff. The accuser claims the Notorious B.I.G.'s son was part of a group of men that lured him to a Revoke TV location in 2020 in a Combs Corporation vehicle. He alleges that the bad boy mogul then tried to force his little Diddy into his mouth and told him they no longer work together. Well, damn, that's the way you trying to fire people? Like, it's through a baloney wash? Now, furthermore, the John Doe alleged that Combs' team got humiliating evidence of the event and that CJ was among other folks who took the accuser back home. This is the same man who accused Diddy of pleasuring himself into Biggie's old shirt and throwing it at him around the same time frame. In another alleged meeting, the New York artist and executive allegedly told the anonymous man he would F the S out of him. He would frack the poop out of him, basically, before grabbing his genitalia. Also, the accuser alleged that CJ and others promised business partnerships as compensation for his problems with Combs, but he alleged that this was just a ruse leading to SA. The John Doe seeks damages from all defendants in the case, saying, quote, Mr. Combs' trial and acquittal on trafficking and RICO charges proves that we have been saying all along. Mr. Combs never SA'd or trafficked anyone. Diddy's legal team reported alleged to team. Here's the thing. It is so hard to prove trafficking and all the charges that was going on against him. That was like a real stretch and a reach. But we all know that Diddy is a demon. He is the devil. He is worse than Lucifer. He is someone who has used his power and his influence and his money to basically badger those who are beneath him, those who don't have the power, those who are not in the position that he has. And we've seen this over the years. We've heard the stories. A lot of it was coming out in the court documents. There were people who were privy to this who are speaking about it now because Diddy doesn't have the wield the power that he once did back when he was at the height of his career, where he basically could, if anybody went against him, Hot 97, MTV, whatever the case was, he had the power to pull a lot of his stuff from the radio stations, from the networks, from all this other stuff, because they relied on radio. They relied on those, MTV relied on the relevance, the VH1s, the BETs, all that other stuff. These days, y'all don't give a damn about that stuff no more. BET don't hold the weight that it once did. MTV doesn't hold the weight it once did. Hence, I don't understand the point of why we still have the VMAs. When the last time y'all showed a goddamn music video on MTV? I'll wait. It's been over a decade. Yet they still have a damn video channel where they show an award show. That has just been dumb as hell. But whatever. Y'all do what y'all do over there. I'm not the executive. I'm not a producer. So y'all, it is what it is. First of all, I worked at VH1, so I didn't care about MTV. But anyway, so with all that being said, I was always wondering what's going on with CJ and like where he's been, because the only time I was aware of him, he did like one season of Scream, the one that was on, speaking of MTV, remember the TV series? I think it was the season with Keke Palmer on. It was like the all black season. I think he was on that one. And it wasn't good. But nevertheless, I know he was trying his hand at acting. So I was always wondering if he was like involved in some sort of way, like what he was up to career-wise. So I guess according to this document, he was working behind the scenes with Diddy and all this other stuff. And I guess because of the whole Biggie situation, that Diddy was keeping members of the Wallace family employed in some sort of way. He was taking care of them financially. And so with that, CJ, according to this person, this John Doe, he was helping facilitate certain things, or probably playing as a chauffeur and initiating certain assaults happening with him. And I wonder if this is an accusation that is being brought about him with Diddy. Are there other victims that may have had something to do with this sort of thing? So This is something that is relatively fresh. It's ongoing. I'm definitely curious to see if more people will come out. I should also point out CJ Wallace and Biggie's estate have not responded to the allegations. And while Diddy may be in the clear with these charges for this big case, he's not out of the clear for other ones because there are many other lawsuits and accusations in the midst of his criminal verdict that have come forth. So he's going to be fighting lawsuits until he closes his eyes and they bury his ass wherever they're going to bury him. Quiet as it's kept, y'all need to cremate him and sprinkle his ashes somewhere, because if they bury him, somebody going to desecrate that damn tombstone. So I wouldn't even put him in a real plot. I would just put his ass in a damn furnace and turn him into some ash and spread him somewhere. Maybe you could spread him on Epstein Island. I mean, there's an idea. But I will, while this, like I said, this is fresh. It's a heinous crime. It is something that is ongoing. And I will keep an eye on this story as it continues to evolve. So I say all of this to you guys. What do you think of this story regarding the latest on the Diddler? Another day, another Diddy accusation. And, these are going to probably be ongoing until I close my eyes and stop talking about celebrity news and gossip. So I feel like this is going to be going on forever. As long as Diddy lives on this earth, this is something he's going to be dealing with, and we're going to be reporting it. So I definitely want to hear from you in regards to this story. Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Okay, so now let's move on from CJ, and let's talk about his mama, Faith Evans. Because apparently she's facing a new lawsuit accusing her of illegally withholding money from the estate of her late husband, Biggie Smalls. Wait, were they still married when he died? I think they were. Because we don't know the story about him and Lil' Kim. And shout out to Lil' Kim, who recently performed at Keisha Cole's concert, where she performed at she performed at the Barclays Center. I don't remember what day it was, but I know it was sometime I think it might have been over the weekend or sometime last week. But yeah, so Lil' Kim came out and performed with her. So now, shout out to Vibe for this story. They said handling catalogs in the States after a rapper passes away can get quite messy. The latest instance of this ongoing conflict is the Notorious B.I.G, whose catalog was sold earlier this year for $100 million to Primary Wave. Part of the funds have allegedly been hoarded by Faith Evans. Excuse me. Now, All Hip Hop obtained court documents detailing that the estate of the late Voletta Wallace, Biggie's mother, is suing the 52-year-old singer for allegedly keeping the trust portion of the huge catalog sale. The catalog claims that Evans completely cut Wallace's estate out of both the money and the business side of all operations after Biggie's mom passed away in February. Wallace's death made Evans the sole manager of the estate. Now, Wayne Barrow, the trust manager, told Billboard that Evans has been giving the money out to the late Brooklyn rapper's children, Tiana and CJ, in addition to pocketing some of it for herself. However, the estate has allegedly received none of the funds. He even said that she has not been communicative and has been moving as if the trust does not even exist. Saying, quote, Miss Evans' actions are particularly troubling given that, unlike Mr. Barrow, she has never previously been involved in the LLC's management, the court documents state. Barrow is asking the court to force Evans to hand over the trust share of the catalog sale, as it was supposed to go to Christopher Wallace's memorial. Well, it's supposed to go to the Christopher Wallace Memorial Foundation. He also hopes that she will be removed from her position as sole manager of the estate and allow him to take over. The Notorious B.I.G, as y'all know, was pow-powed and unalived in Los Angeles in 1997 after attending the Soul Train Awards after party, which a lot of, that was around the time of the East Coast, West Coast beef. It was real shaky ground where a lot of East Coast rappers going over to LA. And I think this is around the time, I'm trying to remember because I can't remember off the top of my head, was this before or after Tupac? So there was a lot of back and forth with, Suge Knight allegedly trying to move some, over to the East Coast to open up an East Coast edition to Death Row, which a word on the curve was Puffy didn't like because Puffy wanted to run New York. He wanted to be the only one out in these streets that was running the East Coast side. And now you have someone over on the West Coast trying to come over to the East Coast to infiltrate his space. He wasn't liking that. It was feeling very territorial. And so now it was like shaky ground. People saying that Biggie shouldn't have went out there, and he went out there because I guess he didn't want to prove like I ain't no P word. So now I'm going on over here, and then this happens. But in regards to this whole situation, Faith, I understand if you're the sole person, if money is supposed to go to your your husband's memorial foundation, then money needs to be funneled into that. I don't know about this Mr. Burrow guy. Like, if he's actually, okay, if he takes over, then are you actually going to really do right by Biggie's foundation? Or is this going to be another situation where you're going to be like Faith and trying to hoard money for his children and her, but not put money into his foundation? If he had something set up, or someone had set up a foundation for money to be funneled into, because we need to keep the spirit of Biggie alive. He is like one of the best rappers, top 5 best rappers. I wish he would have lasted a lot longer, so he can continue to give us more iconic hits. He only gave us 2 albums, but those albums are iconic. But if you're sitting out here withholding money and doing criminal things because Miss Mama's you out here broke, then maybe you need to sell off your catalog. Or is it that you don't own the coins over there? Or is that a puffy thing? Because weren't you were a bad boy artist? You were his equivalent of Mary J. Blige, even though he did kind of usher in Mary J. Blige's career. Like, he was very prominent in getting, Mary's career where it was. His first baby mama, Misa, was basically her stylist and that sort of thing. And then you had to come in with your own version of Mary with Faith. And Faith could sing, I love Faith Evans. Definitely could sing the house down. But we're not going to sit up here and try to act like that, yeah, she is not Mary's clone in regards to like the type of style of music that you were trying to do with Faith Evans. So I'll definitely keep abreast of this story as it develops, because I'm like, yeah, that's a trash if that's what you're doing. You sit out here hoarding the money for you and them kids, but you're not funneling money into Biggie's foundation. Because if it's set up, whatever the foundation is, I need to look that up and see what his foundation entails. Hold on. Let me Google schmoogle that real quick and see if what it entails. Because I'm like, well, regardless of what the foundation is, it should still have what it has. The Christopher Wallace Memorial Foundation is a nonprofit organization founded by Valletta Wallace. So if that was founded by the mother, you need to do right by his moms. They said to provide educational resources and opportunities for inner city youth. The foundation's mission is to empower youth through education and the arts, offering programs like mentorships, scholarships, and grants, all while promoting the motto "books instead of guns," according to Instagram and according to GuideStar. So this is actually a good thing. So yeah. It said, founding a mission, Valletta Wallace established the foundation to honor her son's legacy and address the needs for young people in underserved communities. Educational focus. The foundation primarily focuses on providing educational resources, as we said, including books, scholarships, and mentorship programs, aiming to equip youth and the tools they need to succeed. Books instead of guns. The slogan encapsulates the foundation's core belief in the power of education to transform lives and steer youth away from negative influences, which is why we have that old saying, the pen is mightier than the sword. So instead of just people getting up and using a weapon that could actually kill you, like a sword, use a pen. There's so much power in words. There's so much power in being creative and writing, which is why creative writing was always been like one of my favorite subjects in school. That and history. I hated math, but it was like, writing and that sort of creative writing and stuff. That was always my zhuzh. And it's a community impact. The foundation actively engages in community-based initiatives and campaigns that align with its mission in empowering youth. The foundation has collaborated with various organizations, including the Jordan brand, to further its reach and impact. Now, proceeds from events like the Lobster and Shrimp Fest for singing and auctions, such as the one featuring the Notorious B.I.G. X Air Jordan 13s, are used to support the foundation's programs. And so this is a good thing to help like underserved communities and the youth. So, ma'am, if you're out here hoarding this money, that's ugly on your part. Give that money to the foundation. And if it says in the will or whatever that you should be given the money, then I can understand that. But this is not your place to be sitting there hoarding money when it should be funneled into the foundation that Valletta built, so that way it helps the next generation of Biggies that's coming up. So I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Whatever your thoughts are on this, as I will definitely be keeping abreast of it as it develops. I definitely want to hear from y'all, so let me know what your overall thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. Not breaking news, child. There's always some breaking news, but you know this is a live. So what's happening? Wait, did you send me something? Because I'm not getting it. Oh, wait, I'm blind. Bitch! We got some breaking news. Hold on, let me go over to the neighborhood talk. They told my Beyonce team just got robbed. Hold the phone. No, not the Jasmine brand. Hold on. So they said Beyonce's, wait, let me pull that up, because now I was like, chill, the mess is messing today. I wonder if this is an actual story that's out here that we can really get into. Beyonce team robbed, because it's like, yeah, we have the neighborhood talk got the stuff up there, but oh yeah, it literally came out. Hold on. We're gonna read it. Shout out to Vibe, because they got the story. So we just going, that is breaking news. Thank you for that story. We're gonna talk about it here. So they said Beyonce's unreleased music may have fallen into the wrong hands as a vehicle was robbed before the Atlanta stop of her Cowboy Carter tour. The Butch Queen's out here stealing her music. So they said the break-in was reported by B.I.G's choreographer and one of her dancers, who said thieves broke into their SUV and stole several items. The perpetrator took 2 suitcases, jump drives containing unreleased music, footage plans for the Houston Superstars show, past and future set lists, and more, per WSB TV. Well, you know, the children out here are hard up for some coins. They definitely gonna hold that ish for some ransom. According to local police, the incident happened around 8:15 p.m. on July 18, 2025, inside a parking deck at Krog Street Market. This places the event just 48 hours prior to the mother of 3 kicking off her ATL shows. A reporter for the outlet learned on Monday evening, July 14, that an arrest warrant has been issued for a suspect. Well, hopefully they got camera footage and all this other stuff, so that they'll know who it was that broke into the vehicle. But this is also, before I finish with this story, this is exactly why I be saying to people, if you know you have deeply classified stuff, this is some ish that the Trump administration would do. They would leave classified information in an unmarked car, or whatever the case is, with no kind of supervision, and then it just end up on the damn black market on the internet, or the dark internet, I should say. But when it comes down to this situation with Beyonce, if you have stuff of hers, unreleased music, plans for like her tour, future tours, whatever the case, child, I wouldn't be surprised if this is probably the music for the rock album. Can you imagine if it was a lot of the demos and stuff with that? So you don't leave stuff like that in a vehicle. People out here breaking into stuff. Like we're about to enter hard times right now, especially with our current administration rolling back a lot of stuff. People out here are hungry. People out here are struggling. So if you guys, if they're able to get their hands on a gold mine, people are going to take advantage of it. Now, this says Christopher Grant and DeAndre Blue reported the crime to the authorities. They said someone broke in through the back lift gate and robbed their rental black Jeep Wagoneer while it was stationed in a parking deck around 8:09 p.m. It's probably an inside damn job. Detectives confirmed to WSB TV that the break-in was captured on surveillance cameras and the scene was dusted for fingerprints, which means thieves, y'all in danger, girl, because they're about to get y'all. And they said so far, no suspect have been identified. Saying, quote, Mr. Grant advised that he was also carrying some personal sensitive information for the musician Beyonce. Somebody's getting fired, an officer wrote in the incident report. He advised that he was her choreographer and Miss DeAndre Blue was a dancer for her and that her hard drives for the upcoming show in Atlanta were stolen also. The hard drives contain watermark music, some unreleased music, footage plans for the show, and past and future set lists. Is what the officer added in the police report. Other members of B.I.G's team reported clothes, designer sunglasses, laptops, and a pair of AirPod Max headphones were stolen from the vehicle as well. Additionally, B.I.G's Atlanta show made headlines due to a rare moment with husband Jay-Z on stage. He made his second Cowboy Carter tour appearance in Atlanta on Sunday, July 13th. That was yesterday. While they performed Crazy in Love together, and the NYC rapper treated fans to a rendition of public service announcement. And it looks like tonight is her last show in Atlanta, and then the Halo singer will hit Las Vegas on July 25th and 26th to close out the tour. So she's about to wrap up this tour. That's crazy that her stuff is getting stolen out here, but this is why I said y'all can't trust nothing. Me personally, when it comes to even like common sense will tell you, and I just don't understand how y'all people with all y'all money, y'all still think y'all can't be affected by stuff. Me personally, I don't leave nothing behind. Like if I got something that I know is deeply important, that is my hard work, something that I created, leaving that ish in no damn car, you bugging? But you can't trust any of these people these days with leaving your stuff. So yeah, I don't care if your arms hurt. I'm paying y'all a good enough amount of coin. You need to put all my stuff that I already have, all my personal, whatever the case is, y'all carrying that everywhere. We're gonna be like, deal or no deal. Like I'm Claudia Jordan. Y'all open that, put in that silver suitcase, and y'all gonna be carrying it around. That's what we're gonna be doing. Because what you're not gonna do is leave this mess up in some vehicle for it to end up getting stolen, especially when, it's important work. And like I said, you know how Beyonce gets somebody getting fired for that mess. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this breaking news about Beyonce? Stuff getting stolen. So, child, whatever y'all thoughts on this mess, let me know what y'all think of it in the comments down below. And you said, I love writing English class. Faith Evans. Not Faith Evans' child. Free the Biggie fries. Okay. Fly to Dubai, BB. Somebody got a huge score. Am I missing something with that? Oh, yeah. You saying fly to Dubai, meaning that y'all stole Beyonce stuff, so like leave the country. Well, whoever that Butch queen or queens is, I hope y'all got a passport. You know all them queens out there be faking it till they make it in Atlanta. All right. So now, speaking of Butch queens, let's talk about Tyler Perry, who apparently, his accuser is speaking out. I think Derek, who is the guy's name, he did an interview with, I think it was with or it was an expose or something or another with the Hollywood Reporter. I didn't read the Hollywood Reporter article, but I saw it was floating around in other places. So the actor who starred in 85 episodes of the Mogul, well, actually the actor, I should probably say his name, Derek Dixon. He started 85 episodes of the Moguls BET series The Oval, reflected on his time working with Pastor Perry in an interview with the Hollywood. Okay, so it was an interview with the Hollywood Reporter, but I was like, I know I've seen it around somewhere. But anyway, detailing the alleged encounters that led him to file the $260 million lawsuit. In both the lawsuit and the THR interview, Dixon alleges that Perry climbed into bed with him on one occasion and groped his bare buttocks non-consensually on another occasion, saying, quote, everyone deserves to go to work and do their job without their boss trying to have relations with them. That's not the word he used. He used the S word, he said during the interview. My goal is to help ensure that the next generation of actors and creatives don't have to choose between their dreams and their dignity. And I've told y'all that this story, that there is something. Like recently, I saw an interview with Danielle Harris, who did an interview with, I think the show is called Talks from the Crypt. It's a really good interview if you want to check it out. But she was talking about like her overall career, but she also mentioned something that, yeah, a lot of male actors get propositioned way more than the girls because you got a lot of suppressed homosexuals a lot of perverts, a lot of things that and I'm not saying like, because you know, a lot of people gonna take from this is like, oh yeah, gays are a bunch of pedophiles. No. There's a lot of weirdos, freaks, and stuff that work in this business, and a lot of predators that work in the business. I'm not saying that you have to necessarily be gay, but yeah, there are gay predators, just like there are a lot of heterosexual predators. And to be honest, there's way more heterosexual predators than there are the gay ones. But because there's a small demographic, a lot of people are going to try to heighten this for what it is. And we all know, based off of just my overall assessment of Tyler Perry gives me self-hating, closeted, homosexual tease. So I would not be, and especially, you know, I just feel like, yeah, he had to go rap the, you know, I feel like in so many ways he's always wanted to be a drag queen, hence the whole Medea situation. But, and the base that he panders this to, vehemently homophobic, because you were talking about the black church, but because he clubs it with Jesus and God and playing an old black woman, it's an easier pill for y'all to swallow. Because like I said, a lot of y'all in these religious cults, a lot of y'all are like sleeper agents. You see a couple of things that it's just like, no, this don't sit right with me in a lot of ways. But because you throw God, Jesus, and the Lord and all that other mess up in there, it's literally like y'all morals go out the window and y'all just accept. But then when you look at the deep undertones of what Tyler Perry's about, it ain't never sat right with me. And also, the word on the curb is he's very anti-union. So that was another thing that turned me off about him. Because I'm all for, you know, people having the rights that they have. But just because, you know, you are male or whatever, why we have to accept abuse? Whenever you speak out about abuse, you're vilified, you're a liar, he wanted it, you couldn't have pushed him away, you couldn't do this, you couldn't do that. It's just like, not everybody, why do people in their minds automatically believe that every guy is like this Arnold Schwarzenegger, Jason Statham, Sylvester Stallone, macho, vibe? Like, why do people need to get that out of their head that not every guy follows that motto? They're just some men that are just themselves. Not everybody plays up in this whole macho, machismo, misogynistic, idealistic situation of this is what a man is. Men are complex, just like women are. The whole machismo thing, there's some people that are like that, but I feel like it's, you know, when they say straight acting, that's what it is. It's acting straight, whatever your perception is. But yeah, so like when Danielle Harris was like saying, you know, men get it worse because there was a lot of young male child actors that she grew up with that were abused, propositioned. That's sort of Corey Feldman, she was friends with him. He's talked about this ad nauseum. But the one person he talks about that wasn't abusive, that was his friend, was Michael Jackson. But people still want to believe to this day that Michael Jackson is, you know, Wacko Jacko the molester. So now, when reached out, let's continue with the article. So they said, when reached out for comment, a spokesperson for Perry provided Entertainment Weekly with the same statement from attorney Matthew Boyd that the producer's representatives shared after Dix's lawsuit was filed in June, saying this is an individual who got close with Tyler Perry for what now appears to be nothing more than setting up a scam. But Tyler would not be shaken down, and we are confident these fabricated claims of harassment will fail. Well, because I guess, you know, some people feel like it's a David and Goliath situation. When you have a lot of money, when you have a lot of power, when you have a lot of influence, you feel like you're untouchable and you can get away with whatever. Which has happened with white people all of, you know, throughout history. But here's the thing. What black people need to realize is that you can't move like white folks do. And just because they do it don't necessarily mean that it's right. It's the same thing like we were saying about Diddy. Diddy, you're not a white man, so you can't move in the world like a Donald Trump who sits and gets away with murder. And we know a lot of the tea about him, especially now all of a sudden MAGA's waking up and realizing that the whole Epstein file thing was a lie. And it was like, we tried telling y'all. But apparently, y'all like to be in your little delusional world, whatever the case is. And it's like, okay, keep your head in the clouds and up his ass or whatever the case is. That helps you sleep at night. That's great. But don't come down now to earth now looking for sympathy and empathy when we tried telling you hoes a while ago. But anyway, to get to this. Now they said, as described in the lawsuit, Dixon alleged that Perry touched him flirtatiously in bed at the producer's home in Douglasville County, Georgia. Just 4 months after the two men first met at an Atlanta party, and shortly after Dixon shot an episode of Perry's Oval spinoff show Ruthless. And then there's also stories around here that allegedly he has his own little private island where the actors be hunching each other. that allegedly word on the street is Tyler Perry got his own little harem. So they said, Perry climbed into bed with me and began rubbing my thigh. This is what Dixon claimed to THR, reiterating his account in his lawsuit. I immediately jumped up out of the bed and said, I'm not that sexual. Are you saying you're not that sexual, meaning like you're not into men, or you just not into him? Because I don't know what, and this is the only time I feel like I'm going to use this phrase. I don't necessarily know his sexual preference. Because y'all know I hate that preference situation, but I don't know what he prefers sexually. I don't know if he's into men. I don't know if he's into women. I don't know if he's bisexual. I don't know if he's a full-fledged homosexual. I don't know if he just looks at Tyler Perry's like, nah, bro, you're not my type. So I don't know where he stands with that. But I do get a little homosexual tease from Mr. Man in the back, Derek. I do get that. So, yeah, he said he stood up until he left the room. I thought that my reaction made it clear that night that I was not interested. Now, shortly thereafter, Dixon claimed that Perry told him that his ruthless character will recur on the Oval, but at the end of the first season, the character was pow-powed 4 times. He said that if I did a good job, I'd probably survive, alleging that Perry told him that on a phone call. Good job as in what? That this was some quid pro quo type situation. You was looking for sexual favors in order to maintain your career situation. Because remember, we said at one point Christian Keys kind of vaguely hinted that there was some type of abuse he was dealing with, and a lot of people immediately started bells going off thinking it was Tyler Perry. Because who else could it have been that y'all was thinking? Now, Dixon claimed that Perry said that nobody gives him anything on the same phone call. He gives and gives, nobody ever gives back. This is what Dixon told THR. I remember feeling my stomach drop when he said this. I knew that I couldn't piss him off or my character would easily stay dead. Well, if you're saying that he gives and gives, nobody ever gives back, well, here's the thing. I feel like a real person, if you're someone who is a giver and this is something you want to do, you should be giving because that's what you want to do, not because you're expecting something back in return. And if you're that type of person, according to what he's saying, that if you're expecting something in return because you're just giving, when I'm thinking that, okay, this is something you're doing out of the kindness of your own heart, that you want to give because you're just a generous person. But if you're expecting something in return, then you a fake ass B. You a fake ass bitch. I'm gonna just go over and say, I don't know why I'm neutering myself today, but it's like, yeah, you just fake. And I can't get behind people that's like that. So they said the actor alleged that Perry later visited him in his trailer on the Oval and sat and asked him flirtatious questions before grabbing his butt and leaving. After he would do things like that, he would say things like, you need to just be business. We need to just be professional. And I would think, great, yes, this is what he told THR, echoing his claims in the lawsuit. Every time I thought it would stop. Perhaps the most serious of Dixon's allegations stem from a June 2021 incident wherein Perry allegedly invited the actor to his house to discuss a pilot that Dixon wrote. The actor previously claimed that Perry found the script hilarious and he loved it and wanted to shoot the pilot. He told me to give him a goodnight hug, and as I did, he abruptly and forcefully pulled down my underwear and groped my bare ass. What is his obsession with wanting to feel a bare booty? I guess it's no skin-to-skin contact. That's what he said, alleged, in the suit and to THR. When I tried to pull my underwear back up, he grabbed my wrist to keep me from pulling them back on. I couldn't believe what was happening. The actor told THR that he thought that Perry was about to R-word him. He told him, no, stop, and I don't want this, Dixon alleged to the outlet and in his claims in the suit. But he wasn't stopping. He just told me to relax and let it happen, and that he wasn't going to hurt me. Dixon said that after sending Perry away to get pizza, he locked himself in the producer's bathroom and fell asleep on the floor. Well, at that point, I just packed my ish and I'd have left. And I'm just like, you know what? Let the chips fall where they may. But then again, what you have to worry about when it comes to certain situations, when you have people in powerful positions, hence Monique talked about this, when you go against, when you are David going against Goliath, Goliath can sit up on the phone, make a couple of phone calls, and tell Oprah not to F with you. Could tell Will Packer not to work with you because you difficult. Or whoever is in the position of Black Hollywood. Because I don't know the extent of Derek Dixon's acting career. If he could transition into bigger places. And then it was this YouTube video that I was sent where there was some about that, yeah, people have been warning people over the years not to F with Tyler Perry, business-wise. I didn't get around to watching the video because I was in the process of putting this show together. But when I do get around to it, I'll, when any more stories come out with Derek Dixon speaking to more people, I'll add my overall thoughts of that video. And if they've said anything relatively new to this story. But I do feel like at the end of the day, you know what? People are so quick to be, well, we don't believe, oh, here's another white man trying to take another black man down. Oh, these black men always going for these saltines or these clear folks or these white boys and all sorts of stuff. And this is what they do to you. They always rather Emmett Till them and all. We need to get out of that ish. And get, whatever his issue is, if you a black man and y'all want to go for these white boys, whatever the case is, whatever y'all issue is with that, that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day. But if this is someone who's in a powerful position and is taking advantage of somebody, in that context, I feel like that is, if they're being abused, if they're being taken advantage of, then that is the conversation that we should be having. And we should be believing victims and warning them to seek justice instead of the victim blaming, instead of talking crap about or trying to defend somebody because you like their work. We got to stop highlighting abusers. We definitely need to get ourselves out of that foolishness. So I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story in regards to what Derek had to say and, him breaking his silence? Regarding Tyler Perry. Oh, maybe I don't know if did I even say this? That for a long time I convinced myself that it was something that was part of the industry and that somehow I had to accept it to keep working, but I couldn't stay silent anymore. And yeah, that's an overall mentality that a lot of people in this business have. It's normal. It's something that always goes on. Even casting directors, agents, managers, they'll also, oh, it's just normal. Oh, it's just so-and-so doing whatever. Like it goes back to when the big Me Too time's up, Harvey Weinstein situation. There's a snowball effect where you see all these people who have gotten away with this for decades. That is something that has been normalized by the industry. It's like, yeah, sexual favors for a role. People who do be out here bringing their knee past every meeting and let producers or whoever run up in them so they can get that lead role. My thing is, how do you look at yourself in the mirror? I hope it's worth it. The time you up in there spread your legs for apart, whoever you are. So yeah, I say all this to say, whatever your thoughts are on this latest story regarding Derek Dixon speaking out against Pastor Perry, let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. All right, y'all. So now, since we've been kind of talking about the current president of the United States, or as I like to call him, the idiot in chief, let's get into this story about Rosie O'Donnell clapping back at the tangerine terrorist known as Donald Trump. So Donald Trump decided to go in on Rosie O'Donnell, and Rosie O'Donnell basically clapped back at him. I just don't understand why this man's still mad at Rosie. Like, their feud has been going on for the past 19 years. And he's still mad over her because of when she went on The View. Back then, the swoop over the hair basically said that he went bankrupt. He didn't technically go bankrupt, but I believe his businesses went bankrupt. He's always had money. But his businesses, every business, endeavor that he has gotten himself into has been a failure. This man is horrible at business. Yeah, y'all wanted to run the country like a business. How's that working out for you, MAGA? I'll wait. Because a lot of y'all in them red states that voted for him, y'all about to be really, really affected like you've never been affected with him rolling back a lot of things that y'all need. The Medicaid, the Obamacare, which is actually the Affordable Care Act. But a lot of y'all are just so dumb, you don't even realize that Affordable Care Act and Obamacare is the same thing. They just found a way to politicize and market something because you were conditioned to hate somebody. So they're telling them that this is what this is. But Obamacare, Affordable Care Act is the same thing. So you're voting against your own interests, which happens a lot in red states, particularly like we're going to talk about Kentucky, which is Mitch McConnell's home state. Some of the most poorest of people in the United States. But anyway, besides, politics aside, let's get into this story. So with him going in on Rosie, because he's talking about he want to revoke her U.S. citizenship. And if you think it's going to stop with her, then as somebody who has no background in real estate, I've got a house to sell you in Boca Raton. So the New York born actor, I should say, and comic, said on Sunday that she was the latest in a long list of artists, activists, and celebrities to be threatened by the U.S. president. She said, "So I didn't take it personally, but I will tell you the way he has emboldened people like him." This is what she told RTE Radio's Sunday with Miriam show. The Trump administration has sought to curb citizenship rights and question the citizenship of some critics, including Elon Musk, who was born in South Africa, as well as people like O'Donnell, who were born in the U.S. And it's funny how now you're questioning the citizenship because now Trump is doing things that is affecting Elon's bottom line and his businesses. When it didn't bother you when you basically gave the man $200 million to become the president of the United States, the 47th president of the United States. So y'all could both miss me with the BS. Because Trump is somebody who cannot be tamed. Y'all just let all the guardrails is off. This man's just going to do whatever until there's no bottom for him to stoop until he is stopped. However, y'all plan on doing that. Now the Trump and then it said on Saturday, Trump posted on Truth Social because he ain't gonna go on Twitter and do it because of the fact that Rosie O'Donnell is not in the best interest of our great country. I am giving serious consideration to taking away her citizenship. She is a threat to humanity and should remain in the wonderful country of Ireland if they want her. Well, she ain't coming back until your ass is gone, sir. And on another hand, how is she a threat to humanity when you're the exact thing that you are literally a threat to our democracy? You're a threat to our humanity. You're a threat just breathing air. So I just don't understand him going in and saying these things, and it's literally he's crashing out now. And this is all because of this whole thing with the whole Epstein list. Y'all said that y'all was going to release it. His base believed that y'all was going to release it. Now y'all going back and trying to flip over things and change things, and now they've caught on. They're pissed. He started crashing out on his own base. And so it's a whole mess that's going on with this. And so now he's trying to deflect by going in on Rosie O'Donnell. And like I said before, if y'all really think it's going to stop at her, it's not. Because, first they go after the Latin immigrants. They've been grabbing illegal people. Now, and it's not that many illegal immigrants that they could go after. They have to fill a certain quota. Did I just hear that? I think one of the spokespeople for, I can't remember if it was ICE or something or another, they resigned because it was like this whole quota thing. They're like, I'm done. It's becoming too much. Alligator Alcatraz is a mess. There was some politicians that went to visit, Alligator Auschwitz, because that's what we call it, because literally it's a concentration camp. I told y'all when it rained the first night that they had it built, it's flooded. You have these tents. You have it surrounded by, they talk about these ginormous mosquitoes out there attacking them. There were some people that visited. I think it was Maxwell Frost went to go pay it a visit. They heard people literally screaming for help. This is ridiculous how this is being allowed. And what are the Democrats doing? Hakeem Jeffries out here posting with a fucking baseball bat. Oh yeah, look at me. I'm like of the people. Then you got that old queen. I can't stand him, and I can't wait till we get rid of his ass. Who just went on CNN. Oh my God, what the hell is his name? The little Latin queen. She went on there and was trying to be pro-Israel, is not liking a lot of the backlash that he's getting. It's like, because we see through the grift of what you are doing and what you're about. So this is all, a lot of times when Trump puts his stuff out here, it's literally like he's talking about himself. So when he says about Rosie O'Donnell, she's not in the best interest of our great country, he's not in the best interest of our great country. You always got to flip it back around because he's talking about himself. Taking away her citizenship? No, your citizenship needs to be taken away. When he says she is a threat to humanity, he's a threat to our humanity. And he recently did an interview on Fox News, and he was asked, how would you like to be remembered? This is the part where I damn near lost it. I let laugh till I was wheezing. He said to be seen as a good person. Now, if that ain't comedy gold, I don't know what to tell y'all. A good person? Where? Houseway? What have you done in your presidency in the last 6 months that require any part of you being a good person. I'll wait. There's no qualities to you that are redeeming that would say that you've done anything remotely good for the 99%. If we're talking about the 80 billionaires that we have literally living in the United States, and a lot of these corporations, APAC, the pharmaceutical companies, a lot of Jeff Bezos, all of them people, maybe in the eyes of them, you doing good because you're giving them what they want. But for everybody else, the rest of us, we out here on a struggle bus. So where in there are you a good person? And you know what? His base will eat it up, even though they know it's wrong, but they can't go against the cult. So now they said that the threat, which lacks an obvious legal pathway and raised further questions about Trump's use of executive power, escalated a 2-decade public feud between the pair. She moved to Ireland, as y'all know, after Trump won a second White House term, but they have continued to trade barbs, saying, "You are everything that is wrong with America." This is what she posted on Immigrant. That's the Instagram for immigrants. They said, hours after his threat, "You want to revoke my citizenship? Go ahead and try. King Joffrey with a tangerine spray tan. I'm not yours to silence. I never was." Now, if that ain't an accurate representation of him, King Joffrey with a tangerine spray tan, he could never come up with something that clever. Because literally, he is King Joffrey from Game of Thrones. And I hated, and hate is a strong word, hated King Joffrey. But the way he went out in that damn show, oh, that was everything. He said, "I want them to know it was me." When he went out, I was like, yes. Finally, they got rid of Joffrey. Joffrey was, oh my God. Like, that was like a. Now, you want to talk about a demon on 2 legs? That was King Joffrey. And in so many ways, Trump embodies that. I've always said there's a cross between Damian Thorne and King Joffrey. So, yeah. And then recently, there was a picture that came out with Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. And then there was some pictures that's been floating around about Trump surrounded by a bunch of underage girls, which some believe that he may have had something to do with that. So I need Anonymous or somebody, one of you hackers, since y'all want to go out there and hack the Sesame Street Twitter and post all kinds of crazy stuff, why don't y'all do us a solid and leak them Epstein files? But I feel like, just for my entertainment. But when it comes down to, the Trumpsters, the people in that cult, the Epstein files that come out, y'all still will suck on that man's ding-a-ling. Like, it's nothing. Hold on, because I forgot. What I should have did was bring up this picture. I was like, this pretty much sums up my overall thoughts. It's funny how Felix is sending me stuff. This goes to show you're not watching the show because we already talked about the Beyonce unreleased music thing. Yeah, was that a read? Maybe. Could be not. Who's to say? I was like, oh yeah, I found it. Because I was like, I want to pull this picture up for y'all so that way y'all can see this gag, because this literally sums up a lot of you Trumpers when it comes to, how y'all suck on that man dingling like it's the last dingling y'all ever gonna be sucking on. So yeah, this pretty much reminds me a lot of y'all. It's like, regardless of what this man do, y'all are just in that cult. Y'all can't think. You lack critical thinking skills. And I'm at a point where it's like, I'm not trying to sit and coddle baby and understand. I've conversed with a couple of Trump supporters, but if y'all can't come with a logical conversation, I can't with y'all. Like, it's just gloves are off at this point. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? It's like, Rosie, you got that one when you called him basically King Joffrey with a tangerine spray tan. Like, now that's a read. And it's just sad that damn near 2 decades, he's still bitter because she called him out on The View, and he can't stand women who are in powerful positions that call him out on his mess. He wants people that's just going to put up with whatever, like the Melanias and all this stuff. He don't like anybody that's going to really call him out on his mess. And so, Rosie, you are an anomaly for being somebody who's not afraid to speak up against the fascists in chief. The wannabe fascists in chief. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what your overall story, your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. Okay. You said MAGA Backstreet Boy. Don't even get me started on his. He can't even. Speaking of people who voices can't go where it need to. Man, we talked about that with Alicia Keys and Jennifer Lopez. Trash ass. But I saw that they was out there performing in they're doing their Vegas residency at the Sphere. He said it's suing the Florida police from keeping his private property safe from trespassers. And I shit you not, he said he did say on the fucking dummy. He mad because his hairline has been receding and he can't sing no more. That's why I still gag over the fact that, you know what, Nick Carter had to read his ass down to the ground because it was like, Oh, I know. Andrew is running for mayor. And that's why it was just that he was trying to convince Eric Adams to drop out. But here's the thing. Eric Adams' numbers has always been in the toilet, even when he won, during his first term. He's going to lose, and so will Chris Cuomo. Chris Cuomo cannot stand the fact that he got his ass beat, and he wants to continue to go along with it. Because I saw, Zohran actually spoke out about, him. Why do I see this is why I can't open Instagram? I'm literally opening up and I'm seeing cheeks. Boy cheeks. But let me see, because I think I did post. Can I go to my stories? I can. Oh yeah, I found it. See posts, because I was like, hold on, let me actually pull up the Zohran thing, because he went in on Cuomo ass. And I was like, y'all need to see this video if y'all have not already. Shout out to Kevin Ortega Rojas, because he always be coming with the receipts. Talk about somebody who worked harder than the neighborhood talk, but at least he posted some shit worth watching versus them, which is just a bunch of damn fluff, or the shade room. But anyway, let's hear what he had to say, because he went in on Cuomo. Because, yeah, he was saying it for the longest. Like, you know what? Cuomo just cannot accept the fact that he lost to this young socialist Democrat, like a real moderate, and y'all are just pretending. Because I feel like with him, Fetterman, or I like to call Lurch from the Addams family, y'all all are just a bunch of damn dinos, which basically means Democrat in name only. So yeah, we're going to play this clip, and then we're going to come back and talk. Please hold.
Andrew Cuomo and Eric Adams trip over themselves to make deals in back rooms with billionaires. We are focused on fighting for working New Yorkers. I think he's struggling to come to terms with what Tuesday meant. We spent an entire campaign being told that it was inevitable for Andrew Cuomo to become the next mayor. And he believed that himself. And what we saw was New Yorkers' hunger for a new kind of politics.
Okay.
A politics focused on working people. A politics where far more New Yorkers than before could see themselves in those same policies. And I understand that it is difficult for the former governor to come to terms with that, because it is a repudiation of the politics that he has practiced, that he has known for so many years. While Andrew Cuomo and Eric Adams trip over themselves.
Okay, so I just want to play it. So it's just like, yeah, it's, at the end of the day, we're here for a new regime. We're tired of the same old BS. We don't want the same, because the policies are not working. Y'all are just no different than these Republicans. You're making background deals, back room deals, where it's just like you're cucking yourselves to a lot of these corporate people, the Wall Streets and a bunch of other people, where you're getting your millions of dollars for them to continue to do what they do. Price gouging people out of apartments, not wanting to give people a living wage. Because it's like, yeah, you cannot survive in New York City on our minimum wage, which is like, what, 16, 15 an hour or something or another? Like me, I make way more. What I do, which y'all know I'm at the Garden City Field, that sort of thing. So I'm not making minimum wage. But for those who, once upon a time, I did make minimum wage. And you don't really you can't make a decent living, especially when rent in New York for a 1-bedroom apartment for some is like $2,500. Like what is that? And then when you're paying that kind of money, what is it going towards? Because people are still complaining about a lot of slum lords. People are still complaining about things not being up to what the money is that I'm paying for these apartments. Like, stuff is falling apart. You got to deal with roaches. You got to deal with mice. You got to deal with, some apartments don't be having heat or whatever the case is. But y'all got all this money to be building new buildings, and they just sitting there. And then now they want to do these lotteries for like affordable housing. And then when you look at the lotteries and stuff, because I've looked into those as well, a lottery, why am I paying $1,700 for a 1-bedroom? That's not reasonable. I mean, it would be if I was making a good living, then I'd be like, okay, I could afford to pay $1,700. I wouldn't need a roommate or two to be able to afford my rent. Some people just want to be able to just, have a way to pay their bills, be able to buy groceries, be able to do the things they need to do, and still have some money over that they can just enjoy. I shouldn't have to worry about, well, I may have to go hungry a couple of nights, or my kids may have to go hungry a couple of nights, just so that way I could pay this bill, I could pay my rent, and I won't end up in the streets, and I won't end up homeless, or whatever the case is. It's like, that's what we want. New York City is one of the most expensive cities in the world. Should not be like that. Why are we constantly being pushed out so they could make this a playground for a bunch of billionaires and millionaires? But one talk about high crime and this and the other. High crime goes up when people's backs are against the wall and they can't afford to take care of themselves. So they have to go resort to drastic measures. Then you got people that just flat out crazy and just be out here attacking people because their brain is all fucked up. So you're going to have those. But for the most part, if you got people out here robbing and all this other stuff, it's because people are struggling. And if we can get somebody, if we could be the guinea pig, where we have one politician that wants to come in and turn things around, and people are talking about, well, Zohran, you rich, your mother's a filmmaker, and all this other stuff. Why do you care about all these other people around? So what? That all rich people supposed to lack empathy? That because he's a part of that club of him being a nepo baby, and his mother's a famous filmmaker, and then it was something else. The New York Post tried it. When they try to come up with this, oh, he identifies as African American on his SATs, or whatever. First of all, who leaked that? Because whoever leaked that, your ass need to be disbarred or fired or whatever the case is. Number two, if we want to get technical, Zohran is African American because he was born in Uganda. So if you're going to come out here and spread misinformation, at least have your information. But of course, it's the Post. So we know what that is. We already know a lot of those people there is Republican leaning. A lot of you don't do your research. A lot of you aren't educated. A lot of you can't read. So you're going to go in with your propaganda. And we already know what they pander to. They're cucked to Cuomo, even though Cuomo's supposed to be a Democrat. And this is another thing, too. Y'all flip-flopping with these different political situations because y'all want to cheat and do whatever you can to win. It don't matter if you was an independent. It don't matter if you was a Republican. It don't matter if you put a chicken mask on. The people don't want you. New York City people do not want you unless those who are just cut to the status quo and just believe, just are going to always stick to the rivers and the lakes that they're used to. Those are the ones who are going to vote for Cuomo. But they have to realize a lot of you older folks, y'all are dying off. Y'all times is, the Grim Reaper's coming. And so when the Cuomos and all of y'all die off, the world that's left behind, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, some of the Gen X, and beyond, Gen Beta, when y'all come up, they have to deal with the mess that y'all left. So these people like him don't just want to continue to stay in power, whatever the case is, and that's what you want to do. That's great. But if you want to be in power, you need to do the thing that the people want. And a lot of people are out here like, well, what do the Democrats have to do to fight the Republicans? Well, we have somebody who's trying to show y'all what y'all need to do. But now you got those centrist Democrats, not like that. That's not what we was thinking. Well, don't ask the question if you're not ready for the answer, because people want a Zohran. They don't want a Cuomo. They don't want a Richie Torres. Now it comes to my damn head, Richie Torres. They don't want Hakeem Jeffries, who trying to be like this face, whatever, but this is like, he's a straight up clown. Like, even his own brother is a Zohran fan, and somebody he gonna vote for him. What does that say about you, sir? Like, your own brother is talking about, nah, I'm not with that. Like, I'm more Team Zohran than I am Hakeem Jeffries. When you got Chuck Schumer, hunchback having ass, who don't know what the hell he doing over there, don't want to fight. We will win. What you winning? How's that going for you? So y'all getting my root canal nerves. So yeah, I'm just here for, the Zohran Mamdanis, the Jasmine Crockett's, the AOCs. I know some people feel how they feel, but look, at least AOC out there doing the work, unlike these other hoes. The Bernie Sanders, the not Tim Roth, he's an actor. The Tim Wallses. Tim Walls, a lot of people are not realizing, but yeah, the one who was going to be our vice president, he's been out here going against the Trump regime and all other stuff too. He has been getting a lot of press about it, but yes, he's been speaking. Where Kamala at that though? But anyway, let me get off this New York City soapbox, political soapbox. You said the 1993 smash hit "Happy Nation" surpassed "Falling Into You" by Celine Dion. Damn. Shout out to Celine Dion. Wall Street landlord oligarchy. Exactly. So, and they're about to get real mad. And you hearing all these billionaires and millionaires talking about, oh, well, we gonna leave. Bye. Don't let that door hit you on the way out. Because we tired of the foolishness. Like, New York should be a livable city. People should not be out here struggling or talking about, oh, I'm gonna leave. And then you got people, oh, I'm gonna go down the floor. Go bye. Go down there and drive Ron DeSatan crazy. We don't want your ass here any damn way. And it goes to show that y'all wasn't real New Yorkers and y'all don't care about New York. To be quite honest. All right, y'all. And let's get into this Don Lemon Pepper Wings story, because apparently he's going in on Elon Musk, and now a judge basically said that he could move forward with parts of his lawsuit against Elon Musk and Twitter. So they said the court allowed claims of fraud, misappropriation of likeness, breach of implied contract, promissory estoppel, and unjust enrichment. However, it dismissed others, including defamation and harassment. Yeah, I could definitely see, I don't think Elon was defaming or harassing him, but if you had a part of a business deal where you were going to be over there on the Twitter doing your show, the one that you do over on the YouTube, if you had a business partnership with him and he decided to renege on it because he didn't like your line of questioning, then yeah, bitch, you better have my money. That's the way I be looking at it. So they also said that, so the federal judge's decision to allow the former CNN anchor to proceed with fraud, breach of implied contract, and unjust enrichment claims represents a rare instance of a media personality successfully challenging one of Silicon Valley's most powerful figures. He probably uses some of that $25 million he got from CNN to fight this case. Now, they said that the ruling, while dismissing defamation and harassment allegations, sets the stage for what could become a landmark case in digital media contract law. For Lemon, whose career has spanned decades of traditional broadcasting, and I still feel like he brings a lot of that traditional broadcasting talking points to his independent media show over on the YouTube. They said the legal victory represents more than personal vindication. It signals a potential shift in how content creators can hold major platforms accountable for their promises. Now, for those who are not familiar, this is what caused this whole lawsuit to happen. They said the controversy traces back to a March 8th encounter that would ultimately unravel what appeared to be a lucrative partnership. Lemon, known for his direct interviewing style, conducted what sources describe as a particularly challenging session with Musk. The conversation reportedly touched on sensitive topics, creating an atmosphere of tension that would prove prophetic. Within hours of the interview's conclusion, Musk made the decision that would spawn months of legal wrangling. The promised 1.5 million exclusive content arrangement, which had been marketed as a cornerstone of Twitter's effort, to attract high-profile creators, vanished as quickly as it had materialized. The abrupt cancellation reflected Musk's notorious unpredictability, but legal experts argue it may have crossed the line from mercurial behavior to actionable breach. Yeah, because I'm like, you can't sit up in here and talk about how you brokering deals with people, but because they done said something or asked you a question that you don't like, now all of a sudden, oh no, I'm pulling out. But I'm like, sir, contracts were signed. So you don't get to renege on something. So it looked like Elon going to have to fork up some coins. Now, they said that court documents revealed the scope of what Lemon alleges he lost when the deal collapsed. He said, now, beyond the $1.5 million payment, the arrangement included revenue sharing provisions that could have generated substantial ongoing income. The partnership was structured around weekly and monthly video content designed to leverage Lemon's established audience while helping Twitter compete with other platforms for premium creators. Yeah, y'all were trying to compete with YouTube, basically. Perhaps most troubling from a legal perspective, and I think TikTok too, but the one thing about TikTok, y'all need to figure out, and I've been saying this for the longest, I don't know why y'all haven't created a thing, because I keep getting little alerts, especially because I use StreamYard, that there's these new things you can connect and do live streams. I don't know why TikTok hasn't come up with something where you can do a live stream, because I live stream from Facebook, I live stream on YouTube, and I live stream on Twitch. And I don't understand why they haven't created something over at TikTok where I could attach this show over there, because I have a huge audience on TikTok, but I can't do the live stream unless I got to pull up my phone and do that sort of thing. And it's annoying. I don't want to have to do all of that. I want everybody to get the same amount of bells and whistles that you get over here that you would over there. So, so then they also said that his reps pressured him to announce the deal publicly before formal contracts were executed. This is what Lemon's team is arguing. This strategy, seemingly designed to generate buzz and attract advertisers, may have created the very legal vulnerabilities that now expose Musk to liability. Now, Lemon's attorney, Carney Shagarian, that's a hard name to pronounce. Carney Shagarian, I'm thinking that's how you say it, emphasized that the ruling means his client can now hold Twitter and Musk accountable in open court, noting that Musk is subject to the legal process like everyone else. Yeah, because apparently he thinks that he's untouchable and he's different than everybody. This statement underscores the importance of accountability, especially for high-profile figures who often operate in realms of significant influence. So now here's the California court advantage. They said Musk's unsuccessful attempt to relocate and the proceedings to Texas represents a significant early defeat. California's legal environment traditionally favors employees and independent contractors in dispute with large corporations. The state's courts have extensive experience with entertainment industry contracts, potentially benefiting Lemon's case. The venue decision also reflects broader questions about whether major tech companies could face legal accountability. As platforms like Twitter operate globally while maintaining complex corporate structures, determining appropriate jurisdiction becomes increasingly important for content creators seeking redress. So now the entertainment and media industries are monitoring this case closely, recognizing its potential to reshape how digital platforms negotiate with high-profile creators. Traditional media figures transitioning to digital platforms often find themselves navigating unfamiliar contractual terrain where verbal agreements and implied promises carry different legal weight than in established broadcasting environments. And this is the part where the legal system needs to catch up with the media of like a YouTube, a Twitter, that sort of thing. Then you need to catch up with like the digital world, because while you understand how to work things out in the broadcasting situation, you got to fix it in this other thing. So they said the case highlights several key issues affecting content creators across the spectrum. The outcome could establish important precedents regarding the enforceability of verbal agreements in digital media, platform liability for premature deal announcements, and revenue sharing obligations in creative partnerships. This legal battle occurs against the backdrop of Musk's controversial tenure as Twitter's owner. Now, since acquiring the platform, he has made numerous decisions that have surprised industry observers and in some cases led to legal consequences. The Lemon case represents another instance, excuse me, where Musk's management style may have created legal exposure for his companies. Now, as the legal proceedings advantage, both sides face significant stakes. For Lemon, success could validate his decision to pursue legal action against one of the world's most visible entrepreneurs. For Musk and Twitter, the case represents a test of whether the platform can maintain creator relationships while preserving operational flexibility. The resolution of this dispute will likely resonate throughout the digital media's ecosystem, potentially influencing how platforms and creators approach their relationships is an increasingly complex landscape. And I guess with this whole situation regarding Don Lemon. He gonna have to, in so many ways, be the guinea pig. Kind of like I said, how New York City about to be the guinea pig for progressive politics in regarding of Zohran Mamdani changing the way that politicians are, and how that will maybe cause more Zohrans to rise up and go into other states, Texas, Florida, other places where they're like, oh no, we need to. It shows that it works. That the people rise up and say, this is what we want. That's not, them other people's not we want. We're tired of the status quo way of doing things. So now we'll be the change that we want to see in the world, which is something Gandhi has always said. Same thing with this. Now with Don Lemon, it could be the change that we want to see. And it'll show like if any of us content creators, because as a content creator, this is definitely something I'll be keeping abreast of. Because if I get caught up in a situation where I make a deal, not necessarily with Elon Musk, but with anybody in the digital world that's, a corporate sponsorship or whatever the case is. If y'all screw me out of something and I go to court, this whole situation with what Don's going through definitely helps us out in so many ways and understanding what our legal rights are. So I'll definitely be keeping abreast of this story as it further develops. But in the meantime, I definitely want to hear from you all. What do you guys think of this story in regards of Don Lemon taking Elon fraudulent behind down to the courthouse? So whatever your thoughts are on this story, let me know in the comments down below. Yeah, Elon, pay your fare, pay that coins, bitch. Better pay up. All right, so now let's get into our next topic. It's like, damn, we got a lot of topics to get to. I don't even think we at the halfway. We almost at 3 hours, but yeah, this is gonna be a long one because we got a lot of tea to spill. And there's due reason for that. Tomorrow I'm not gonna be able to be here because I got to do the Tyler the Creator concert. So this is enough content to last on for the next 2 days until I'm back on Wednesday. But let's get into this Doechii story where she recently appeared on the cover of the August 2025 issue of Vogue. I should have pulled up that the cover though for y'all to see. But yeah, so she's out here saying something that I'm like, you know what, sis, you got a point. I do agree with her where I just feel like we don't really have a superstar of this generation. So she did divide social media because she said that as someone who is a superstar in the making, in the issue of, to be specific, British Vogue, the booty drop rapper shared, she said, we don't really have a superstar of this generation just yet because there hasn't been enough time. So according to Baller Alert, because that's why I got the story, so shout out to y'all, they said Doechii believes it's too soon to crown the next big superstar in today's music landscape. In a recent interview released July 10th for the August 2025 issue, the booty drop rapper admitted she's still uncovering what it truly takes to reach that next level status. Saying, quote, we don't really have a superstar of this generation just yet because there hasn't been enough time. That's what she said from a studio in North Hollywood. Then added, when I look at pop culture right now, I'm just trying to figure out, okay, what does a Doechii superstar look like? What does it take to make that? I have no clue. Now, despite her uncertainty, the Tampa, Florida native is steadily climbing the superstar ladder. Last month, she joined forces with Tyler, the Creator, on Get Right, which made its debut during Louis Vuitton's, men's spring-summer 2026 show at Paris Fashion Week. The track also boasts production credits from Pharrell Williams. Now, her rising influence even caught the attention of Linkin Park's Mike Shinoda. During an exclusive Drink Champs interview, Shinoda named Doechii as someone he'd like to collaborate with soon. Now, Drink Champs co-host DJ is it EFN or FN? I don't know who. I watch Drink Champs every now and again, but to be honest, I'm not somebody who really watches Drink Champs in that way. So, she went and said, well, he offered high praise saying that she's Andre, as in 3000, meets Tyler, the Creator, but better as a female. And Nori agreed, responded, I like that analogy. I agree with you. And to think about it, I was like, you know what? I never really thought about it in that way, but he's absolutely right. Like, she literally gives a cross between Andre 3000 and Tyler the Creator in that way. Like, I just love her overall aesthetic. I like her creativity. I wasn't really that familiar with Doechii. Like, I heard a couple of her songs or whatever, but I really wasn't paying attention to her like that until she performed at the Grammys. So now speaking of the Grammy, she actually won a Grammy, but she has multiple hits, and they said she's well on the way to being one of the biggest acts in music. So I just feel like with Doechii, to me, I look at her as like she's taking it one day at a time. Yeah, we're seeing her be creative in real time and all this other stuff, but I do feel like she kind of knows what her brand is. Little by little, she's building it. We're watching. I know Lady Gaga gave her a compliment recently about like her style, whatever. I do like her overall aesthetic. I like her flow. I like the overall visuals and the choreography and everything that she puts into her work. She kind of reminds me a little bit of Missy Elliott too. But to think about it is like, okay, so now we can go down the list. Who do y'all there are some people out here where I feel like, okay, because they mentioned some names. Shout out to that grape juice because they have some names in here. They said the commentary sparked quite the social media debate, igniting many stan groups to point their faves, such as Chloe Bailey. Nope. Chloe and Halle, good together, not separate. Tyler, Chop. Glorilla, I like her, but to me, she has not really kind of been pushed forward. She's not really standing out to me. Sabrina Carpenter, I feel like she's well on her way. She still needs time to cook in the oven. So people out here are loving Sabrina, but Sabrina hasn't really given me my life just yet. I'm not 110% fully committed on her. Cardi B is a good internet sensation. As far as like the music goes, the music ain't been doing what needs to be done. And it's been too long of a gap between her releasing music for her to even be on this list. Child, y'all really reaching. They got Normani up in here. Like, no. Y'all didn't even buy her last record. So why is she even on the list? They said Doja Cat. I like some of Doja Cat stuff, and Doja is a standout, but I need to hear this new album to even determine if we can even be having this conversation. Chapel Roan, I could see that to an extent. We like the songs. I like the aesthetic. She's a good performer. I know she's been kind of divisive in regards of her stance on certain things, like when she talks and some of the stuff that she says out her mouth can be a bit divisive. So we're just gonna have to put her on inconclusive at this point. Megan Thee Stallion, I like the idea of Megan Thee Stallion. Them songs have yet to be giving me what I need in regards to that. So in a way, I feel like she might be correct in what she's saying. And y'all can continue to call her an industry plant, whatever the case is. But as somebody who grew up in this era of superstars of this generation, I feel like I can speak on this. So I'm of the era of where I grew up with superstars, Prince, Whitney Houston, Mariah Carey, Janet Jackson, Michael Jackson, Madonna. Like, I just named y'all 6. And that's just from the 80s, 90s, that sort of thing. Then it's a generation that I could say that's like of my peers. Beyonce, Pink, I guess Kylie Minogue. We can put Pink in there because Pink definitely is like a global superstar. Who else am I missing? Usher. Maybe we can even put, no shade, we can put Justin Bieber up in there. He just dropped a new album, Swag, over the weekend. Shocked. Nobody knew about it. Although there was a rumor going around. Somebody said that, yeah, he's expected to drop a story on Friday. So, album. So Justin Bieber, we can put up in there. He's definitely a superstar. So when people go up in here and say that, now, if we talk about this generation, I do agree. There isn't one that I can think of. I was like, yeah, we have, there's no, one person said Taylor is big, but not in every market. Same for Ariana. The difference also being that with the internet, people have a much wider offer. It doesn't focus to a reduced group of artists anymore. Plus, people are more focused on trends and cashing in money than actual artistry. So there, I'm gonna actually agree with you. So when we talk about like superstars, I'll even put Missy Elliott up in there. We got Grace Jones. I feel like Kendrick Lamar is somebody up there who is a superstar, because look, he sold out his stadium tours all over the world. I know Drake is still big mad about that because he recently came out and said something or another that the UK got better lyricists. To a degree, they got some. But if we're going to talk about rap, first of all, you industry plant, you're not going to sit up in here and try to act like the Americans, like we don't have all the the entire world beat by the amount of lyricists that we have. So I do agree to a point that, you know what, clout is what replaced talent. So actual superstars, we don't have that. So like this person said, there's no superstars today. No MJ, no Madonna, no Prince, no Whitney Houston, no Mariah Carey, no Beyonce, no Britney Spears, no Christina Aguilera, no Missy Elliott. The last superstars are probably Lady Gaga, Amy Winehouse, and Adele. So yeah, I mean, say what you want about Gaga, but she is a superstar. So I do agree. I mean, Amy Winehouse, her career didn't last long, but she had the potential to be that artist. But she was a victim of the 27 Club. And yeah, Adele, she has a certain demographic that, loves her stuff. And they said on the lower level, you can find the ones who can make big money, but their music is not really crossing over out of their fan base, and that their artistic quality is not exceptional and legendary. I'm glad I'm reading these because I feel like y'all helping me trying to remember some, because I was just trying to come off the dome with it. So the ones they have in that category that I just mentioned: Taylor Swift, Ariana Grande, Drake, The Weeknd. They said Ariana at least has a good voice, though. That was a stray at Tay. But, Taylor is a good writer. And they said you forgot to mention Rihanna. Love or hate her, she is a superstar. I'll agree with that. And I mentioned Janet. So, yeah, there's that. So, I do agree with, I'm going to have to say, I agree with Doechii on this. Hold on, let's go through these pictures and see. This is what the Lady Gaga quote. They said you don't often see someone come out of the gate with a pen that feels immediately legendary. That's Doechii to me. So I knew it was somewhere that I had seen that Gaga quote. But yeah, so I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Do you agree with, and I love a musical debate. That's why I brought this up. So do you agree with what Doechii has to say, that, yeah, we don't really have a superstar of this generation? And when we're talking about a lot of those people that was mentioned, it's like, yeah, they're not at the same level of like what I grew up on, which is like the Madonna, like any of Madonna or even Michael Jackson. Like I said, like nobody has done like with Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson come out on stage, popped out of the floor, stood on stage for like 5 minutes. Men, women, everybody passing out, screaming, losing their ish because Michael Jackson is in their presence. So we haven't had that. I haven't seen that from this generation. Y'all not popping out on no stage and kids is passing out. Maybe it's like y'all get anxiety and it's hot out and y'all passing out from that, but you're not passing out from just like being in the presence of greatness, like a Michael or Beyonce, whatever the case is. Not with this new generation of performers. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. So, and I live for a debate. So respectfully, drop your comments down in the comments section below. My take on this is that Beyonce was created in a day, or in a lap. And you said years from now, Billie and Olivia will be looked at as superstars. Well, maybe, you know what? Maybe we're not thinking about it in this sense. Maybe the word superstar is evolving. Like, what does a superstar look like? It's funny. I wish I would have thought about that in the thing. What does a superstar look like in a digital world versus when we talk about the Madonnas and the Princes and the Janets and all those? They came up pre-internet. So what does a superstar look like in the digital world? They said my earliest memory of Doechii is her being on the cover of a female rap playlist cover with one of her songs from 2020. The anxiety song kind of K-worded her momentum and made her a laughing stock. Well, she's going to have to come back. Maybe that's why she's in the studio in North Hollywood, because she needs to. I don't see it for Megan. I like Megan Thee Stallion, but them songs ain't really giving me what I need from her for that crossover appeal. She's one that we could put in that category with like the Taylor Swift or whatever. Like, she's big, but she can't cross over into other markets. She has a specific audience that like her stuff and will support, but she has yet to find get that song out there that crosses her over into other genres. Sabrina needs to release the next single because Man Child is definitely not an espresso. I gotta remember always say it that way because look, when I worked the Weird Al concert, he was like, there is no X in espresso. Which is true. It's like we have a hard time saying espresso. Some people be like espresso. I'm like, no, it's not. There's no X in it. And you said Cardi B, Megan, Doja, Megan are not part of me and Doechii's generation. No, because they're all in their 30s. And you said, I feel Gen Z has different standards than we do when it comes to icons and legends. Yeah, because somebody come out with a song, they first song, they'll call them an icon, a legend. They'll look at Benson Boone like a damn icon. I'm like, what? You just came out yesterday with your stuff. Like, no, that's not an icon, a legend. Icons and legends are people who have put in decades of music, of work, they have a library of hits. They've moved the needle in regards of art, pop culture, that sort of thing. You can't just be talking about somebody legendary and iconic off of one damn thing. Yeah, I could definitely see Rihanna being up in there. She should have been mentioned. I grew up watching and admiring the millennial era superstars from the recession era, and it wasn't until Billie had her big break in 2019, Gen Z pop stars weren't mainstream or taken seriously. I always forgot Billie Eilish is there. She's the only one I was thinking of. She's in her 20s. Early 20s. This is like 23, 24. If I would tweet about Doechii's comment, she's not lying. LOL. We keep saying Beyonce and Gaga are the last superstars for a reason. Yeah. I mean, yeah, post Gaga, we haven't seen somebody who's kind of taken on that mantle of like, the foundation that, of course, Madonna set, which is the way that we look at the stage performance, telling a story, using visual art, which is like taking music videos and using that to tell a story and that sort of like they are the last. Now Lizzo was on track, but I'm good. Like you said, Prince will never have it. No, he won't. Especially since he played every damn instrument under the sun. Taylor can cross over, but she needs to have a Max Martin or someone that can amplify her music for markets that don't speak English. That's her problem. Is her writing is too dictionary of words. Yeah. She needs to leave Jack Antonoff alone. I mean, don't he have enough stuff on his plate? I mean, Taylor doesn't really struggle in markets that aren't English. Her fan base is there, and they don't really care if it's not dance pop music. Yeah, but didn't she travel over the world and that tour was successful? The Eras tour was successful. All right. So now, speaking of Michael Jackson, let's talk about Michael. So, his daughter Paris is actually questioning irregular payments made by her late father, Michael Jackson's estate, saying they're out here doing fraudulent stuff. So the same thing that Faith Evans is being accused by Biggie's estate, the estate is now being accused of doing some shady stuff by Michael's very own child. And leave the little strays alone about Michael's daughter and them kids. Not, we gonna leave that alone. But they said it's your child. We just gonna go with it. Now, according to court documents obtained by People, Paris, who's 27, has a beneficiary, I should say, of her late father's estate, objected to a request for court approval, was concerned with the estate executive's alleged practice of granting so-called premium payments for unrecorded attorney time, much less paying 100% of any such extraordinary amounts. The documents filed on June 24th named a 6-month period in 2018 when the executors requested approval for $625,000 in payments to 3 law firms for what Paris describes as uncaptured time, without explaining as to why counsel was incapable of recording unbilled time, or why such a failure should not preclude payment. They said 2 of the law firms had received the prospective premium payments, violating the court's order allowing any partial payment of attorney's fees until court approval is obtained. Is this the same people that was so damn stupid they didn't realize that the whole third act of the Michael Jackson biopic that we supposed to be getting, I believe next year, or did they move it? I can't remember. Did they move it to 2027? And it was because they were like, oh, we didn't realize that the Jordan Chandler, I mean, was it Jordan Chandler? Or was one of them damn children that allegedly Michael was accused of touching inappropriately? The whole third act was going to be based around that whole trial and that situation, but there was some paperwork that was put in place where it was like, after Michael did the payment, whatever, this story was not supposed to be brought up in any sort of way. So now, with that being said, you have the estate overlooked it, and then they had to go in and do a whole reshoot, allegedly, of the third act because of this. They said even worse, these payments appear, at least in court, to consist of lavish gratitudes bestowed upon already well-compensated counsel. The payments raise serious and substantial questions about executives' ability to effectively supervise counsel, the documents state, by, at minimum, requiring the counsel record their time in a manner susceptible to at least superficial review and oversight, namely by means of task-billed time entries, and refraining from wasteful six-figure giving to themselves and their colleagues. Additionally, Paris is concerned regarding the executor's alleged gross lack of diligence in seeking the required court approval for extraordinary fees and costs for the 2018 payments. The documents claim that the executors were unable to give an explanation for the delays. Now, in court docs, Paris's attorney, Craig Peters, claimed that there was no written agreement authorizing the executors to seek approval for fees in 6-month increments in an email dated May 29th. He also questioned a schedule for all of the outstanding approvals, both the accountings and the legal fees. A hearing regarding for the issue is scheduled for July 16th. So that's in 2 days. So they said the executive's approval of payments to attorneys have been made with the same business judgment that has earned the estate over $3 billion. This is according to Jonathan Steinsapier, an attorney for the estate of Michael Jackson. This is what they told people in response to Paris's filing. We are confident that the objected to payments are appropriate, as indeed they are fully consistent with payments made in the decade prior, all of which have been approved by the probate court. Well, if that's the case, then like Paris is saying, why wasn't it documented? So if y'all ain't got nothing to hide, you could have put all that stuff in the paperwork so that way they can keep track of all this stuff, because when y'all get audited, it's all there. Now, meanwhile, a source close to the Jackson's estate tells people they're objecting to relatively minor bonuses to 3 firms for work on the EMI catalog sale in 2018, referring to the premium payments. The estate, assisted by these lawyers and others, bought a 10% stake in EMI for $50,000 in 2012 due to a contractual right we had with Sony. Saying, quote, in 2018, the stake sold for almost $300 million. Any business in this position will reward those who worked on that matter through the years. This is according to the source. They also claim that the estate had to withhold 30% of all fees pending court approval. On that, they are simply mistaken and do not understand the court's orders. The estate had paid bonuses like this to attorneys for years, and they've all been approved without any objections. At the time of his death in 2009, Michael was over $500 million in debt. Now, I'm gagging over that. He was $500 million in debt. How would you spending that money on? But it seemed like after he passed away, they were able to turn it around in regards of like making the estate having to shell out money in, like, I guess the MJ musical and outsourcing the music for commercials or whatever the case is, because it's like, yeah, they got to make that money back. Now, according to the court documents obtained by people in June of 2024, the musician owed money to more than 65 creditors when he passed away. They said before he died at age 50, excuse me, of apparent cardiac arrest. The Thriller singer was gearing up for a comeback with a residency at the O2 Arena in London through 2010. At the same time, he was accruing $30 million in debt a year. When he died, the responsibility of the debt fell onto the estate. Paris, along with brothers Prince and Biggie, or B.G, serve as beneficiaries of the late pop star's estate. Well, I just hope y'all know what the hell y'all doing over there in regards to this whole situation. But yeah, I would definitely keep eye on abreast of the story as it develops. But that's crazy to me. Like, I was not expecting them to say he was over half a $500 million, because it's 500 million. I'm like, damn, what the hell would you spending that money on? Like, that's crazy to me. It's like, yeah, but I guess maybe with Michael, it was like no expense that he was worrying about. So he was just spending money on all kinds of crazy stuff, and thought that, you know what, with this tour that he was going to do, he was going to make it all back and put in, clean up whatever, financial situation he had to deal with. And then, of course, the propofol situation happened and he ended up unalive. So shout out to the Jackson family. And 2 days from now, they'll be going to court to deal with all this. And I would definitely keep you guys abreast of this story when that all comes out. I will give you a follow-up when we get around to that. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story regarding what Paris is saying about the Michael Jackson estate? Do you believe that they are out here mismanaging funds? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. All right, hold on. Let's pop music is the alien queen and the fans will never get it. Not okay, blanket the trade. And the trade of the season. I'm feeling very RuPaul's Drag Race. Okay, y'all, let's get into this Britney story, because Britney is... I don't know what to say. Britney is out there crashing out, being a hot ass mess. So let me put up, because I know y'all love a receipt, especially when it comes to Britney and her exclamation points. Like, the queen of the exclamation points is at it again. So Britney out here claiming she adopted a damn baby, but apparently they're saying no, she did not. So now she made a wild claim that she had adopted a baby girl on Sunday in a lengthy post that left fans convinced that she is trolling everyone. Now, Spears, who was known to jest on her social media, told her followers the following. She said, I haven't worked out in years, so I put on this pink one piece and played, and she put 3 exclamation points. First of all, you know what, I'm not even going to go into a whole how this outfit look, but let's just continue. So she said, how are you beautiful people this morning? 3 question marks. I need coffee, and I want to let you guys know I adopted a beautiful baby girl. Her name is Lennon London Spears. This is 30 seconds of my random silly workout. I hate working out, but 3 hours of my footage was all stolen. 3 exclamation points. It kind of hurt my stomach to see it disappear because, well, I sweat my ass off and had a white jacket on. 3 exclamation points. Lennon today has on adorable dress. I had a blue dress, some laugh emojis, and 3 exclamation points. It says, I'm new here, 3 exclamation points. So please stop talking trash, America, 3 exclamation points. I decided to move to Italy. Put the Italy flag, some emojis, and 3 exclamation points. What is her obsession with exclamation points? I ask this every time we talk about a Britney tweet or a Britney Instagram post, which she'll probably remove, or if not, she hasn't removed already, but I got to come with a receipt and a damn screenshot, because Britney, I guess, have one of her episodes. And wasn't there like some video footage recently released, or body cam footage of Britney crashing out on a plane, being a nuisance? And she's talking about she's moving to Italy. First of all, girl, you're not moving to no damn Italy, because she loves Mexico. Like, she's always flying to Mexico. Britney ain't going to no damn Italy. So then, the fans jumped online and said that she was having a bit of fun. So they wasn't even believing her when she said this. One person said she obviously talking about about a new doll or dog and not an actual human being. While another type, girl, she's trolling. This is not the first time the Gimme More singer has announced she would move to another nation. In December on her birthday, she announced she was moving to Mexico, but she has not done so, although she often vacations there. In a previous post on July 10th, some fans noticed what looked like a baby carrier on the background. The Piece of Me singer, who is mom's two sons, Sean 19 and Jaden 18, who she shares with ex-husband Carter Federline, announced that she was planning on expanding her family through adoption, saying, "I've decided I'm going to adopt a baby girl. I'm actually serious." This is what she said in a since deleted post. Although she turned off comments on her bombshell post, fans of the on other platforms aren't sure what to make of the claims. So one saying, "Let's be honest, it's probably a doll." This is what one commenter wrote on Reddit. Another person said, "I don't think this is real. Adoption is a long, involved process, and we would have heard more about it. I will believe it when I see it. Well, when I see the baby." Well, you're saying you would have heard more about it. Not necessarily true, because we've had a lot of people out here who adopted kids. Charlize Theron, Madonna, and Sandra Bullock, to name a few. Angelina Jolie. There wasn't like no big thing that was brought up about the adoption. They went, I mean, yeah, I guess maybe the thing that they all had in common, they went to other countries to bring them kids into the world. Maybe the process is a lot different versus her adopting an American kid. But if this is something that's in her mind, that she has a fantasy of wanting to adopt a child because she wasn't afforded the opportunity to actually raise her boys because of the stuff that she was going through, the mental decline, and all the drama with the paparazzi and the music industry and Kevin Federline, grifting ass and all that other stuff that was going in with all of that, I totally get. Maybe it's just a time, maybe in her head, she's just thinking back at that time when she wanted to be a mom and raise them kids, but because of the pressures of the world, it just broke her. And then the conservatorship, and then her no good ass father, and so many other things, and the people in the industry taking advantage of her. I know it's a lot. I know it's probably a lot of stuff she's had to deal with, but unfortunately, it's just like, sis, this is something that's serious. This is not something you should be trolling about or making jokes about and that sort of thing, because kids are, if you want them, a pride and joy, and a great thing to want to have and want to raise and want to take care of and that sort of thing. So I don't know what's going on with Brittany. All I'll say is y'all wanted her free. That's all I'll say on that. And be careful what you wish for. So I'll say all this and say, what do you guys think of this story? One person said money can buy anything, unfortunately. And then somebody says, "I can't believe anyone is gullible enough to believe she's really adopting a newborn." And I'm like, why wouldn't you want to take people at what they're saying or their word? Why would you? I can't believe people would literally think that Britney Spears would want to adopt a child. Why the hell wouldn't she want to? Like, what's wrong with actually thinking that, okay, maybe she would want to adopt a child because she's, when she was in that relationship with that man with all them damn kids, the criminal, "Mama, I'm in love with a criminal." When she was with him, off and on, having his kids around her and all this stuff, she loves kids. So why would it be far-fetched for us to believe that she would want to adopt a kid when she's been talking about that she wants to have a child and the IUD that was put in her by her father and all that stuff? So stop making excuses for the craziness is all I'll say on that. So I'll definitely want to hear from y'all. Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. All right, y'all, let's move on up. Here goes, I see TikTok, I mean, not TikTok, Twitch, but they foolishness up in here. I'm on with knives. Not the exclamation points. And he's like, "I hope that baby keeps her busy, even if it's an imaginary TV." Lemon Lennon London sold seashells by the seashore. How many shells did Silly Spears sell? Shut up. I'm surprised I was actually able to make it through saying that. I have a feeling her next post is going to be a picture of a baby kitten or a puppy, and she adopted, and she's going to tell everyone, "Leave me alone." Well, girl, stop inviting us into the goddamn group chat. We've been leaving you alone, but you always try to find reasons to pull us back into the situation. You like JoJo Siwa. Y'all try to act like y'all don't like the attention, but you do. So don't get mad when we give you what you asking for. Now I have a niece named Felicia. She could buy them for 200. I guess she gets on your nerves. All right, y'all. Oh, I was like, what happened? I heard that. That was some thunder outside just now. So it is raining out in these streets, and I think it's gonna rain for the rest of the night, which we definitely need that. So I ain't no ways upset about it. Okay, y'all. Who child of ghetto? Okay, let's get into some homosexual news, and let's talk about Billy Bush or Billy Pubes, who basically did an interview. Rob Lowe apparently has a podcast. I told you, everybody and a damn mama out in these streets got a freaking podcast. So he did an interview on Rob Lowe's podcast and basically talked about when he first started out. I think he was on Extra, back when that show was relevant and worth watching. He said that he got his big break, so he went and interviewed Ricky Martin, and he tried to pull a Barbara Walters, or they would do on SNL, Baba Wawa, and try to ask the question to Ricky if he was a homosexual. And so we have that clip that I want to play. Hopefully it won't get, flagged. If we do, we'll have to edit it out, and I'll just have to read it just to cover my butt. But so yeah, he did the interview, and hopefully there won't be no video, no ads and stuff that'll play in it too. There's a lot of things you gotta pray that don't happen with this clip. So yeah, he went, had the conversation, and basically told him how Ricky responded when he tried to get a quote on saying, you like dick, you suck dick. But that wasn't what he was gonna ask, but that's what I would have. Please hold. Okay, well, I feel like we could just stop it there. Yeah, don't be an a-hole. And you know what? When it comes to and Ricky Martin, I couldn't have said it better myself. Which is like, yeah, it was nice of him to actually openly admit it was like without any mics or anything on. And I was like, yeah, you know what? Since you came at me that way, versus Barbara Walters, who wanted a moment. It's like, yeah, I am gay, but the fact of the matter is I'm struggling with this situation. I'm still trying to figure things out. And it's funny how you said, oh, who cares? Like, this is a moment that I can ask that. It literally comes across as like you were looking for a moment, kind of like Barbara Walters. We all know that Barbara Walters has her style of interviewing, which a lot of people have taken from, particularly Oprah and so many others. And there's a whole documentary on Barbara Walters and her whole interviewing and stuff over the decades that she was an interviewer and a reporter. But you have to realize at the time when Ricky Martin's career blew up with Living La Vida Loca, that was around 1999. That was when Madonna was winning all the Grammys for Ray of Light. And that was when, he got up there saying the cup of life and all the other stuff. And Madonna was getting her life. She was sitting front row. I remember with who's the producer? William Orbit. I almost forgot his name. And Ricky was having his Renaissance movie. He broke out. Finally, people was looking at him as beyond as that guy from Menudo, and he was like this superstar crossover act. Whereas now, when you look at Latin artists, particularly Puerto Ricans and all this stuff, they don't have to speak English and try to navigate the crossover market. Now it's like, the new generation, they speak Spanish. Their music is still just as big as like when it was back in the day with the Rickies and the Hennifas and the Mark Anthony's and the Gloria Estefans and so many others. But you have to realize at that time, yeah, when it was like late 90s going into the 2000s, they were not kind to gays. They were not kind to the homosexuals, especially musicians. And you still to this day don't see many Latinos artists coming out of the closet. Like post Ricky Martin, have y'all heard any more Latin artists who have come out and been, a part of the LGBTQ community? I mean, there's La Cruz, who I love. But I think he was always out of the closet. His music is good. So you can still navigate the world and still be successful in your own right. But we don't have a lot of those artists that are still coming out to this day. And I just love that, with this whole situation with Billy Bush, that he saw this as a teachable moment. And he got himself together in this whole thing and didn't allow that, you going to give me this thing by hook or by crook. It was like, you know what? I didn't think. I thought it was going to be a moment. I was young. I was dumb. I was looking for that moment of like being impressionable and having my breakout. Unfortunately, it was going to be at the expense of Ricky Martin. And he didn't give it to Barbara Walters. He's like, I just don't feel like talking about it. Which kind of pretty much told us like, okay, he's gay. But when it comes down to this thing, people need to realize artists have to come out in their own time. You have to give people the time to want to truly be their authentic self and come out as gay, or as I like to say, the homosexuals. You got to give them a moment to be that, and not because you want a moment, you want the ratings, you want to go viral or whatever the case is. That's not your, because at the end of the day, they're still going to have to deal with the aftermath of this while you get your little Nobel Peace Prize, you get your little raise, your ratings go up, you know, you get to add a little more cachet to your situation. So any future reporters or whatever out there, just be mindful of how y'all come at a lot of these artists, you know, in these type of situations. Because everybody needs to figure out who they are in their own time. So shout out to you, Ricky, and shout out to all you other closet cases that still trying to navigate yourselves through this world, whether it's in the entertainment industry or you're not in the entertainment industry. But I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story, what Billy Bush had to say about Ricky Martin and saying that he destroyed the footage and that sort of thing? Quiet as it's kept. I would have asked him off camera, I'm like, who the other closet cases that's running around Hollywood? Because my nosy behind want to know. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Point. I read that one already. If you have to ask, they probably are. Oh, you think Leonardo DiCaprio, that's probably why he out here with these 25-year-olds being his beard? I wonder if Ricky ever had eye candy connections with men on tour. I'm sure he has. Trust and believe, he's out here. He's out here. She bangs a lot of them girls on that tour. I'm glad that song came in my head to do the reference. I mean, all you had to do was do a collab. Notice the need to make mistakes. Remember, he was fired for NBC. Oh yeah, and I was thinking that too. I was like, wait a minute. So was the other tape the one about grabbing about a pussy? Is that the other tape? Did you somebody you should have destroyed? The Trump grabbed them. Yeah. And we said these two touring together would have been legendary. Sure would have been. They could have called it the homosexual brigade tour. The gays new period, just like Ellen or Rosie O'Donnell. Sidebar, shout out to Ellen, who actually came to Rosie's defense about the whole thing regarding Trump. Allegedly. But if that's the case, you think Travis Kelce is also into the sausage? If he's going along with it? All right, y'all. Now, speaking of beards and going along with stuff, let's talk about these two. So Chris Hughes, after all the grifting and everything that JoJo Siwa is out here doing, Chris Hughes feels the need, to continue to grift on the situation and attach himself to all the drama that I don't know what's going on with this girl. But we just gonna have to, how y'all like y'all thoughts and prayers, we just gonna pray for her. So this opportunist basically broke his silence, and I should not be surprised because I didn't know where this boy was from. I just knew he was on Celebrity Big Brother along with her. But apparently he was on a show called Love Island, so he needs to extend his 15 minutes. So he's basically talking about his relationship with Siwa, and he said that he's thinking of marriage with the Dance Moms alum. He said, quote, I'd love to marry her. This is what he told the Sun's Fabulous magazine. Fabulous! So you went on a thing called Fabulous magazine. Talking about you want to marry a lesbian? Okay. He said, I'd be lying if I didn't tell you I run through scenarios of our wedding day. Because you see a cash cow. That's why. You ain't really thinking about really loving on this girl. I feel like, let me just finish what he said before I go in. And let have. He said we'd have a proper English wedding, and I can imagine her in a full wedding dress. Really? Well, this full wedding dress you're talking about, would it look like this? Would it look like that? Betty Davis eyes. Would it look like that? No, y'all see that video going viral on social media. Sound like she smoked 8 packs of cigarettes. Sound like Marge Simpson's sister when she was singing that damn song. He said, we both want kids. We come from loving families. My mom loves her. She's my best friend. I love that she's the person I have to do nothing with and still have the best time. That's everything to me. Well, you said your mother loves her, but what about JoJo's mother, who basically has been trying to suck all the juice out of that lemon since she put her little ass on Dance Moms, allegedly. Now, in the meantime, the couple have remained in a transatlantic relationship while Hughes remains based in the UK and hasn't yet spoken about living with each other in the future. So y'all talk about marriage and all this other stuff. Y'all only been together 5 minutes, and you talking about you want to marry her and all this other stuff. And we already know when it comes down to JoJo's relationships last about as long as her viral videos. A minute. Now, while moving in together hasn't been brought up to the table just yet, he told the outlet that he's willing to jump on planes to see his love. He said, I'm obsessed with her. I do anything for her. Well, anybody who says they're obsessed with somebody, that's always automatically a red flag. And I'm side-eyeing your ass real hard. My eyes hurt from the amount of side-eyeing I'm doing. Now, elsewhere in the interview, Hughes, who y'all already met JoJo during their stint on Celebrity Big Brother UK, gushed that he knew from the beginning of their relationship that the Karma singer was the most precious person. Oh, you mean after Mickey Rourke done said all the stuff that he said, it was talking about, oh yeah, all you need is the right ding-a-ling to all of a sudden no longer to be gay? I'm not gay no more. Like she, what's that one? The one that said, I'm delivered, that queen. So when she was out there doing that, and somebody, no, I gotta hear, I still be a lesbian, I still be gay, and all this other mess. After what he said, then all of a sudden, I think it was a ding, ding, ding moment that went off on her head. And it was like, wait a minute. Mickey Rourke kind of put us on something. So now that when Mickey Rourke get kicked out, then what? So now let's play up this showmance that we got. Because that's what I'm feeling like how it all plays out. I don't know if producers came up with it or them two came up with it. But like, you know what? Now that Mickey Rourke is gone and nobody's going to give a good goddamn about the rest of these people on this show because Mickey Rourke was providing some of the entertainment and the rest of you people are basic AF. Now we got to find a reason to keep the momentum going. And we already know, like, when it comes down to JoJo likes attention. She's an attention seeker. When she called herself the gay, like, she's the queen of gay pop or whatever the case is, or the inventor of gay pop, so we all side out. I'm like, sir, ma'am. I almost called her ma'am, sir. Ma'am, queer artists in pop music has existed long before you was even a thought between your daddy and mama's legs. So I don't know what you're talking about. You invented. You don't even make music. You make viral moments. So when you come out and give us something like an Andy Bell or an Adam Lambert, a Melissa. Let's talk your language. A Melissa Etheridge and Melissa Etheridge and a Katie Lang, then we can have that conversation. But you're not even giving that. You doing covers of Betty Davis eyes and like I don't know what the hell that was, but that was a mess. And I'm gonna tell you what the singer had to say about her cover in a moment. The name is Kim. He said they shared their first kiss on the trip that they went on when they went to Mexico on vacation. He said, our first kiss was genuinely special. It felt like I was in a movie. I can't keep my hands off her now. Can't keep my hands to myself. Things appear to have heated up quickly between them. As the reality star admitted, he tells Siwa he loves her every day. So I can't explain it, but it's a safe love. It's like a natural high. Oh yeah, it's definitely a natural high. Because I'm getting that it's the pomp and circumstance, it's the showmance, it's the fact that a lot of the blogs are talking about it. You're getting interviews. That's the high you're getting. I don't really feel like you love this girl. She looks so sad behind those eyes. Really, since you want to talk about Betty Davis eyes, let's talk about her actual eyes. She looks like she's sad. She looks like she's crying out for help. She looks like that she's someone who has not had protection, love, and support from genuine people who actually care about her. And she's lost out here in this world. The girl's 22. Chris is 32. So in that 10-year period, the gap that they have, he's had way more life experience than she has. She's grown up in the spotlight, so I don't feel like she's really figured out how to navigate herself in the world and figure out who she is. And she needs a moment in time to figure that out. And why are we not talking about the fact that she messing with somebody while she was in a full-fledged relationship, while she was on a reality show? Why are we not talking about the fact that she cheated on her significant other by having this showmance or whatever on with this dude from TV? So as long as it's a heterosexual relationship, heterosexual presenting, I should say, relationship, we're okay with this, apparently. And then we have people out here who are upset over JoJo, I guess, being in a relationship with a guy. And here's the thing. I don't mind her being in a relationship with a dude because she says she's queer. And if you want to sit and explore your sexuality, then go ahead and do that. I feel like if that's what you want to do, oh wait, because I this video of this queen, no shade, Frankie Cena, when I called you that, but it's like you were part of the community, so it's like, yeah, this is Miss Mamas. It's like when we talk about that, it was like I posted it and he liked the repost that I did. But I want to play y'all that clip of what he had to say because he's pretty much been echoing a lot of what I've been saying. It's for, you know, if you identify as queer, you want to explore and figure out, because I always say like sexuality is not black and white. Gender identity is not black and white. We're not a monolith. It's a spectrum. You know, sexuality is fluid. I do believe it ebbs and flows, and then it doesn't matter. Like, okay, some people are just full-fledged gold star card carrying homosexuals, where it's like, I'm not interested in no coochie. I don't want to hunch a woman. Then there's some people out there that are gay. I mean, that are into man on man hunching, but they will do a trans man. That would probably be me, because it's like they're mass presenting. But, you know, they got a coochie. And it's like, I don't mind that. It's like, but you are male presenting. I will have sex with you if you're a trans male or a man or male. So that's not an issue with me. Then there's some people who are, you know, bisexual. I'm not discounting those because some people get like the misconstrue and think that I'm going ham on bisexual, like y'all don't exist. There's some people that believe that. I do not. I do believe that there are some people out there, male and female, who are into both genders. And that's fine. Then there's some people, of course, we have that are, you know, pansexual, which is like, I'm in love with the energy of the, you know, I gravitate towards the energy of the person. It doesn't matter how they identify, whatever the case is. So sexuality is complex. But to me, that doesn't feel it, because I feel like what rubs me the wrong way about her, she went around talking about she was pressured into giving herself an identity. Last time I checked, I ain't seen nobody ever put a gun to this girl head and tell her you need to be a bulldagger. Ain't nobody said all that. You took it upon yourself because you thought that me coming out as a lesbian, that was going to afford me opportunities, and that I was just going to be, you know, given whatever, like the community is always going to have my back. And yeah, the white media, they will immediately latch on to whoever they can and prop them up. Because every time you turn around, you look at the outs, you look at the prides, you look at the advocates, you look at all those magazines, the white-leaning publications, they're always going to prop their own up. Or the ones that you cross over on Drag Race, because y'all not those scary, offensive people of color. You know, they do all of that over there. So yeah, they're going to give her a platform. But when you are misusing the platform and you out here giving talking points to conservatives, that's when it becomes a problem. But then again, as I've gotten older, you got to realize conservatives are always going to have their talking points. They're always going to believe what they're going to want to believe. They're always going to go in on us and be like, you know what? They're always going to have their thoughts and their feelings about it. So we can't sit and concern ourselves worrying about what those people say. But before we get up out of here, yeah, I want to play y'all this video of, as I said, Frankie Cena, who went in on Miss Siwa. Because like I told you, I had a hit of Tommy Italiano. I was like, did you see this recent story about Crystal? Like, he want to marry JoJo Siwa? He was like, no, I got to look into it. And, you know, Todrick Hall's ex assistant. So, yeah, let me play y'all this clip and we'll come back and talk. Please hold.
JoJo Siwa is pissing me off. If you are a queer person or if you are an ally, you are up and you are doing a disservice to the queer community, and this is why. Basically, JoJo is saying, I'm not lesbian anymore. I'm pan, I'm bi, I'm open-minded. That is fine. Obviously, explore your sexuality, be what you want. But the issue comes at an interview that JoJo had where she said, I felt pressured by the queer community to come out as lesbian, to label myself. The issue here is that you are feeding conservative views that the queer people or the queer community pressure people to come out, that queerness is on the rise because of some sort of societal pressure. This is exactly what conservatives say and use to go against, queer people. So Jojo Siwa, I want to remind you, you are a public figure. You are a celebrity. I love you. You're a dance moms. You're great. Go do your thing. But let's be careful when we go in interviews saying that the queer community pressured us to do something, because you are doing a disservice to us. Please have fun with your British boyfriend or whoever you want to have fun with, but be mindful of what you are saying. Jojo Siwa is pissing me off. If you are
Yeah, so as he was saying, I was like, yeah, you just have to, if you're going to go out here and you're going to explore your sexuality and all this stuff, yeah, go ahead and do that. But we don't have to be invited to the group chat every time. She decided to go out here and take it upon herself to put herself in this mantle and try to act like she was this gay icon. It's like, girl, gay icons are not somebody who just comes out and say that they are. They're not just created in a lab. You just become one. So by being an ally or even just creating your art or whatever, people look at it as like, I identify with that. So that's how you become one. You were just like, you getting up here putting rainbow wigs on and doing this other stuff. But look, I'm gay. Like giving me Stewart from Mad TV. Like, look, I'm a homosexual. And I was like, okay, we got it. You don't need to browbeat us over the head with it if that's what you want to do. But it just doesn't feel, as I've always said about JoJo, she lacks authenticity. She lacks actual, everything she does comes across as disingenuous. And yeah, I keep showing this picture because this was her doing a cover of Betty Davis Eyes. Now, speaking of Betty Davis Eyes, because I was like, let me bring up this post. So yeah, Kim Carnes, who did Betty Davis Eyes, said the following when she heard that she covered this damn song. One of my friends, actually Celine Dijon, who was a drag queen, did not believe that she actually did this damn song. So Kim Carnes wrote, there's a difference between singing a song and embodying it. I've always believed authenticity is what makes music timeless. I'm forever grateful to be the voice behind this one. Thank you, Jesus. Because I've always said this longest about that girl. The one thing I think why people are not gravitating towards JoJo Siwa is because everything she does lacks authenticity. She always comes across like she's trying too hard to pander to certain base. And there are young queers out here who are just looking for some kind of representation. And the way you're going about it, sis, is just not it. So good luck to you and all your endeavors and you trying to figure out who the hell you are. Because I still feel like even with this boy, you still haven't figured out who you are. And it also makes me wonder is like, how long you gonna keep this grift up? Because if y'all think that she ain't out here grifting, that you just ain't been paying attention. She is a grifter, and it seems like it always will be. She will do whatever she can to get the attention that she feels that she is inclined to receive. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding this laughable article or interview with Chris Hughes? Sitting up here talking about he loved him some JoJo Siwa. I'm sure you do, and I'm sure you like the attention because don't nobody know who the hell you was before. I mean, unless you watched Love Island, nobody knew who the hell you was, before you got with this girl. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay. Free viral press can be a form of commerce. It's a 90-minute, not 90-minute bows. He said, just Google Chris Hughes' relationship with Jessie Nelson. He freaked out because he wanted to rush. He freaked out because he wanted to rush in a marriage. The former Little Mix star saw it as a flag or a fling, and that's what she sees her relationship. Well, look, she can't be saying that anymore because didn't she just give birth to twins? So he's trying to rush into a relationship. So maybe they're both, maybe the thing that he and JoJo have in common, they're both needy. So maybe that's what it is when it comes to them. So why are you trying to rush into marriage so fast? Because he was in a relationship with Jessie Nelson from Little Mix, and now it's just like, no, I'm not really that interested in getting married. I just want to have fun. Want to take things slow, get to know you a little bit, or just give me some pain, wear me out. for a couple of, minutes and then go about your merry way. But now you want to be in this whole committed marriage situation. It's like, nah, we good, sis. No, I don't want it. So now, so I swear the camera adds 10 pounds, but also steals 10,000 bricks. My best friend who's Hive knows Beyonce saying all that music is stolen. There's 5 or 6 albums scrapped because it means it's cooked and gone. Ooh. Not Polly Pockets. Amanda Bynes warning caution JoJo. Okay. She fluid and bipolar. Okay. Trixie made a fun gay pride altar last year, and JoJo was one of the ones at. She was sacrificing that damn altar. I don't know if you heard of her, but Ethel Cain just released a song that's an interpolation of Betty Davis' eyes called. Well, that's the best kind of eyes. We want the fuck me eyes, yeah. No, I haven't. Ethel Cain, no, I don't think I know who that is. I have to check that out. 5 charges were causing assault to a trans girl that led her with a broken jaw in a juvenile detention center in Washington, D.C. Lord, here we go with the foolishness. Trans people out here being attacked under this current administration. It said almost. There was this Broadway story that I was going to bring up about a trans and non-binary performers were going to be performing in it. But I'll bring that story up the next time I do a live. So this episode is getting long. We're about to hit the 4-hour mark. Now, before we, speaking of, I guess the number of the day is 4 because we got the 4-hour mark coming up. We got 4 more topics left. So before we get to those 4 topics, if you could please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, and also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. As y'all know, after the end of the live stream, I will be putting in the timestamps on each topic so that way those who want to just follow along and get straight to the topics can do so without having to sit through all the live banter we do during the live stream. Please and thank you. So now without further ado, let's talk about a pop icon by the name of Boy George, who JoJo she should be more like instead of whatever it is the hell she's doing. So speaking of Boy George, he says he doesn't understand why a lot of people are interested in his sexuality. So the Culture Club frontman, who is a homosexual, had addressed why he doesn't support modern LGBTQ plus identity politics. He said, quote, "I don't think it's helped anyone." This is what he told the UK outlet The Times in a new interview, emphasizing that queer people aren't a monolith. That I agree with. He says, "We're not a thing. It's like, this is what Black people are. This is what Jewish people are. This is what trans people are." No. He went on to defend his views on the matter, saying everybody is diverse because nobody is like anybody else, so you're starting from the wrong perspective. Nobody gets to choose what color eyes they have, how big their penis is, or how fat their arse is. You know the Brits and how they say ass is arse. But here's the thing. Now, let's pause on that for a second. Let's take our time with that part. I totally get it, where it's just like, you know what, I'm just a human being at the end of the day. There's more to me than being a homosexual. Just like there's more to me being a woman. There's more to me being Black. There's more than being Jewish. Well, here's the thing. Unless you are wearing a yarmulke or you look like a Hasidic Jew, nobody knows if you're Jewish. There are people who are Black who have no choice in whether or not they're Black. They just are, unless you could be racially ambiguous and people can't really clock your tea. Unless you're somebody who is not, out here pop dipping and spinning when you walking into a room, like you Aja performing on Drag Race during the, one of the talent shows, nobody's gonna know if you're a homosexual. So while I get the whole monolithic thing, I think sometimes people like to put labels and things on people because it's about, unfortunately, we are in a world where people want to, or it's about identity, and people want to identify with the thing that they see or the person that they see. So, I don't know, the times were different in the 80s, and I don't think that Boy George was really out of the closet when Culture Club was huge on the charts. So, I guess maybe for him it's easier to say this than, it's easier said than done. Now, earlier in the interview, the Karma Chameleon singer discussed online transphobia and how the digital world differs from reality. saying trans people are the new people to hate. But I always say, how many trans people have you met today? There's a world on the internet which is hideous and full of anger. Then there's the real world, which is entirely different. So in reality, people have nothing to be nervous about. Now, how many times have I come on this damn show and told y'all there's a difference between the Matrix and the real world? Like, I've said this many a times, where some people out here think, I said, like, the world that is perceived through algorithms and hate speech and things that politicians say, talking points, just to get y'all riled up, to distract you from the real issues, because the people actually, we all came together and realized that the real problem is the robber barons, the oligarchs, the corporations, you know, big pharma, the gas companies, big tech like Silicon Valley, all these politicians that are robbing us to fatten their pockets and appease, you know, the one percenters who are the real ones running this country. If we realize what's happening, we all rise up, oh, we'd be dangerous. But they like to keep us distracted, say, oh no, it's the immigrants and the trans people are stealing your things. But once they're all gone, then what? Who are we gonna blame it on next? I'm sure they'll find somebody, right? But people are so, you know, wanting to be distracted. So now he faced accusations of transphobia in 2020 after tweeting, "Leave your pronouns at the door." However, the musician has repeatedly defended the trans community in his social media feud with J.K. Rowling this year, calling the Harry Potter author a rich bored bully for her transphobic views and saying she gets fun from other people's pain. Probably because she can't get no dick and she's just miserable. All that money you make from Harry Potter, I guess, is not enough. Well, her being a miserable see you next Tuesday. Now, in his conversation with the Times, the musician said he believes his personal life is just a minuscule drop in the vast social media bucket and that sexual orientation shouldn't matter to such people anyway. Saying, if I'm really lucky, my own sexuality takes up about 3 hours a month. We all got cats to feed, families to visit, jobs to do. I said in the interview when I was 17, being gay is like eating a bag of crisps. It's so not important. I still think that now. What do you care about someone's sexuality unless you're going to have sex with them? I agree with that. But in a perfect world, that would be something that would be, you know, the overall, I wish people thought more like that, but they don't. People are so fixated. Like even when we just talked about the whole Ricky Martin thing, when Billy Bush was like, "Oh, I'm going to interview Ricky Martin tomorrow," talking to a bunch of ladies. What do y'all want me to ask? Is he gay? Is he gay? Is he gay? So apparently, people care about who everybody's sleeping with when they should be concerned about their own damn life, their own who they hunching. Probably ain't hunch. Who's zooming to you? It's like apparently nobody's zooming them. That's why they all up in these people's business. So while I get what he's saying, it's like we shouldn't be worrying about who people sleeping with. You shouldn't be concerning yourself over people's pronouns. Like, I'm knowing your pronoun before I know your damn name. And those other things. Unfortunately, that's not the world in which we live. People are so concerned about things they don't understand. He also discussed how he channeled his views on queer identity in his 2002 musical Taboo, which tells the story of his friend Lee Bowery, legendary queer performance artist who founded London's Taboo Club. And what's the name was in that play? I remember it came to New York. Luke Evans, he was in that. That was when he came out of the closet and went back in briefly, but now he's fully out. He says, what I want to explore in the show is the odd relationship between Lee and his wife, Nicola Bowery. This is what the musician said of the play, for which he wrote the lyrics and played Lee on stage. Long before non-binary, there was a gay guy who married a straight woman, and there was real tenderness and love between them. Yes, part of the reason he married Nicola was to piss everyone off, but I do think he loved her. He also says that they also say he's trying to revive Taboo, and added that Bowery wouldn't want to box himself into pre-existing notions of queer identity and expression. Saying, someone said the other day Lee Bowery was the blueprint for gay identity, he recalled to the Times. He would have hated that, hated it. So it's like, no, because what Lee Bowery was against was being identified as this thing, whatever the pronouns, whatever gender, whatever. He's like, no, I am just me. Lee Bowery's art showcased playing with gender and things of that nature. So, and a lot of the controversial things that he came up with. So I wish I was able to meet and get to know Lee Bowery. I have friends who are in the community that have had the opportunity, or the pleasure, I should say, of working with him, meeting him, knowing him, and that sort of thing. So I always get envious when I hear those stories and stuff, because it was like, that would be an artist I would love to have met. But Speaking of that, I would love for him to try to revive Taboo. Look, everything else is getting revived half dozen times, or whatever the case is. So why not revive Taboo? I didn't get the opportunity to see it when it came out like 20 some odd years ago. So I would like to have the opportunity to see it this time. So I ask all of you this: what do you guys think of this story? Do you agree with what Boy George had to say regarding queer identity politics? It's like, well, I get what he's saying. In a perfect world, unfortunately, that's just not the way a lot of people think. But if you want to live in a world where it's just like, you know what, I'd rather just do me, and I don't need to put a label on my gender identity in order to exist. Some people feel like that's the only way that they feel like there's someone that they can look up to, that they can relate to, and just be like, that's just who, that person over there, I identify with them, so now I'm gonna just follow that sort of thing. So whatever your thoughts are, like it is a deeply complex conversation that I know we will be still talking about for millennium and beyond. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Now I think she's a spy. European privilege, George, not fair. Okay. He said, George, some are born with privilege. Confidence can be one of them. Yeah, he's definitely someone who comes from a place of privilege. So it's easy for you to say that, especially when we're dealing with a lot of Black queer people who are not afforded the same opportunities like a Boy George. Use your wand, FK. Grass to Catch, her latest album, Period, debuted at 17 on the U.S. Billboard 200, but also top cover album sales. One person tried to sit and say, oh, her album flopped. And I'm like, not true at all, because she's an independent artist, so that means every record sold, that's going into her pocket. There's no label backing. There's no middleman. It's all her. And whoever she has on her team that's helping her out with this. So an independent record debuting on the number 17 on the Billboard 200 is a win. That is successful. You can't say that for many artists. There's artists on labels that are not getting those numbers. So Jennifer Lopez didn't have that when she released that This Is Me, whatever the hell it's called. So I don't understand, like, people not understanding this business, but whatever, go off these. Original Billboard 200 was based off of sales only. Then you said, for the reference, a gag order peaked at 168, which makes Period pays her last major album off. Don't write her off, Katie Katz. Well, Katie Katz is probably going to be out here hating regardless. Absolutely, she is. Grass to Catch, I know Joyride is a song for the lip sync Peru. It is, among Kerry Colby actually being the choice of who comes back. We're going to get into that in a second, because I have thoughts regarding the way the judges voted. I'm like, okay. I watched a review for the new album, and they compared her early work to Peaches. I agree with that, as in your last sentence. I do wish she would go more sleazy. I love Peaches. Like, I don't even say a song that I love that's not even a hit. Serpentine. I love that damn song. I like the song she did with Iggy Pop. She also did a song with Caswell, who y'all know I love me some Caswell. Speaking of Caswell, he has a Greatest Hits album coming out. I don't know when, but I know he's supposed to be coming out. Shout out to Peace Biscuit and all of them over there. But yeah, I do wish she would go more. And I feel maybe she'll do that with her next record. But I feel like now that you're independent, you really go there. I love Peaches. I love that whole sound. You want to know something? Since Michael T put it out there that he's saying if he'll discuss race or whatever, I'm thinking I might want to hit him up and be like, let's create I want to hit. Let's do a song together. Like, my theme song, that's a song that I did. I can do like spoken word or a rap, or singing ain't no requirement these days. So I know I don't have the most spectacular voice. I can carry a tune, bitch, if I took some lessons. And y'all heard my little yang on this show, so I know I can hit a note. But I already know what my limitations are. Like, I'm not trying to be out here blown like Mariah Carey. We definitely need some of those songs and stuff out here, like some fun, dancey, poppy stuff. So I'm thinking when I can scrounge some coins together, I'm gonna hit up Michael T and be like, let's produce something. So yeah, but I love me some Peaches. Speaking of Peaches, I need you to get back in the studio and give us some new music because I need it. But although I do love her album, Father Fucker. It's like one of my favorite Peaches albums. So but I was like, wait a minute, who was the review of that album? I definitely wanna check that video out. Was it on YouTube or something? I definitely want to check maybe I need to do some deep dives and start looking at some Peaches interviews. I mean, not Peaches, some Kesha reviews of her new album. Period. That's how I'm gonna just call it for now. Period. You know, that's like one of my list of best albums of 2025. I already started accumulating my best albums of 2025 list. I'll give you all a little sneak peek. So I picked so far Bad Bunny's album, Kesha, period. Even though it's not out yet, but I'm putting it on there because I know I'm gonna love it regardless. Allison Goldfrapp, Flux, FKA Twigs, Eusexual, Lady Gaga, Mayhem, Marina, Process of Pop, and Lord Virgin. Those are my ones that I already picked. That's in my notes that I have on my phone. So those are the ones I have so far. Now I'm gonna do a deeper dive and start digging, but just to put the list, but yeah. Oh, you said the needle drop on YouTube. You said that he's straight and didn't like the album, but he put me onto a bunch of albums and artists I love. He don't like Kesha records, so no. This is why it's like, This is why you got to ask a homosexual what they thought of, the record. Oh, they going in on Daydreaming from Disturbed because we all know he a damn Zionist. Oh, wait a minute. I know who what am I sitting up here acting like I don't know who the needle drop is? I do know who he is. Like, wait, I watch his videos. Sometimes I'll be watching stuff and I don't be knowing names, especially if I don't watch you often. Yeah, I see a bunch of them. They did Lizzo, he did Kesha, and it's good. It's like his reviews aren't that long, so I'll definitely look at. Wait, when did Kevin Abstract put out a new album? Oh, DJ, you are fired. You ain't even tell me that Kevin Abstract put out a new record. Taylor Swift is rumored to have TS12 expected to be influenced by Roxette. I guess I'll listen to it, but girl, not the 90s dance music, not the 90s Euro dance. You think her fans will be for that? The Swiftologist said Taylor is doing something music related in September. It's not an album for straight men. To me, period, is basically a Kesha album by Kesha. Well, I don't think Kesha's fans, I don't really think straight was ever meant for straight dudes. I think it was like a lot of girls liked her stuff and the gay boys. I mean, when you look at Drag Race, they had Detox did Kesha on Snatch Game. It was bad, but she did her. The new drop is the reason why I listen to Janet and Madonna now. He's never interviewed her, but he does love Ray of Light and her 80s albums. Mm-hmm. K.E. Dollar Sign, huh? That coming from, James Vanderbeek. Shout out to him. All right, y'all. So now let's get into some Drag Race news, and let's talk about this whole thing with the recent episode of Drag Race. Child, that shit was a mess. I was like, and I remember telling y'all, normally I do not sit and watch the sneak peek of Drag Race when it comes up, like the little 12-minute sneak peek that they do. I usually like to wait until the episode airs, and then I watch it because I don't want to be, I don't want I guess in my head, I feel like it's an element of surprise. But for some reason, I was like, oh, I already know they're about to drop this thing between Aja and Mistress. And I watched it a lot. And I do feel like, I think I feel like at this point, what caused that little debacle between her and Aja is what caused producers to be like, you know what? We are tired of your shit. And they was like, oh no, it's time for Mistress to sashay away because she's doing too much. It's like, we appreciate you trying to produce this stuff and give us good TV, but we down to the wire and you just not evolving. You being a mess. You starting stuff with people. You trying to get them under everybody's skin. And I understand that drag queens, they do their little banter and all this other stuff, but that's not what all drag is. It's just being a shit stirrer. I don't feel like that's all that what that is. And I feel like it's just taking away the momentum. So with what happened, in case people aren't aware of the whole situation that went down, that unless you're living under a rock, the girls came back from their, the elimination round and all the other stuff, and Cuckoo was sent home, and apparently Mistress was hurt by it. She felt like she wasn't the worst, and maybe she wasn't, based off of the edit. For some reason, she was chosen to be in the bottom. However, the production and RuPaul decided to go about it, they put her in the bottom with Cuckoo. Me, quiet as it's kept, I don't feel like they wanted Cuckoo there to begin with. So that was why they got rid of her. And me personally, I thought Denali should have made it into the semifinals. I mean, I love Cuckoo. She's very entertaining. She was very entertaining on last week's episode of Roscoe's. I know some people was getting mad with her talking so much, but I'm like, no, those are the perfect guests to have. If you go ask a question and just go off and you just be talking a mile a minute and you just saying stuff. If you're going to be entertaining, I would rather them there instead of me ask a question, you answer it. Another question, you answer it. And then there's all this dead air, whatever the case is. It's like the best, like I said, the best interviewers or interviewees, the best people to interview is people who are just got the gift of gab and they just go off. I'm gonna just sit back and you just gonna do the show for me. Like, I get to relax a little bit. I don't have to sit up in here and pull teeth like you have with some of these queens. Ariette, remember when she was on, she was like, well, the worst. Thank God she pretty. But when she was up there, when she came on as a guest for Rock, she was bad. It was like, you literally had to pull teeth to get stuff out of her. And we've seen some worse ones up there. So, yeah. So, after the whole thing with, the elimination situation, Mistress was feeling away. Ginger got her record-breaking win because it was like she got 4 wins in a row, which, of course, some people was feeling away because they feel like she did not deserve to win some of them other ones in bracket 3, but that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day. And then Mistress basically was sucking on being an energy vampire, in the words of Aja. And the queens, I'm glad they didn't give in to her shenanigans. So then we get into the workroom, where all the girls are sitting around at the, the little table, and Aja was asked by Ginger how she was feeling, and she was basically saying, like, what, she she was having a rough week or whatever. And then Mistress starts laughing, and then so Aja turns, what you laughing at? I can laugh if I want to, and then goes and moves her hair and laughs in her ear, which, to Aja's chagrin, is like, oh no, bitch. And then, of course, according to our girl Ginger, oh, Mistress, you in danger, girl. That's what it's given. So then we get this picture. Everybody was uncomfortable. I feel like there were some queens that was there, like Bosco, Irene, the alien, mostly wanted to really go in and let her say something. Because me, personally, I don't like bullies. I don't like all that mess. And I would have said something to Mistress. Like, I understand, like, girl, this is not your moment. This is about me. She's asking me a question, but you up in here breaking the fourth wall, because I noticed a couple of times you kept glancing off the production, like you trying to perform at their expense. Oh, I got to turn it up for this moment. But this wasn't the moment for you to be doing the mess that you was doing. It made you look really shitty in that point, for lack of a better word. And I think that's when you started to lose the fan base. There will always be people that will sit and eat whatever shit she protrudes out of her ass. That just goes without saying when it comes to Mitchell. There's always going to be the people in the cult that is going to, make excuses for whatever it is that she does. But when it comes down to the situation, if somebody's having a moment that they were stressing out, and maybe you have a right to feel how you feel in regards to you thinking Aja should have been in the bottom. But if you was in the bottom with her, she would have ate you up and sent your ass home. And production, that's not where they wanted the show to go. They wanted Cuckoo to go. Because Cuckoo is not somebody they look at as okay, we don't see it for her in the Lollapalooza. We don't see it for her in the talent show. So in the what we're talking about in regards of this narrative called RuPaul's Drag Race, that's what we wanted you to be in the bottom with. But we wanted to shake your ass awake and realize you on thin ice. The mess, the shenanigans, all this stuff, it's cute for a moment. But every episode, and you keep talking about your talent and stuff, girl, we haven't seen it. No, I'm not trying to take away and act like you don't have talent, but if you're going to be on a show where you got a show about the art of performance, you have to come on here and you have to bring that. If your talent spoke for yourself, I don't think people would be going so hard on you with the shenanigans. You could balance it out, but the shenanigans is outweighing the talent and the charisma, uniqueness, and the nerve. So, yeah, the girls was embarrassed. They wasn't feeling her. And then it was like after Aja went in and let her, and I did see the AI video that's going around of Aja actually swinging on Mistress. I don't know if y'all seen the video, but it's floating around on social media. I did cackle. I think I shared it on my Facebook. I might have shared it. I don't know if I shared it on my TikTok. But yeah, there's like an AI video footage of Aja swinging on her and then doing like a little headbutt and the hair flies and then Mistress gooped and gagged. But speaking of Roscoe's, I actually have footage of Aja talking about that incident that happened during, the show. And because, her and Georges was on the show, but I think the episode already aired because, it's already 8:39 East Coast time. This show, we're doing a 4-hour plus show today. So the episode's already aired. I'm going to go and watch it later on once I'm done with the show. But yeah, so apparently somebody recorded it and posted it online. They probably got it from the what do you call it? Maybe they screen recorded from the Q&A thing, where they do the VIP episode. I think that they get that early before we get the regular edited episode that ends up on YouTube. If you don't want to pay the $2. So I think somebody may have screen recorded it and posted it on the TikTok. So we do have that video of Aja talking about it. I think it closed up, so I'm gonna have to open it back up, and then we will come back and we will talk. Please hold.
Tell us about how that went down. Was it that dramatic, or was it more dramatic than that?
Child, y'all know I'm only gonna talk real shit. So since we got there, first of all, I think it was even a little bit before we got there. Mistress just loves to play games. She loves to it's all fun and games with her. I don't think she really has bad intentions. I just think she just takes shit too far. Girl, from the moment we got there, I was like her I guess, chosen victim because she was just, do you remember that first Untucked? Every 5 seconds, she was like, are you ready for the bottom? She was like, I think you're in the bottom. You're going home. And I was like, oh my God, I'm just sitting there. When your siblings' children is doing too much and you like, I don't want to hit them because they're not my kids. Bitch, that's how I was feeling. I'm just sitting here like, oh my God, here this bitch go again. But when we got to that moment, I was actually getting irritated, but I was really high because Georges, we were about to go to the studio and she pulled out these tiny little fucking blunts and I'm like, oh, that won't do nothing. And she's like, girl.
It did something.
So, people everywhere are like, I don't know how you didn't just turn around and slap the shit out of her. I couldn't. Bitch, I was too high. I had to take a second to really analyze what had just happened. So I was looking at her because, when we were there, it felt way more longer and drawn out.
Sister, when I was there, I was literally shitting my fucking panties, bitch. I was fucking terrified. Normally, because when Mistress started laughing out of nowhere, I said, I started laughing because I'm like, what the fuck is this bitch laughing at now? Because Aja was just getting into how she was feeling about the week before.
I'm over here girl, my life is horrible. Bitch is just laughing. I'm over here like, girl.
Because normally I'm a Mistress apologist, bitch. Literally. But in that moment, I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck is going on? I was like, I'm uncomfortable right now.
That's when you pushed it too fucking far.
When the stoner has to say something. Yeah, Georges, did you ever have to pull Mistress away and be like, girl, reel it in just a hair?
Girl, no, because regardless, no matter what I say, she's going to do whatever the fuck she wants to do. Like the last episode where she had the opening of this episode actually, when we're get de-dragging and all this stuff, she was like over it. She was pissed, and I tried talking to her. It wasn't going through to her, and then Irene walked up to me. She was like, "Girl, why don't you go talk to your sister over there?" I was like, "Bitch, I tried. The fuck? There's only so much you could do. Literally, Mistress is her own fucking person, and like, girl, she's unstoppable. Like, you know what I mean?"
Okay, Aja, after that table moment, how long was it before y'all eventually cooled down and were able to like talk through everything?
So it kind of just happened like the cameras went down. They were like, we're resetting. And then Mistress looked at me and said, sister, we just made some good TV.
She was playing.
And I look at her and I'm thinking in my mind, is this bitch like serious?
Tell us about how that went down.
See, and that's the thing that with her, everything about her is about a moment and good TV. And it's like, stop producing. And I think at that point, production was kind of like, okay, like this is not the Mistress Isabel Brooks show. Like if you want to produce on your own time, produce your own stuff. You're on here to do All Stars, then you need to be an all-star. You need to get up here and do the show as needed. Stop producing. It was, like I said, I think with them, it was cute or whatever in the beginning, but then I guess it was getting tiresome. And maybe after that little awkwardness at the table, they were just over it. I did notice when I was watching the episode, they did a scene with Ginger Minge having a conversation at the table. I forget who it was. And then they had, if you saw in the corner, they had Aja having a conversation and Mistress was standing there. They should have played that first before they played that video, because then it made me think, I'm like, oh, so now they're speaking in, they're on good terms. So the way they were trying to tell the story, whatever, I don't think they thought about with that shot, how that was not a good shot. Because you pretty much let us know that Aja, and then they played the scene with Aja and Mistress having their conversation, and they basically just like let bygones or whatever happen. So y'all messed up in the editing bay on that one. Now that we got all of that out of the way and I said what I need to say on Mistress, let's get into the episode, because I did like a lot of the performances. They did the reading challenge, which was cute. Diabetic was funny. I did like her, although Bosco definitely deserved the win because Bosco's reads were a cackle. They was just going in. I'm like, damn, is Jordan's really that much of a slut? Y'all was going on her. The Capazio stocking thing, I had to rewind it so many damn times because Lydia was talking so fast. It was like, to my Corey 90 in the corner. I'm like, what the hell did she just say? You're not gonna get I'm like, what? No, you need to slow that down, sis. Like, I didn't understand what you were saying. So I had to literally slow it down so many times. Like, like, what is this bitch saying? With that being said, or with that aside, yeah, the reading challenge was what it was. A lot of the girls, when they were doing their songs, they did a lot of original songs. And we already know a lot of times when it comes to these drag queens and original songs, a lot of it is a choice. There's some that will, very few that emerges out. But for the most part, you know, a lot of it is a choice. I did notice this after when I watched the episode. I was like, wait a minute. They showed everybody's performance or whatever, except like with the rehearsal, except George's. Now we know why, because Georgia was the only one that came out without backup dancers. And I'm like, yeah, well, we know what comes to George's. She don't need to be up there with a bunch of bells and whistles. Miss Mamas can get up there by herself and turn it out on the stage. And turn it out, she never did. It's getting muggy. I was like, that damn song is in my head. I was definitely living. I was getting my life with that muggy song. Fix your mug, bitch. That's what she was telling you, girls. And I did love the heartfelt moment that they were having when they were talking about, you know, the expectations they had in the finale. And then also Bosco and Aja talking about, you know, American government and their war on the LGBTQ plus community, especially the trans community, and how they said they can't go to certain places because they have the gender they were assigned at birth on their passports. So I was just like, yeah, if I leave the country and I go somewhere and it says male on my ID, it could be detained. And who knows what could happen to me in this country. So what happens is this hurts people like Abasco and people like Aja and so many others who make their living as performers. So they go to a different country and they're trying to make money and perform, they're going to be affected. So that's the crazy part about them. And so Then after that, we bring Rue comes out, to the main stage, all that other stuff. We got Michelle there, Laura Roach, and then Devery Jacobs. I have no idea who she is, but that she was there. But I have to say, she definitely I thought she did a phenomenal job with the judging, even though I'm not familiar with who she is. I definitely liked some of the critiques that she gave. I loved Aja's machete wielder performance. Yeah, to an original song. I was definitely feeling that. It was like, okay, she's gonna give you ballroom, Aja Miyake Mugler. She's gonna definitely give you ballroom down boots. I was living for it. Oh yeah, it wasn't as iconic as her other Lollapalooza performance where she jumped off the box, but nevertheless, she did a great job. I did love Bosco's performance, the burlesque performance. I was loving the makeup; looked amazing. I loved the wig. She was giving me Amanda Lepore down with the, all the other stuff, and the choreography was sickening. Diabetica, I definitely loved her bitch track pop punk performance. I loved the little wig she had on. The choreography was giving. That stapling the check to her ass, I was like, oh, that's giving Dracula. You on the wrong show, sis. You going Dracula. They like all that pain and stuff, but she sold it. Ginger, I was like, okay, she's gonna give us Ginger, but I love Ginger Minge's performance. Like, she's definitely a Broadway star. She definitely needs to be on the same. Like, we need to be having her as a part of the same conversation that we have people like Jinx Monsoon. Like, I definitely see her on Broadway performing. I don't know why she's not there, but she should be. And Irene, you definitely did your big one. You stepped it up in regards of, the ice water thing. And I loved how you played, you did a play on it. The little ice water thing that got you eliminated. So it was cute. You were very much safe with your performance. So it's not a reason to put you in the bottom. But Georges, as you already know, gave me my life. So Georges definitely was that girl who just ate. Yum, 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 yum. I just ate it all up, crumbs and all. Lydia, I don't know what the hell was going on with her performance with the egg, and then she jumps into the frying pan. I'm like, is she trying to give us something that was reminiscent? Like, is her humor kind of going Willow Pill-esque? Like, I don't know if they kind of in the wheelhouse of the same thing. I mean, it was cute or whatever, but it was just a lot going on. I didn't know where the hell she was going with a lot of the performance, but you get an A for effort. Then Mistress decides to come out and does this infomercial, Ruzempic, and some about weight loss, and it just didn't work for me. I was like, at this point, after everything, I was like, I don't give a good goddamn what Mitch was doing. Mitch was walking outside and, with a dildo, shooting dildos out of her ass. I would not care. Like, I was just over her at this point. TV or no TV. Now, they had the foiled again runways, which was cute. I feel like out of all the looks, one of my favorites, two of my favorites, Diabetes, love the duct tape look, and Lydia, she was definitely giving me Xenomorph, Xenomorph. Like, she was definitely giving me like something out of Aliens, meet Cybertron or something or another. So now in regards to the critiques of for the judges, Devery said that she liked Aja's performance, while Michelle thought that the dress could have fit her better. Laura felt like he's seen her runway before. Michelle basically said that she loved Bosco's comedy burlesque. Laura complimented her gown on the runway. Michelle loved Diabetica's performance and duct tape gown, which all the judges echo. Michelle liked that Ginger stayed true to her traditional roots with her music theater performance, and Laura basically called it his favorite performance of the night, but has a few notes for her outfit. It was like, yeah, she was doing too much because she had all like the gloves and all this. It was just too much. But sometimes when you're a big girl or a former big girl, you're still trying to get used to your new body. So you're always busy trying to hide and cover up things. You got to realize less is more in certain situations. So she'll get there one day where she gives, the fashions and things. Now, Michelle basically told Irene her performance wasn't innovative. It wasn't, but it was like I said, it was safe. Rue basically said that she loved her wing outfits, but then we had the thing where I didn't even realize this until I was like, why was the hands throwing me off? Because it was like they made a mold and the arms and hands looked a little too short for the thing, and of course her actual hands was in the wings. I did love the wings though. That was, like, in my opinion, the best iteration of wings on a runway that I've seen since who would be the perfect assessment? Courtney Act, I'll say. That was the best iteration I've seen of Wings on a Runway since Cool Yet. You gotta say her name like that because that's how it should be pronounced. Now, Laura basically told Jordis there are too many stars on her outfit. Yeah, I didn't like the outfit, but she said the face is muggy. Now, all the judges gave high praise to her performance. Michelle liked the concept of Lydia's performance, but said it wasn't executed as well as could have been. Laura and the other judges loved her runway look. Michelle told Mistress that she wished there was more of a story with her performance, and Laura says her look was too much, but she gets a round of applause for her heels, which weren't kitten heels for once. Well, look, with all that weight, you don't want to be up in here wearing 9-inch heels because you're going to break them suckers. So now, during deliberations, Aja, Daya, and Irene were safe. They're going to the finale. Bosco, Ginger, and Jordis are also the top 3 queens of the week, with Bosco basically taking the top spot in the cash tip. All 3 queens head to the finale. This basically left Lydia and Mistress in the bottom of the week. I would have liked Jordis to win, but I guess they felt like Jordis was going to give Georges, whereas Bosco really was the standout because she gave like full-on performance and all. So it wasn't like a drag queen, high energy in the club track, which is what Jordis gave. But that was more up my speed anyway. I mean, I love the theatrics too, but I was living for Jordis's performance. Now, the bottom 2 ends up being Lydia and Mistress, where they lip sync to Guess by Charlie XCX featuring Billie Eilish. I honestly did not like the song choice, especially with those two going at it. Like, they really didn't give me what that song gives. That song gives like thrashing about, jumping up and down. Like, it was giving me like, I wanted edge, I wanted fun, I wanted going crazy. I wasn't getting that from those performances. And I just felt like Mistress I didn't like the outfit she had on or the wig. I didn't like the wig that Lydia had on. I just didn't think it fit with the theme of the performance, but y'all wear what y'all wear. But at the end of the day, Ruth saved Lydia. They said Mistress still has a chance to enter the lip sync, which I don't understand how the hell Ross picked Mistress immediately. So there was, of course, it was an edit situation. And the way that they chose the who's going to make it into the finale, 2 picked Kerry Colby. One was TS choosing Kerry Colby, probably because, trans picking trans. Michelle also picked Kerry Colby, and I'm sitting there like, why none of y'all picked Denali? Because y'all know I was going hard for that. But whatever. And I like Kerry Colby. Kerry Colby is definitely that girl. She's pretty, body yada yada, sickening. She's a good performance. But as far as like lip sync SmackDown for the crown, I don't know if I see Kerry Colby as that girl though. But we'll see when the finale happens in a couple of days, which will be Friday. So yeah, like I said, Ross chose Mistress, TS chose Kerry, Michelle also chose Kerry, and the pit crew basically dropped the balls into the thing, and then Bruno wound up picking a ball, so everybody's got to find out who it is next week, but child, the tea's already been spilt. Mistress is not coming back. It is Kerry Colby. I'm sorry if y'all ain't want to know the spoiler, but it is what it is. Like, I don't understand like how that's the only 2 options, but that's who they chose. That's how it is. And that is my overall recap with what Aja had to say about the whole Mistress situation. So I ask all of you, what do you guys think of this story? Do you think that Mistress, although I will say she has definitely given us an entertaining season of Drag Race All-Stars 10, and we was living for the shenanigans and the drama of it all. It was definitely entertaining, but it was just, she was doing this got to a point where this got tiresome. It was exhausting. She was doing too much. I was over it. I was ready to move on. And it seemed like a lot of people were ready to move on as well, including production. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. So whatever your thoughts are on this story in the full recap of Drag Race, let me know in the comments down below. All right, so now we got comments. So let's see what the people are saying. Mistress revealed at Roscoe's that after they turned the cameras off for a bit, she turned to Aja and said, "Sister, we just made good TV." Wait, was Mistress there, or was that Aja that was bringing that up? Oh, you was just talking about basically what I was talking about, the whole situation. Are you saying Aja? Yeah, that was the video that I posted. I think you were trying to put that out there before. I don't think you knew I had the footage that I was going to post. Ginger has a better track record than Ben Della Creme on. True. I love Mistress, and I didn't know post-merge spoilers that she was getting eliminated, and I was actually gooped and gagged. She said that she would never come back for another All-Stars or Internet. So yeah, her being eliminated, I guess she won't be coming back. But you know, these girls never say never. Looks like FKA Twigs announced a new album called Perfectly, teasing a sequel to Usexual. Well, I'll definitely be listening to that. I love the idea of people being like, you know what, that's the one thing I love about art. You know, who says you got to take 2 years off in between to release a record? If you got enough creativity there, it's like people get mad at Sabrina Carpenter because it's like your other album is still out. Why are you releasing a new album in August? Because she feels like it. Why can't she? You can still like the other record, but there's more music for her to tour and perform. And some people like being out there and performing, so why not? I love this Jordan's performance way more than her All Stars. Yeah. Although I just hated that wig she had on when, from last season. The song is catchy. Ocean Kelly. I do love Ocean Kelly's production. That's another one I would work with. No backup dancers. I didn't like Bosco's singing voice, so I didn't like him. Yeah, I was like, if it was me, I would prefer George's because I'm all about razzle dazzle and spectacle. Post vroom vroom era, Charlie doesn't really work with Drag Race. They can stick with True Romance, Sucker, and Crash for lip sync songs. Yeah, you're saying like a lot of her songs don't really work for I don't know who's choosing these songs, but I feel like you have to really keep in mind, or maybe they don't have any drag queens that work behind the scenes. You have to really keep in mind that there are songs that are tailor-made for drag queens to perform. And this, I do agree, like a lot of her recent stuff, like I don't see people out here performing a lot of her recent stuff on stage. Like it doesn't feel like a song a drag queen would say. I mean, you probably could do Von Dutch, maybe. I know Carrie lip syncs to Disease by Mother Monster in the very first round, and her opponent is Gender Minge, which basically means they're going to eliminate Carrie Colby. Because they conditioned it for Miss Mamas to win, which we already heard the tea that's coming out there allegedly. Spoiler. Wait, hold on. Because now, I'm high maintenance with it now. Hold on. There's that. So now, apparently, word on the curb is they're pulling a Trinity, the Taylor, Tuck, and Monet exchange, and it's going to be a double crowning. That is the rumor that is going around, where it's going to be Georges and Ginger Minge winning the season. Which one, child? I don't care. I'm over it. So yeah, this is the new thing I'm going to be putting up with y'all. Spoiler alert. So we'll definitely see all of that when that plays. I can't wait to see how that turns out. Okay, so we got 2 more topics. Let's get to our second to the last topic. And that's about Tamisha Iman, who basically has announced that she is stepping away from drag and that she has found her new purpose. Since Justin Bieber out here finding his purpose, she's going to find hers too. So she said what she said, and RuPaul's Drag Race Season 13 alumnus Tamisha Iman is pressing pause on her drag career. In a post on Instagram over the weekend, which was July 12th, so that's 2 days ago, the Atlanta-based drag veteran confirmed that she has found a new kind of purpose as the owner and producer of a radio station. So I do have that Instagram post. And it says the following. She says, well, hello, friends. It's been 4 long months since my last post. And if I'm being honest, I've written and deleted this message a dozen times. But today, after reflection, healing, and a quiet return to myself, I finally found the words. Now, over 37 years, I gave my heart, body, and soul to an industry that shaped me, saved me, and scarred me all at once. The ride was wild, beautiful, and glorious. And while I saw the end coming long before it arrived, I held on for you. For the love you showed me when I couldn't find it for myself, for the way you lifted me when I didn't think I had anything left to give. Your love made this roller coaster of a career worth every twist, turn, and tear. But now, as this chapter slows to a stop, I want you to know this. I'm not done. I'm just shifting lanes from the spotlight to the studio, from performer to producer. I found a new kind of peace, a new kind of purpose, building something powerful for the next generation and telling stories on my own terms. If you ever stood by me, rooted for me, or whispered a prayer to me, thank you. You made this journey magical, truly. Though I won't be posting on this page as often, it will always be at home. If you'd like to follow my next chapter, join me at SSMN Trail Ride Radio, my new Instagram home where I'm building the next legacy. First of all, if y'all want to get it, it's in the Tamisha_Iman Instagram. If you want to go over there and be a part of it. But she said this isn't a goodbye, this is a see you soon. And look, everybody has a time where it's like, you know what, I don't want to do the thing that, I've been doing drag for 3 decades. And remember, she had to tell Miss Candy Muse, who I don't know if y'all heard, but Candy got a new man. And he cute. I seen him, I think it was they were at the premiere for, what was it? I think it was Dexter. The new Dexter series, which I have to watch that. So yeah, they were at the premiere, and basically they premiered and all of the stuff. And I was like, what? Wait, why would they be at the Dexter premiere? Then I remembered Paramount. It's like Paramount is the home of Drag Race. So yeah, Paramount Plus. Candy is going to, any of the Drag Race girls are going to be a part of that. They're going to be a part of your world. Hold on, because I was trying to pull up something because I lost my train of thought. Not my train of thought, but I lost where the hell I was. Okay. So, yeah, so basically, and for those of you, she premiered on season 13 of Drag Race, became a fan favorite. We loved her backstory. Remember, she was going through it. She was sick or whatever while she was doing the show, which we didn't know about. And then she had gotten into it with Candy Muse. But it seems like, I believe that they're both on good terms now. And it's probably like no hard feelings between them and the other stuff. But yeah, that fight between her and Candy, that was legendary, which is we got the I said what I said, and I'm the right one for you, little girl. And then we had Mitch Farino, friend of mine, produced a song based off of their fight. They took a couple of sound bites and put a little dance track behind it. So that one's around if y'all haven't heard it. It's everything. So definitely check that out. But yeah, there's nothing like, to me, I will even say this. Like, I've even had moments of like, with me being, on camera and performing and all that stuff. I like doing this, but down the road, I also want to be that person that creates content and creates opportunities for other people and produce content for other people. So that's something that is a goal of mine that I would definitely want to get into. So Tamisha, good luck to you. We'll definitely be checking this out, and whatever your passions are, I'll definitely be keeping abreast of that as it develops. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story regarding Tamisha Iman saying that she's hanging up, doing drag for now? That she'll probably get into it once, I guess, the passion hits her again. But right now, her primary focus is on this radio station and producing, content. I don't know what type of music is going to be on there, or if it's, going to be queer based, like a friend of mine who does We Are You Radio, which is like a queer radio station out, I believe, in Atlanta. So yeah, definitely I want to hear from y'all. Let me know what your thoughts are in this story in the comments down below. So what I will say is the Georges is definitely getting more fan support. Yeah, I agree. I think when I was thinking about it, the whole thing about her and Ginger Minj, I think production wants Ginger to win. However, I feel like the way the show has been going, people are really like Georges has really stepped it up this season versus out of all the girls. She's really proven like she really wants this. She should win. I don't agree with the whole thing of like, well, we need to have Ginger win. This is why I wish that we had maybe I need to create it. This is why I wish we had a show that was kind of like, it had like that whole American Idol feel where it's like, let the people decide who they want to be the winner. And I feel like the people will choose, they will be like, we want Jordan to win. And it's like, we're not taking away the fact that, yeah, we love Ginger, but I feel like this is production's fault. Because y'all doctored this in a way where y'all wanted Ginger to be that girl, the top girl. Y'all wanted her to be this, that, and the other. And it just wasn't working. It's just like the way that TV works now, it's vastly different than when Ginger Minge was that hot commodity back in the day. You should have gave Ginger her win back when y'all decided to give it to Violet Chachki. That was when she should have got her win. But y'all didn't want her to win. And when she did All Stars, she should have got her win. Y'all didn't want to give it to her. Now you want to give it to her the 4 times the charm or whatever the case is. And it's just like, no. George has basically been eating her up with the whole thing. And the way y'all been trying to doctor things, it's like we see through it. Like we understand producers supposed to produce, but you can't make it obvious that y'all are producing. And when the regular schmegular Joe Schmo is watching a show and they can tell that y'all doing a bad job of hiding producing, then that's when it's like, this is not good. So you said that Jordan gets 40K likes and one of them being Miss Ariana Grande. So yeah, it's like everybody's seeing it for Jordan. So it's like, yeah, we definitely see it win. So if people get mad that well, we want Ginger to win. Okay, but y'all are not the ones watching the show. Your production. The fans have spoken, they want George's. So production. Do your job, which is to produce, but you don't get to control the narrative. Someone did bring up a good point about how it would be a read the room situation if they don't crown Jordans during a time when Latinos are facing new levels of discrimination. And this is what happens when y'all take these long gaps in between doing shows. Where you filmed it last season, then you do it a couple of months ago, and now y'all be trying to pre-record your wins or whatever. I always say you should do it in front of a live audience, but we know RuPaul can't read a teleprompter during one take, so that's probably why. All right, y'all. So now let's get our final topic. Let's talk about a mandatory meeting. Who shared a new post thanking her fans for their support, announcing that she's taking a social media hiatus, and discussed new updates on getting gender-affirming care and having a new management team for her career. So she seemed like she's having a lot going on, even though she didn't really place that well on her season. But the one thing about Amanda, the people love her. And, good on her for taking a lot of the going in the direction that she's going to go into. So Amanda, who's best known for competing on season 16 of RuPaul's Drag Race in 2024, came out as trans the same year. The performer fast became a fan favorite on the series thanks to her iconic clapbacks, particularly towards Plain Jane, and previously revealed that her appearance on the show helped to affirm her identity as a trans woman, saying, quote, "But honestly, being on set and having people call me Amanda all the time, like she, herring me, pushed me out of the nest a little bit and cracked the egg." Well, one of the things about being in drag spaces and being in that whole space, we always use she, her pronouns. So maybe that, and people are going to know you by your drag name, so they always will call you that. Just like if you see Bianca Del Rio, you're not going to call her Roy. You're going to call her Bianca, because that's how you know her. It's kind of like the same thing with Lady Bunny. If you're going to see Lady Bunny, I'm going to call her Bun Bun. Hey, Bun. Or I was going to say RuPaul, but RuPaul is actually his damn government. It's on it's on the certificate. So, but yeah, I think like on a subconscious level, people are going to call you the she, her, all this other stuff. But that was just a thing that was going in your head. Like, you know what? This is something I've been struggling with and identifying for a long time. Now I'm going to go and follow with that. Now, they said in a Saturday update, which was on July 12th, that would be 2 days ago, the star revealed that she's set to undergo life-changing, gender-affirming surgery this week. So, I thought my friend David Lab did that picture. I was about to gag. So wait, hold on, because I was like, let me pull up the Instagram where she was saying something in regards to that. Okay, so it says the time has finally come. On Monday, so today she's probably doing it as we speak. To greetings, employees. That was me doing my Alaska interpretation. The time has finally come. On Monday, I undergo life-changing gender-affirming surgery. Whenever people have asked me lately how/what I'm feeling, my response has usually been, I feel all of it. So many thoughts and feelings flying around inside this big, beautiful brain, but here's a few of them for your enjoyment. I guess I have too many feelings for a caption, so read the slides. He said, I am feeling so excited. And I just, oh, damn, there's a whole lot. He said, the first feeling is immense pride in myself for making it to this part. And the most non-wow is me, or woe is me way possible. The last 2 years have felt like an absolute shitstorm of emotions as I navigated my Saturn return. Hold on, let me put it. Damn, that's really a whole lot to read. But we're going to get through it. What was I? Oh, she said, as I navigated my Saturn return, finally took the leap of starting my medical transition, went on RPDR, and everything that's happened since. I'm proud of myself for weathering the storm. I'm proud of myself for making all the phone calls and jumping through all the hoops necessary to get this surgery. I'm proud of myself for seeing that what is no longer serving me and having the courage to shed it. The next feeling is a profound sense of gratitude for all of you. See, I keep this ego in check so you don't have to, LOL. But genuinely, everyone reading this, everyone who donated to my recovery fund, everyone who has been there for me in any capacity during that time, everyone who has left a nice comment or sent a nice message, I promise mommy is just deeply ADHD and gets too overwhelmed to respond to all of it. But I say it all and it truly does lift my spirits, which is what I'm feeling now, blah, 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 so on and so forth. She also said another crazy, exciting piece of ATM news is that we are under brand new management. I am now working with the insane team of queermusic.agency, us for all of my bookings and, at queermusic.agency_US for all of my bookings and brand partnerships. And we are cooking up some sickening things together. You're literally going to lose your minds. The thing I can concurrently ask about is if we're planning a face reveal tour for the fall, winter, and currently ironing out dates. If you want to be one of the exclusive first venues in our lineup, email I think it says Alaya at queermusic.agency. Well, look, y'all can just go on her page and look up that information if you want to go and be a part of it. And say, let's get it popping. If you're feeling like a deranged fan who's sick in the head because your local drag venue hasn't had me yet or in a while, I love repeat hookups when it's good. Then talk to whoever's in charge and give them email poop and give them the email Pookie. Note, I'm still handling most of my New York City drag bookings myself because I love New York City nightlife so much and the community I've found here. So I'm always down to come key and give it for local diva rates. Just hit me up. Signing off for now, my little meaties. I love you all. I'll see you soon. XOXO Mother Meat. So, shout out to a mandatory meeting. Good on her for, getting her, finally following through with what she wants to do is living her life and living her truth and all that. So hold on, let me see if I can put this up here. Hopefully it all fits. Oh, actually, let me delete a little bit of that so I can fit that all in here in case anybody is. It said, yeah, if the stories affect you, call the Trans Lifeline hotline. So I'm going to just put that up there so that way y'all can, follow that information and basically have what you need to have. So, yeah. So shout out to the mandatory meeting. Shout out to the many of the girls who are struggling with their trans identity, who have finally found the courage to come forth with being who they want to be and living their life, especially in these dire times in which we are in, especially, regarding this administration. So shout out to all my T-girls out there, my T-boys and all that other good stuff. And I'm looking forward to seeing the mandatory meeting reemerge out of the cocoon as the true butterfly she really is. And, when she gets out there and starts performing and things. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding a mandatory meeting saying what she's going to be doing? She's currently, I guess, as we speak, or may be done with it, undergoing her gender reassignment surgery to become the woman that she was born to be. So let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. All right, y'all. So now, with that being said, it looks like as we enter almost damn near 5 hours, we are at the end of today's show. I want to thank you all for tuning in for the latest episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. If you can, finally, for the final ask, do me a solid if you have not already, hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, and also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I'll be back on Wednesday because, I'll be working the Tyler the Creator show tomorrow, so I will not be able to give y'all a live show, but I will be back on Wednesday, with a brand new Spill 'em OT. I'm going to probably be cutting up a couple of these clips and I'll upload it to the channel in the meantime to keep the algorithms algorithming. So yeah, love you all for watching. Thank you for constantly showing support and love for this show. I'd look like a crazy person if I was here just talking to myself and didn't have the followers that I have and the subscribers. So I definitely appreciate every last one of y'all, the people who come back repeatedly for the live stream and those who watch the playback. So as I said before, love you all for watching. Thank you for your continued support. And until next time. Ciao, darlings.